And we're live. Hello and welcome to the third part of the 42-hour live stream that is PlsConference.live. I'm your host, Maddie ALLin, and I'm here with Frank and Pascal, HEX photographer. Welcome, guys.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm really excited to hear your guys' stories. I know that the conference so far has been going really well. The community has been galvanized together by one struggle after another these past 3.5 years, and it seems like this week is no different. And I know we got to see the Highest of Stakes documentary last night, and so there's plenty to talk about today as we are now 24 hours into the 42-hour stream. So I'm going to run downstairs to the conference center and set up the audio visual stuff there. And then I'm gonna have Frank and Pascal kick off their stories.
Very good. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Ready, Pascal?
Woo!
Let's go for it.
Hey guys. Oh, we already have the focus issue, huh?
All right.
Oh, that looks
I
good.
never would have noticed that. Well done.
Yeah. Hey guys. Sticker guy, man. Thanks for your service, and also for Maddie, and for you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
I couldn't be more grateful being with such an awesome dude here, like with you, Frank.
Thanks,
on the
Pascal.
stream.
You too. Likewise.
Yeah.
You know, Pascal and I have a deep connection. I lived in Germany for 6 months, traveled Europe for a year back in 1992. I speak fluent German, and here we are. You know, that's the one great thing about the HEX and the Pulse and the PulseX community. It's international. So at the last HEX conference, I was speaking German like I, just woke up in Hanover somewhere, and it sounded like English to me. So that's how far he and I go back.
Yeah, man. And also on a spiritual way, man.
Yeah.
I love that, because that guy just told me yesterday he brought out a book. He wrote a book about how to find your soul partner. And man, this is things that vibes totally with HEX, I think.
It does. It's a personal growth and development community. My book, Why Wait? Create Your Soulmate Now, which you can get it on Amazon if you'd like. It's a very good book if you're interested in attracting your soulmate. I'm a content creator. It's interesting how a lot of people try to find their soulmate on their own. Well, I have a path that helps people do that. And you're probably going to grow spiritually just from having read it. I mean, people that are in great relationships already grow from it. So, you're going to up your level of consciousness pretty quickly just by reading the book. So
really awesome. Actually, you know what? I was also thinking about, after this road trip happened, like I came into HEX because I was thinking I do my own business. I want to provide value for people. So I did a lot with photos, of course, as HEX photographer. And that's how I met the Hexicans. And then Abed HEX, he just said, hey, why didn't you quit your job and come with us on the road trip? So I just thought, all right, let's do that. So I quit my job. I went on the road trip, and I realized, like, just by the spark of the mind to provide something better for the world than just working for someone that is working for someone else, like helping people personally, brought me into this world. And secretly, I was all the time really like seeking for like people that have that kind of mindset, yeah, that like care about each other and seek for getting a better world, yeah,
Yep.
Fixing the world, but fixing the money. And that was not what I was not yet aware of. Like, but magically, just with this mindset that hey, let's do something better, I got drawn into the Hexican world, and that's really, really awesome. And one day maybe I'm also gonna write a book about that. But I think my story is not yet over.
it's still
a couple of miles to go. Yes.
Yeah. As is the movie from last night. Like that was just a point in time, right? So we'll see how it unfolds over time. It really never, I don't want to give anything away in the movie, but I feel like it's going to be a data point for anybody wanting to get into crypto now and in the future. And there, like when I first got into crypto, I started watching all these movies on Bitcoin, trying to figure out what's cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah.
And so the story about the Highest of Stakes, Richard Hart, HEX, PulseChain, PulseX, etc., is unfolding right now, and we're all in it. So
oh yeah, that was so sick. Like seeing this movie and seeing all our friends, like all these situations where it was like half of a dream. Also seeing the Hexpo in Vegas, seeing the Nagabo party in Vegas, and all those things was really, really crazy for me. It was like I'm watching a movie like I was living before. What did you like the most about the movie?
I liked, I did a film class in college, and this movie left me, and during the movie, I went through the entire roller coaster of emotions, like any good movie will do. And so I am still processing it before I actually have a flat bottom line opinion about it. But I thought it was a good movie. Again, I think it had a lot of ups and downs in it, especially when you're in it, as we all are. I tried to watch it from a perspective of, oh, I'm not into HEX, I'm not into any of this, right? And so and then I'm in it. So I kind of I try to look at it from both angles, and I think it will. I think here's the other thing. I think it will do more. I think it will really help propel people. Like we got into HEX initially, I think it will help people get into PulseChain.
Oh yeah,
because that's I don't want to give anything away, but I think it'll help people get into PulseChain.
I also got to say, I found just like really, really small like critic points where I thought, that could have been done. But besides that, I think like, okay, the market situation is that everything went down. And during this time, the movie has been made. Yeah. So let's be fair. Yeah. Of course, like that could be seen as a little handicap. But on the other hand, it's so honest. And also what I loved the most about the movie was that it ended I was thinking like they convert the professor. He will be convinced at the end, and yeah, he will be a HEX again. Yeah. But he did not. And that's really, really cool because I don't know any documentation that leaves it so open for the viewer to make their own opinion. Still there are two different positions. And I never saw a documentation that did that. And that provides a lot of honesty, I find, and a lot of trust to actually honestly look deep into it.
Yeah, I think they balanced it out really well. What's interesting too is I thought about this. It was really good to hear Richard's voice in the film and see him, because we haven't seen much of him in the last 6 months or so. And interesting enough is he, in my opinion, I think Richard has a very appealing voice. And Match.com did a study pre-2009 that men judge attractiveness by a woman's physical appearance. Now, women judge attractiveness by the sound of a man's voice. So I think it's very, very, I think that movie and Richard Hart could be very appealing to women in that sense. So as could be the movie. So that's just my kind of overarching perspective. Wanted to had to throw that in there.
Let's onboard some more female Hexicans, man. Hey, but it's getting more and more and more.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
It's really cool.
And I sell real estate in Chicago, and for myself included, I've sold real estate for about 30 years, and women make the primary decision about buying a home. It's probably 80% of the time. Don't quote me on that, but it could be the 80-20 rule that in a family, in a couple relationship, the woman makes the majority of the financial decisions in that way of buying a home. So. I think it's a no-brainer for women to watch the film, educate themselves on it, and So I have kind of a little bit of an agenda here today, and I've shared this with Pascal. Pascal and I have been hanging out for the last 24 hours. It's like the 24-hour layover with Pascal, right?
Yeah, again, man.
yeah, exactly. So I have a mastermind group, and so I created several mastermind groups. I've been in real estate mastermind groups. I've been in spiritual mastermind groups. I've been in real estate mastermind groups, money mastermind groups. And, I just want to encourage everybody to create their own mastermind. I have a mastermind that meets via Zoom. And so let me just give you a little bit of my backstory. I first got into crypto in 2019. At the top, I bought the top. Didn't really do much for it, like a year. And then in March 2020, I really, I began to think, if I never sold another home again, what would I do? So I started looking around the internet. Like originally I had thought about doing trading when I first moved to Chicago when I was 23. And I thought, nah, I kind of went in and out of legacy, watching YouTube videos, all kinds of, fun people. And then I think I first found BitBoy, and I was like, oh, and then Ivan on Tech, and then, all kinds of different YouTubers. And I was like, this is my tribe. This is what I like, is crypto. So I also found a guy by the name of Ian Bellina from Token Metrics. And he had Richard on his show. I was a part of their mastermind sort of pro plan, a paid mastermind. And when I saw Ian, who took $20,000 to $5 million in 2017, I thought, man, I want to do that. And then when I saw he had Richard on his show, I was like, oh, interesting. This guy's really, he and Ian were really like kind of going back and forth. And I could tell Ian was like, yeah, but Richard was completely comfortable in his skin. And then I looked into HEX, and I got in pre big payday. And so, shout out to Big Pep for, being an early YouTuber and helping me, understand HEX and get into HEX. Because, we look to, every YouTuber, every ounce of crypto you learn from somebody, all leads to somewhere. I always say you follow the breadcrumbs. So then, I got into, so it's been 3 years since I've been involved in HEX, and it's been a great ride. I've learned such a ton from this community. And I originally started out with a mastermind group where it was some of my spiritual friends, and we all started, I was only in crypto 3 months when I started this mastermind, right? And next thing you know, I've got a mastermind of 10 or 15 people on it, awesome people. But it's funny how quickly you can get advanced in the crypto space just by delving in 2 or 3 months hardcore on something,
I gotta say, man, I have a parable. I was playing guitar. Like, I really love playing guitar, and I played it since 16. And I was learning with the book and with YouTube videos, and I was not really learning fast. I just played a lot, so I was getting good. And at some point, I started to play with other people. Guess what happened? I was crushing it. It went to the ceiling. And the same is the thing for business. Like, on my thing with the business, how I, in the end, could provide value to some Hexicans that took me on the trip. It all happened because we had a mastermind with really good friends. It was called Marketing Mafia during when COVID started. And we always had like virtual calls. Sometimes we met at a friend's house and did hot seat each other. Hey, what are you working on at the moment in your life? And everyone else was saying what they think they could, that the person could help. Yeah, so we were hot seating each other. We were continuously taking ourselves accountable. Yeah. And that's in the end how I started my first business. How I actually came out and did my first product, and was the first one in Berlin that did Tinder photo shootings. Yeah, as that time not yet HEX photographer. Yeah, but something else. And that's how everything started. It's always about the crowd, and this is the very most important. And also, I would never have gained trust if I wouldn't have met the Hexicans in person.
Yeah.
This is really huge.
Yeah.
And when you do say, hey, let's do masterminds, that's a really great opportunity to get new people in.
It is. And coming to events like this, I've been to several HEX events, several, crypto events, and you follow the breadcrumbs. You meet people at the events, and then you ask them or invite them to our mastermind's invitation only. So you ask people, you invite people to come into the mastermind, and then basically you have the conference every week instead of just the conference itself. Does that make sense? Like, Maddie's great for putting all these conferences on, but I feel like the mastermind can help lift the community. Maybe, I don't even know, I'm not going to throw numbers out there. What if it 10x'd the numbers of people who join the community just from a growing mastermind, inviting people into your mastermind? So it's like having a HEX PulseX event every week ongoingly. So it's, and you can bounce ideas off people. You can, you don't want to be the smartest guy in a room in a mastermind.
Oh yeah.
You want to just,
then you made a mistake.
Yeah. Oh man, that's the great thing too. Is you watch people make mistakes. You make mistakes. You laugh about it.
Yeah.
And you're not on camera.
Yeah. And
So,
one thing is sure, yeah, you can do it alone. You can do a lot of things alone, but very, very likely they will take way longer than doing it in a mastermind, doing it, surrounding yourself with the people, yeah, that also know some shit. That's huge.
it is.
It's a huge advantage. Yeah.
Well, and even if the people that you invite to your mastermind have good intentions in learning about crypto, hey, just start with 1 or 2 people and boom, you got a mastermind, because I'm sure that the knowledge in the mastermind, it's exponential. You're tenfold what you can be than when you're alone. So when I started my first mastermind, I wasn't afraid to tear it apart because I didn't want to teach, right? So I started another mastermind, which was all general crypto, just crypto in general, right? So I had people that knew NFTs. I had a game theory specialist on there. I've had economists on there, like just a super smart think tank of people that can really add value. And I was talking so much about HEX, PulseX, and PulseChain coming that I think I tired everybody out from that group, and nobody was interested in getting into a few of them made some, small investments in it. So then I said, you know what? I'm going to stop this mastermind and I'm going to create a RH ecosystem mastermind. So we can talk about all the projects on PulseChain, and nothing had been created yet. And so, it was a couple, Bill and I first started out talking once a week. And then Sergio, we met Sergio, like everybody I met at different conferences. Corey jumped in, Juan jumped in. It was just like everybody started to join, and it was really great. It was like one person at a time, and then it clumps, and then it gets bigger, and then it gets bigger, and then it gets more powerful. So again, I'm encouraging everyone, and I know who you are because I've been at the conference. I see everybody in the seats. I'm no different than you. You're no different. We're watching you. So get your buddy, get on a call every week, get a Zoom call, invite people, right? Don't be afraid to invite people that don't know anything about crypto. You can point them in the right direction. You're an authority on crypto now. You speak crypto. I never realized what I was doing when I first got into crypto, but crypto is an entirely different language, right?
I have a question then, because there's something popping up in my mind. What do you wish you would have known earlier in order to onboard people quicker, more efficiently?
Probably having the videos in one email to send to them, so that I could just push a button and send them. Here's how you onboard to PulseChain. Here's how you do a MetaMask wallet. Here are the top, top 100 HEX influencers. It's so wild. Top 100. I feel comfortable. So anyway, did I answer your question?
I think so. Yeah. I was personally thinking about market cycles. That's one thing I wish personally I would have known a little bit earlier, because once I saw a chart where you put the market cycles under each other, always for the couple of year periods, and they're always repeating. Yep. And I think this is also a very good motivational point for noobs that don't know anything yet so much about crypto, but also about the market, because the crypto follows the market as well. And if you know where you are right now, then this is a huge motivation point, because people are afraid when they see all the red candles. They see, everything is going down, and because of psychology, they don't want to invest.
Yep.
But actually, that's the reason why you should invest right now. And if you show them the pictures with the market cycles, then it's easy also to realize and to hook them.
Yeah.
And of course, that with the ideology of hey man, how can we make a better world? Yeah, and it is the money where everything is based on, because everything is bound to the money. That is the potential energy. Easy as that.
Well, and when you're talking about the market cycles, we have been in crypto for a while, so we get we understand the market cycles. It is time in the market versus timing the market. However, it's if we want to onboard somebody into right now is the perfect time. It's the downside hopefully is not as hard. I mean, most coins are already down, 95 to 98%, right? So I have to, so But will the person that you're sharing this with understand that? Will they understand the market cycles? So all we can do is just say, hey, look, the market cycle's here. Hopefully it's going to get to here, and let them sink their teeth into it.
True. Yeah, you can show historical values where it's always happening again and again and again. But still, I'm not. So I'm a bit like I don't know, like what happens this time, because this time it's like heaven against hell. It feels like a little bit good against evil. There's also some other streamers already said that, but still, for me it's easy because I just think about, hey, what's the right thing to do? Yeah.
Dollar cost average.
What
Not financial
dollar cost average.
Yeah.
Not stopping investing. Yeah. For example, I started investing when it was the all-time high. Like basically, that was pretty much the date when I started, and I lost so much. Yeah. But it doesn't break me down because I know there are market cycles. I learned that, and I know like, hey, you cannot stop investing, especially because what's going on right now. Yeah. The money, there's more and more inflation being pumped into the money. Yeah. You have less and less chances actually to save your ass. And I mean, yeah, then you could bet on the devil, of course. You could like invest in CBDCs or something like that, yeah. But what's that? What future would that be? So I don't want to focus my mind on something like that. I want to focus my mind on a free world, free people that live their dream, yeah, that have the freedom so they can find their potentials, find their passions, and do what's their purpose. And I think like that would be the natural state of humankind, that everyone like would find their purpose. And some people never actually like, they're like a seed, but they never went to a flower because they were always having so much of a burden and so much of a false assumption of what makes them happy. Yeah, you need to do that, and that. Yeah, house, tree, car, and then you're happy. But that's not it. That's not it. I mean, this is important from a financial point of view, at least the house, and maybe the trees is a nice thing if it bears apples.
It's interesting. You brought up purpose, and a lot of people don't have their purpose, and as I shared with you yesterday, my purpose is enlightened consciousness, is to bring enlightenment consciousness to all around me.
Boom, fist bump.
And yeah, and it's like, that's how I again, he and I connected at a spiritual level. And as you become more conscious, as you become more spiritual, as you become more open, your purpose unfolds. Your purpose becomes, it's almost like it's right in front of you. You could ask somebody, hey, what's my purpose? And they're like, your purpose is comedy. Your purpose is spirituality. Your purpose is being a financial planner. Your purpose is, being a photographer, whatever it is,
And the wonderful thing is, there are a lot of people like when you grow up and when you become an adult, people don't know what's their purpose. I didn't know what was my purpose, yeah, and still I'm thinking, hey, should I reinvent my purpose? But the easy thing is, if you don't have a purpose, then that's your fucking purpose, to find your purpose. Easy as that. Yeah. Then try out everything, and don't forget the finances.
Yeah, boy, when you have one thing I wanted to say is, a lot of people, you'll say, what are you going to be when you grow up? What are you going to be when you grow up? What are you going to be right now? What are you going to be right now? Growing up is so far down the road. It's almost like, that that father, mother asking their child what they're going to be when you grow up. Like, what are you going to be right now? Like, why kick the can down the road? Why not just ask yourself, what are you going to be right now? In that current situation, are you going to apologize? Are you going to, are you going to hold yourself accountable? You said you'd be here at 2:00. Where are you? Funny thing, just recently, we're kind of getting off topic, but what the heck,
Yeah,
it's kind of fun. I was in my hotel and Pascal called, and I'm like, StreamYard's not working. Like, I couldn't get StreamYard to work, so I literally ran here. I felt like,
and you didn't even sweat too much, man. You're
not too much. Yeah. I run every day, or not, I run quite a bit. So yeah. Anyway, it's like my commitment was, I said I'd be here at 8:00. Literally, I'm knocking on the door to get in here at 7:57. So what high level of integrity. So the mastermind, that's what the mastermind will help you do too, is it'll help you create more integrity around yourself, more accountability. You'll develop friendships. You'll develop a higher understanding of crypto. You'll you'll get into projects where you didn't know anything about it, but now that somebody knows a ton about it, you know, I'm going to get into this. They've done the research, you know, and you're not relying on a YouTuber that you don't know to cause, you know, that you're like, oh, I think I'll just, you know, I love BitBoy, but you know, you don't just say, oh, if BitBoy says to buy this, you just don't go out and buy it. You research it, do your own research, right? So I find that the mastermind will help you feel more secure in your projects, feel more confident. And, you know, a lot of times you just talk about how you're feeling about what's going on in the market. You know, these times right now can be challenging. You know, they can be counterintuitive. You know, it's when everything's in the shitter, you're like, why I should stay away. And you're like, no, I probably should dollar cost average right now. Beautiful analogy here that I learned being in crypto. I've had a few 100x coins, and I literally have sold on the top. All right. And I sold them because I was feeling euphoric. And last May, I felt like I was going to have my best year ever in real estate. I was like, man, this is amazing. You know, I just by May, and I was like, you know what? I'm feeling euphoric. I'm calling the top. Literally, they ended up raising the interest rates. Things got quiet for a while. I didn't have my best year ever. But my point is that, you know, pay attention to euphoria and pay attention to massive fear, you know, and not financial advice, but you may want to, you know, take action on that. Like I took action when I was feeling euphoric and I got out of some coins. As you know, I learned a bunch of coins in different ecosystems, and I can use all that knowledge in the ecosystem I'm in right now, the RH ecosystem. So, you know, I found being in other ecosystems before I got into the RH ecosystem to be very, very helpful. I don't know where.
I learned everything about crypto from masterminds. I mean, it wasn't called mastermind, but I was traveling with the HEXicans, with the Crypto Sparkbook road trip. So every day I could learn from people. Every time we went to different cities, I talked with more people about HEX. So I could learn all the things from persons, and that's really different than just watching on a screen or reading a book, because the book is written by one specific person for a general audience that is like him. Because you can just like refer to yourself, but the book cannot actually like interact with you and like tell you specifically what to do, because sometimes people are different. But if you talk really with people, then they can also consult you and, hey, what's for your situation probably the best. And sometimes that's wrong, and that's okay. But you can learn from it, and you need to make also these mistakes in order to just learn. But you can also learn from other people's mistakes, and that's a good thing. And that goes with trust. I wonder, maybe there are people outside watching that think, hey, I want to have a mastermind, but how do I do that? Or I don't know anyone in my town, so what would you recommend them?
I'll recommend this. Let me just read what a mastermind is, because we're talking conceptually about it, and you were in a mastermind. I mean, a road mastermind.
Oh yeah,
you were a traveling mastermind.
Mobile mastermind.
Mobile mastermind. That's a coin. Is that a coin or what? Mobile mastermind.
That's fine.
No, if somebody. All right, mobile mastermind. All right, so a mastermind group is a gathering of like-minded people who meet up frequently in small groups to support, encourage, and learn from each other's stories, experiences, and ideas, and hold each other accountable to well-defined goals. So that's what a mastermind is. All right. You may have your own little definition of a mastermind. Even he was trying to define, hey, am I in a mastermind? Yeah, you were in a mastermind.
Yeah.
So create your own little group of people. So what do you do first? Well, pick a time that works for you first, right? Like if you want to talk at 2:00 in the afternoon, get a Zoom channel, get a Zoom account, pay the $15 just to get a Zoom account, set up for the next 8 weeks, like put the structure in place to create a mastermind, to have your master. And that way, if you don't get anybody the first week, you know the clock's ticking because you've got 8 weeks to get this done, to get your Zoom up and running. So then you just get one person. Get someone who's interested or passionate about crypto. Like I'm passionate about, Pascal's passionate about crypto. That's low-hanging fruit. People that are passionate about crypto. Even if it's not like your intention, you create the intention. I created the intention of having an RH ecosystem mastermind. So could that be what you're interested in? Or could it be a subset of that? Could it be the Hedron? Could it be the ICOSA? Could it be the FUX? Could it be the coast? Could it be one of the projects launching on PulseX and Pulse and PulseX, right? Could you create a Pulse mastermind? Could you create a PulseX mastermind? Which, by the way, don't let me forget about sharing about the first and second PulseX meetup in Miami. You were there.
Oh yeah.
So I got to share that. So that's the first thing you do, is you get a couple passionate people involved in it, and then you solidify it. 2-3 weeks go by, 4 weeks go by, and then next thing you know, you find somebody else that's passionate about it. And don't step over anybody. Crypto's a great equalizer. There's people that have their own superpower that you want to be aware of. Like, I've had an economist in there. I've had a financial planner. We've had a trader. We've had a software developer. Like, everybody's got their superpower. So and they're passionate about crypto. So that's what I would say. Those are the first two steps. Create the structure for it, and get one person, and then just begin inviting, and just, it goes on till however long it goes on. Mine seems like it's going to go on for infinity. So it's really, it's just a great group of people. So that's what I would do first, and then just keep going and keep building momentum. And next thing you know, the mastermind takes on a hive mind, takes on a mind of its own, and then you just let it do its thing. Not to like overdo this, but I got to share this while I'm the Pulse meetup. So we had the first PulseX meetup in Miami, and there were, I think, 8 of us at a pizza place, right? And it was everybody from our mastermind. Like 10% of my mastermind came to the Miami conference. We were 10% of the Miami conference. And so I set up a dinner the next night for more people. And I, made a reservation for 15 people at Ocean Prime. And I was like, we need more people to come.
That was awesome. We were crushing it.
It was, well, don't give it away. I got it. Let me finish here. So I end up, I'm sitting there with Bill. Bill and I'm like, man, we got to get more people here. I don't want all of us just talking to each other about the same stuff, because we can talk about it every week, right? I'm like, I want to have a bunch of people there, a bunch of great people. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to set the intention that we have plenty of people show up, right? So Bill and I, off we went to the hotel. I went to the Ocean Prime, had a drink, and 3 people show up, and then 5 people show up, and then 20 people show up, and then 50 people show up. There's over 70 people at Ocean Prime. I had no idea where people were going to sit. I just knew that 15 were sitting at our table. Like, here we go. So my point is, and then Bill and I are toasting at the end, and he's like, well, you set the intention to have plenty of people here. And that was the mastermind. Like, just being able to bounce that idea off Bill at the same time helped the entire mastermind expand. And look what type of event we created as a group. That was amazing. And you can do the same thing in your hometown. You can just throw it out there. We're doing a PulseX meetup. We're doing a Pulse meetup, here on Friday night. Listen, don't worry if anybody shows up. Just set an intention that whoever shows up is going to be great. You might end up having dinner by yourself or with 2 people, and you might meet somebody at the place that wants to know about crypto. Wear your HEX, wear your t-shirts, all that stuff. When we were in Miami, I didn't have my HEX t-shirt on, but a couple of the guys in the group did. We're in the lobby. Next thing you know, more people that know about crypto are coming up to us talking about crypto. So you'll create a mastermind, and people will show up around you at your events as well.
Man, you're bringing something up again, because I was actually starting to do that in Berlin when I came back from the road trip, but then everything crashed and it was a bit hard to get the people motivated. But guys, you can be sure, like, when I'm back to Berlin, I'm going to host this again. I'm going to, push in the WhatsApp, in the Telegram group, and whoever wants to join in Berlin, Germany, shoot me a text for HEX Photographer on Telegram. And one thing you also said that is really important is you need to bring the people together. You want to attract them, and you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. That's an important thing. So how do you get like people that have different skills motivated? How did you get them invested? So you need to think about what's the value we are providing or I'm providing for them as well. And one thing that's really, really easy that you already said, like, okay, let's just put different experts together. And this is already the argument for, hey, that's the value, man. We have different kind of people. We have him. And even if you don't have them yet, that can be your intention in order to advertise it the right way.
Well, and how do you attract smart people? That's a good question. There's a lot of smart people in crypto, and there's a lot of smart people in the RH ecosystem. I mean, Richard's a smart dude. So he attracts smart people. And, for me, shout out to my wife. My wife's really smart. And so that's kind of how I do it. I leverage my wife, and here I am just, attracting cool, smart people. I've been around a smart person for 22 years. It's like, okay. So, so just, like attracts like. So just, you will just be attractive. Go out there and be attractive. Be excited. Be passionate about it, and people will show up.
What can I do now?
What can you do now?
Exactly.
Yep.
Because if you think too much like about the past and the future, you're not living in the now. The future will never come as you think about it. It will always be different. And living in the past is just a waste of life energy, because it already happened. So think, hey, what am I doing right now in order to improve? And to learn something. And that might just be, hey, go on the internet. What is also a really good advice from my side, I met my best friends in my life in different areas, in photography, fashion producer, in self-development, personal development coaches doing mastermind, marketing, and hexicans. All those people, really amazing friends. Also you eventually. Facebook. I hate Facebook, but I love Facebook as well. It's really awesome to connect to people. Those groups are they're really killing it. They are killing it. And I even stopped smoking. I was smoking 20 years, over 1.5 packs. I could not stop anyway what I tried. And I thought, okay, it's time again for Facebook. So I went to Facebook, went to the groups, and I found it. And 1 week later, I stopped smoking since 4 months. Facebook is really awesome to connect to people. Thank you, man.
Yeah, it really is.
But of course, I mean, that will always be in the Hexical community my second guest, because we already have some Telegram groups. We already have some YouTubers with followers. We have a lot of Telegram groups. You can also connect with people.
That's also, you can use a Telegram group for your mastermind as well.
Yes. And also local ones, like for Texas, we have the Texican Hexicon Telegram group.
I like it.
Yeah.
You brought
in there.
You brought
third time Austin.
You brought up a really good thing when you were talking about now, the power of now. You read
Eckhart Tolle's book. I had it in my head, of course, man.
Yeah,
the Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle.
Yep.
One of the best books I read in my life.
It's
being present in the moment. This is huge, and being conscious about everything. Don't live like in an autopilot.
I also read a really great book called Power versus Force, which is kind of the foundation.
Reading this next.
Dr. David Hawkins, Power versus Force. He mapped the universe of consciousness from 0 to 1,000 using kinesiology and muscle testing. Dr. David Hawkins.
Did he also do a book about releasing emotions?
Possibly.
There's the Hawkins method and the Sedona method of releasing.
Well, he lived in Sedona, so they're intersecting here.
Weird.
He's got
intersecting.
truth versus falsehood's another good one.
Awesome.
Matthew Ferry, shout out to Matthew Ferry, my spiritual teacher. I mean, he first got me into Dr. David Hawkins, and his book, Epic Quiet Mind, Epic Life, is a great book as well. It's kind of for the advanced spiritual person, but very, very good. Hawkins,
some notes.
Yeah, Hawkins. Hey, watch the rewatch the live stream. Hawkins is, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of seminars where you can watch Hawkins stuff, and your level of consciousness will go up in a weekend. So, and be ready, because when your consciousness goes up, you're pretty lit up and excited about it. You're like, what happened? Something happened here. And you're just like excited, more and more excited about life.
Oh yes. Yeah. And it always has to do with taking fucking action and do the things you're afraid of. And especially if you're young, Try to do as many different things as possible. Try out everything. Try out fucking everything. Just don't sit at home. Don't watch YouTube all day long. Watch some Hexicans, of course, yeah. But like, take action. Be present.
The perfect game. Whatever's presented to you, do it.
Mm.
Someone says, "Hey,
yes,
do you want to go to a
yeah,
nightclub tonight?"
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I met an awesome friend and had an awesome party. Because I was watching the Yes Man or so, like with what's his movie? The guy who always has to say yes, Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
I was watching the movie, and half an hour later, it rings on my bell. Hey, I'm just moved in. Could you share your Wi-Fi with me? Yes, all right. We became good friends. Really fucking awesome. I had a blast of a time with him.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it was just instantly.
You brought up something else earlier. I was just thinking about this, like in Berlin when you do your thing, and I'll come to Berlin and join you guys.
Fuck yeah, man! Let's do it.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, all right,
Totally.
all right. Oh
Yeah.
man, let's go.
So, is there any questions in the chat?
Where's the chat?
I don't know.
I see the Telegram chat there, but that's not it, huh?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we could talk for hours. I mean, we could
Sticker
pull a Maddie and do a 48-hour live stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, and we have mobile internet. We can even take you to lunch. No.
So just to kind of fill in a little bit more detail, like after I let me think here. I'm trying to think. So going to crypto events is phenomenal. Like we get education so much through YouTube and through Telegram groups and other groups online, but there's nothing better than coming to an event. Like I never would have met Pascal if I hadn't, come to an event. There's a magic about coming to these events. I'm so appreciative that Maddie does this. I remember when he did the first event in Vegas, I think it was, and I was like, I felt left out. Like, oh man, I missed it. Why didn't I? You know what I mean? I'm like, why didn't I go? I should be going. And then when I first went to the March one in 2022, that really blew my mind. And I'll tell you, start to finish, I didn't leave my seat. I mean, I'd get there 2 hours early. I'd meet people and I'd leave 2 hours after the thing. In real estate, I go to seminars all the time. and usually I'm in the event and meet a few people and I'm off, chilling out. But here, you just can't get enough of them. You mean last night we were at Dave and Buster's hanging out for, till I left at 11 o'clock. So it's like you get so absorbed in the group. Everybody in this community has a nugget of something they can share with you. It's like you piece it together and it's like the matrix is all coming into view here. So, I'm just encouraging everybody to come to the events. And it's been really great meeting people at this event too. Just watching people, be excited.
So many
to be
events
around each
are even free.
Yeah. Free events. I mean, and, donation, whatever, give something, you'll put more, you'll be more committed to something, like Richard says, when you pay for something versus getting it for free.
Oh yes. That's so true. That's so true.
So
you don't appreciate it if it's for free.
True.
It's cheap. It's where's the value? I don't see any value if I get it for free. It must be low value. It's just a psychology.
Yeah.
That's why even though you have like a coaching program or so, like you can sell it for 200 or for 2,000, and probably the clients will get better results if you sell it for 2,000, even though the program doesn't differ.
It's funny you say that, because I just learned of somebody who paid $100,000 for a matchmaker.
Whoa, cool.
Hey, I hope it works. And I'm like, I would have sold you my book for $20. That would have helped. It's what, not dissing anything, but I'm just like, that's a $20 versus $100,000. I don't know where I'm going with that, but we're having fun with it anyway. Yeah. So one of the things that I observed yesterday is how engaged the people who are at the conference are. I mean, even when we're watching people in the room live stream from here in their own location, a lot of clapping going on. Going on.
Oh yeah.
It was really cool.
Yes. Yeah, to all the streamers. Yeah, know that, man. The people are clapping downstairs.
Yeah, hats off to all the streamers who've been, this is a marathon, man. And it's you're just because there's not a live audience, just imagine when you say something. Well, you shouldn't imagine it, because then you'd be kind of in your head about how good you were, right? You don't want to do that. You're being applauded for the great stuff and the thoughtful stuff that a lot of people say. So, yeah.
And this time is awesome. I mean, we are in a time right now again, like all this time is, with the things going on, there's so much tension, and that makes this event even more exciting.
Yeah.
And I already can't wait again to go down and meet your Hexicans down there. Also yesterday, like with every minute, with every hour, tension is getting more, vibes are getting better and better. More and more Hexicans are filling the rooms up. It's just awesome.
Yeah, and crypto's not easy to be in. I mean, when you get in at the top and then you're here at the bottom, I was joking when Pulse took a dump the other day. I was kind of thinking there was going to be another leg down, and I was like, I just didn't know it was going to be both legs. So like, whoops. And it's recovered pretty well from what I've seen here in the charts lately. That's the challenge of being in crypto. It's not always pretty, it's not always comfortable.
Yeah. I sometimes also it feels sometimes a little like from the Bible also, like, a lot of things happen, but you stay strong. Yeah. You keep focused on what matters, what's really important. Yeah. And what you believe in, to have a better life, to have a better society. And this is a fucking awesome movement. And it's just easy as that. You just need to check the market cycle. That everything is down. Yeah. So it has, it's not related to HEX or so. And it's still the right thing. So I don't have any doubts at all. Yeah. Even though like the evil mites in the world might win. Yeah. This doesn't change anything for me, because this is the right thing to do. And it's just the best product out there.
Well, and when I share about HEX, PulseX, the entire ecosystem, whatever's in there, I have so much confidence in all the YouTubers out there for this community. Sure, go watch him. Watch. Go watch Maxim. Go watch Sloth. Go watch Axis. Watch Crispy. Corey and Dane. These guys, they've done their research. They know what they're doing, and I have I'm so excited about being able to not only share our community with other people, but they can do their own research for themselves and then make their own conscious choice of whether they want to get in or not. If they want to go to another coin, great. I shared HEX with somebody a while back, and they said, I'm not going to invest in a coin called HEX because it just doesn't sound like, something I want to do. And I was like, I can appreciate that. And I said, I thought I was doing the right thing when I invested in ontology, which is the study of who one's being. The ontology coin, right? I got it. Watched it go up, watched it dump. So it's down 99% of when I bought it. So you can't, the name of a coin, you go based on what is been, underneath everything. And the community is definitely underneath, and that's the other thing. The beauty about our ecosystem is that, there's so many people that I still have coins in my wallet from, a previous lifetime, it seems like, and I can't find any information out about them. I look in Telegram, it's a lot of people complaining about something, I can't get I can't talk to somebody about it. In our ecosystem, you can get on chat. Anybody in a live stream will, happy to answer your question. You can dig deeply into this stuff and get to know a ton about it. Where in other ecosystems, you look and there's 500 people, 1,500 people in their Telegram group, and this is a super educated community, and I'm really, really excited to be involved with it. So yeah.
Even that, like Richard Hart himself is like accessible. Like best example, sticker guy, right? Yeah. yeah, someone that is new to the community jumps on this live stream and just asks the founder, yeah, and he explains everything. Yeah? So the people are responsive, and that's a really awesome thing.
Yeah. Well, and I don't want to leave anybody out. I mean, obviously, Maddie. I've been watching Maddie for since as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
You know, and shout out to him for just, you know, being the fulcrum of the community. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
And shout out to Richard Hart for putting himself on the line. That's not easy.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Richard. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I think Pascal and I are running out of things to share here. We got about 6 minutes left, so we're just going to riff here. What do you want to riff about?
What's the next? What's your next goal? I'm curious. I mean, yeah, you did already, like, you've been very successful in real estate, yeah, and being an entrepreneur.
Yep.
You've been a successful author. So what's your next plan? Do you have any visions for the future?
I do. I want to be a scratch golfer.
Yeah, awesome. I never played golf in my life, man. We got to go.
Yeah.
Let's go in Berlin.
Are there many golf courses there?
Mini golf?
Many.
There are golf courses.
There are. I don't even remember when I was there. I know they were there, but
they're of course, like, they're not in the center of the town. They're a little bit outside.
Yeah. Yeah, I find a lot of enjoyment out of playing golf. My wife really encourages me to go out, and I live pretty close to a golf course, so I'm able to go out and do just 9 holes pretty quickly.
Awesome.
So, you know, I feel like, you know, and I like the practice of it. You know, I like the mastery of just going out and hitting a pitching wedge 100 times and trying to hit, you know, 100, 120 yards with a pitching wedge, just trying to hit a target. So I find that fun, find it relaxing, and, you know, so that's what's next on my plate. Continuing to be in my real estate business, continuing to be in crypto, continuing to get good at golf, and you know, really expanding. How can I put it? Different possibilities in life. I travel quite a bit.
Yeah, me too.
You travel a ton.
Yeah, man, I didn't travel in the last 9 months at all. Like, because I'm back to Berlin. That was for me quite hard, actually. Like, I was flying like a rocket, like having this fucking amazing adventurous life, and bam, there I'm back to Berlin, where I actually didn't want to be, and like that was hard for a while.
I bet.
But of course, like, yeah. You cannot give up, man. You can't just be a phoenix, yeah, and just stand up again. And that's what I did. I kind of like upgraded my life in Berlin.
Well, and you know, Germans travel. I mean, when I worked in Germany, what 4-8 weeks off? You get all this time off. You know.
The Germans work the least in the world, I think. Like, we work 40 hours or so, like, a month, and we have 30 days of holiday. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean.
But I don't feel satisfied by that alone. So I also know, again, like, I need a new project. That's for sure. So I love photographing. And I was thinking, hey, maybe I should stop that and do something else. But I think I will keep on doing that and do something else together, maybe combining it. Yeah, before it was marketing. Also, guys, whenever you do a meetup, of course, and you want some awesome photos, HEX Photographer is your man, for sure. You can always come to me. But I want to do an own project again. So that's what I'm looking at the moment, like finding that. Building my routines a bit better, doing fucking everyday sports. Yeah, don't be a crying girl because it's hot. Yeah, stopping your routines or so. That's something I wanna work on. Like, just becoming more trustable to myself, getting better habits, and again, like, helping people, doing some projects. And it would be awesome to do that with crypto, with HEX. And that's why I'm working on it at the moment, like finding the next purpose again, and see how I can combine the skills with that.
Well, I'm sure somebody will help you reveal that.
Oh yeah, man. I know, bro. Mastermind.
Yeah. You know, that was the other thing. As he was sharing that, I'm like, one of the reasons I created the mastermind was because I didn't want to do this alone. So don't do it alone. Get with people and do. All opportunity exists in people, right? So get out there, take action, get in your mastermind groups, create your mastermind groups, leverage the community, make it broader, make the base broader, make us go higher. And enjoy doing it.
Oh yeah.
Because Pascal, look at Pascal, look at how much fun Pascal and I are having. So we didn't even script this. So get out there and take action.
Oh yeah. Be present. Awesome. Guys, thank you.
Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for having us.
Have a great rest of your end to the bear market.
Oh
and
yeah.
have a great bull market.
Oh yeah. Great bull market.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Right. Thanks, Pascal.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. All right, man.
You guys did a really great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody's got headphones.
Oh, let's see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're a good team, man.
All right. So there's a couple things I need to check here on the computer real quick before we get started with the next panel. But Fashion Coder, you can have a seat here and maybe keep the crowd entertained for a second. Put you on the spot.
Hello.
So there's a survey right now on YouTube. There's a survey asking, what did you think of the Highest of Stakes documentary? Was it a hit or a miss or something that you want to see?
That's a really good question. I personally thought it was amazing. And I got to sit next to you, which was even better. Who could ask for a better person to sit next to during that movie? Yeah, no, it was great. I really enjoyed it, and it was different than what I was expecting. And overall, I was very impressed. What are your thoughts?
Oh my God, I have so many thoughts about the documentary. It was so much fun to see it with you and everybody else in the theater. I mean, it tells a story that I think builds intrigue. It's a compelling story that was compiled during the longest bear market in crypto history. Since the beginning of crypto, it's the longest bear market. And if they could make such a compelling movie with the price only going down the whole time they were studying it, imagine what kind of stories people will be able to tell when they're observing from when the price is low and then it goes up for once.
It's awesome. Yeah, I loved in it that it showed both sides, positive, negatives, and I really felt like that lent it a lot of credibility because it did show both sides. And I'm hoping that there's going to be another one because it was so good.
Yeah. And then we got to go to dinner afterwards and hang out with everybody. That was really fun. I got to pick the brain of one of the people that was working on the documentary the whole time, Evan. And so that was really cool too. I think lots of people are going to have lots to say about the documentary. That's for sure.
Honestly. And it's going to be interesting just to see where things go from right now too, because it's in theaters yesterday and today. And then just there's so much potential that it could grow beyond that.
Yeah. So we've got 150 people watching live, thousands on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out if you would, because this is part 3 of a 42-hour live stream. So far, I've been so impressed with all the speakers, Frank and Pascal, the HEX photographer. They both just went and had an awesome conversation to kick off this 3rd part of the conference. I am just hitting a couple buttons in MetaMask right now because I've been planning something for 4 months, and I think I'm ready to pull the trigger on it. Let's see if the blockchain will do its job of confirming this. But basically, I've been... All right, here, I'll put it this way. So you remember, I think during the documentary last night, Richard was explaining that a lot of really cool inventions happen emergently.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you accidentally invent something cool. HEX, or Richard invented HEX when he was starting off, as he said in the movie, trying to come up with a way to give more value to Bitcoin. And I was trying to give more value to crypto by incorporating people being able to pay themselves to change behavior, which is an entire field of psychology called contingency management. Well, along the way, we discovered a way to undo a hack. And so I finally got the demo ready, and I'm hoping, just like Richard captured the attention of crypto by wearing lots of fashionable things.
Yes.
I'm hoping maybe this, when I release my seed words this morning on Twitter and then talk about it on my live stream, on my talk later today, then it'll give people a chance to really see that I mean what I say when it comes to here's my $10,000 of coins, here's my seed words, and let's see if you can hack me or not. So it looks like everything's in order. So I'm going to go ahead and tweet out those seed words now. And in the meantime, here we go with some outstanding members of the community. We have Ben Dubard and Crypto Stylist. Welcome.
Hi.
Thanks.
It's so exciting to be a part of this. Really well done, Maddie. This is this the third one that you've put together? The second conference for PulseChain?
So this is the second one that's over 40 hours. It's the second one that's related to Pulse, although the last one was not 40 hours. And then it's like the fifth conference I've done, maybe.
Okay. Well, that's really well done. It's incredible. I've been watching it nonstop. I stayed up to like 3 a.m. watching last night.
Awesome.
I got up early and was watching again. And I'm really, hi, Fashion Coder. How have you been?
Oh, so good. So good to see you.
So good to see you too. I'm so jealous that you're there. I really, really wish that I could have physically been there. It would be able, so nice to see everybody, especially in this moment in time. And Ben Dubard, I've been wanting to stream with you forever. So finally, here's our chance.
yeah, it's really cool to meet both you and Fashion Coder. I think it's the first time we've ever talked. And Maddie ALLin, of course, great to see you. I'm excited to see how the tweeting out of the seed phrase goes.
Yeah, well,
Cool.
people can tune in later for that. And I gotta say, I really enjoy catching a live stream whenever any of you guys are on screen. And so I'm looking forward to your freestyle panel here today.
Okay.
So take it away.
All right. Thank you.
Woohoo.
Oh, I feel like this looks very interesting with both the mics. Let's see. Like that.
Can you guys hear
Nice.
me okay? Is my sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds
Yes.
great.
Yep.
Okay. All
Is
right.
mine
really
okay?
Yeah, it's really good. Both of you
Cool.
sound good. Did you guys have a chance to see the very beginning, the kickoff of the conference with Rags and Axis in Walrus?
I didn't.
No.
Okay. I recommend that for anyone who's watching and for you guys who haven't seen it, it was really inspiring. It was really a good way to kick it off with like the right, messaging about, with everything that's happening right now. I think that it's just so fortuitous that we've had this chance to like all get together, whether it be in real life or, via stream, for 42 hours straight, and really kind of come together as a community. And, we're in a moment in time where we have to really push hard against something to get through to the other side. And I think that it was such a good message in that, not only was it inspiring in what we're fighting for, that we know that we're fighting for the right, we're fighting for DeFi, but what was even more interesting, I think, in the way that both Rags and Walrus and they were speaking yesterday in Axis was about the fact that, how do we do it? How do we go about and do it? It's not just going out and screaming and like screaming at people, because we know that we're right and we have our tenets and we have our values. That's very clear to us as a community because we're really tight. But it was like, I think, really incredible for them to really kind of shed light on the fact that we, in talking to members of other communities, because I don't know if you guys have been following the spaces or other streams that have been done with people who are outside of this community, who are quite who have quite a big following, who might not necessarily initially understand what it is that we stand for and what we're fighting for. But the fact is that it's actually when we're speaking with them, not to get frustrated or give up if they don't immediately understand, or if they're not going to go and buy a bunch of HEX or go on to the PulseChain immediately, that we just have to keep, chipping away with our communication and be really, really clear about what it is that we're trying to say and what it is that we stand for. And, it's like, for all of us, anything from a like on a tweet to, streaming in person or meeting with or streaming with a really high profile influencer, they're all important actions. And I think that we as a community have really come together and shown such, I think, incredible solidarity and I think strength. And I'm super proud to be a part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have to go back and watch it. It just sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was apparently people were clapping in the conference room who were watching. And so, I mean, I almost got like a little bit emotional watching it because it was like almost evangelical the way that they were speaking. But yeah, it was really good. Ben, how has your experience been with your onboards who've heard about the situation that we're in with RH and SEC? Has your phone been ringing off the hook? Have your onboards been upset? How have you been handling it?
Not really. I've been fine. Because the people, so my one friend who I got into HEX, we got in at like the same time. He's like a biologist and he's literally always outside of the country, like in the jungle, like hunting lizards. So like he doesn't even know what's going on. He's just like, how is everything? And I'm like, oh, it's fine. And then so with PulseChain, I literally sent people HEX and said, now send it to this address. And they were like, oh, okay. And I sent like a couple $100 to like a bunch of different people. And I don't think they even like remember it or anything, But besides that, I have a cousin who's into like Binance Smart Chain and stuff. I kind of thought maybe he would like tweet at me, or like I thought he would text me and be like, hey, because he's been kind of like texting me about his Binance thing. He's like, look at the chart and all this stuff. But yeah, thankfully, I really haven't had to deal with much. I don't think my family's really kept in the loop with any of it either. None of them really care about crypto. So I don't know, have you had people like blowing your phone up and stuff?
It's not been blowing up, but I've been people who are not into HEX, but who are interested in crypto have been sending me the links to the articles. Like, did you know about this? I'm like, of course I know. Did I know about this? You know what I mean? Like, no, this is brand new. I've never heard about this. No, the SEC is not suing Richard Hart. I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, people who are not into crypto are reaching out to me because it's hit the mainstream media, which means I guess a lot of the narrative, a lot of the discussions have been around the fact that no publicity is bad publicity. So this is really hitting a huge audience worldwide. And the timing of it couldn't be better with the movie coming out, So it's almost like they thought that they were screwing us by ruining the premiere of our movie, when in fact they have shone a light, they've put a light on our community and given it so much more attention and advertising that we couldn't have bought with millions of dollars. So in a way, I'm thankful. In a way, I mean, there's good that's come from this. So, it's I guess all in the way that you look at it. But I have had people who are not into crypto who've reached out and been like, is this true? Because the bad part of this whole situation that we're in is that the optics aren't great, the way that it's being spun in the media, and with all the shopping sprees and et cetera, all the outrage marketing that Richard has done can be really twisted in a way that looks not amazing for somebody who's doesn't know what he was doing and what his strategy was and who he is and what he really stands for. So that's, I think, kind of the challenge right now, is that we have to be louder than ever.
Yeah. What about you, Fashion Coder? Have people like blown up have you had people like bothering you about it, or?
People that I know, like in my life, really haven't. I mean, when it happened, my dad and I are in crypto together, right? So my dad and I are a duo when it comes to that. And so, I mean, my dad and I have been talking about it, but like personally, it doesn't really worry me, but I've had lots of messages from people that follow me of are you scared? Like, what do you think is going to happen? And so I have gotten that, but not really anyone from my personal life, which is kind of surprising because a lot of them are in crypto, but also like they're typically only in crypto to a certain point of they don't really follow anyone else outside of, like me and my family. And so I don't know if they actually know what's going on with that, which I think is okay. Like, it's hopefully something that will eventually pass over. And I mean, it's probably going to take a while to get through that. But as of right now, like, I just have had people that I don't think I've ever actually met reach out to me.
Well, that's good. You'll grow your network. You grow your following, which, by the way, congratulations, Fashion Coder. You have well over 5,000 subs now. I think
Thank you.
That's so good. So quickly. So I'm really, really proud of you. You've done really good work and been very consistent. I think one of the streams in the panels was Gold Key, and you clearly have watched this conference like nonstop. Gold Key and Tanto Nominai. What's his other
Dip Catcher?
Yeah, Dip Catcher.
Yep.
Dip Catcher and Gold Key did a stream in the conference, and they were talking about the kind of where we are now and how are we going to get to the next level. And one of the things that they talked about was the fact that we need to build incredible things on the PulseChain. And what I think is really what I want to say to both you, Fashion Coder, and also Ben, is that I think it's great and I think it's super important that you interview so many people who are building on top of PulseChain and creating projects, because whether they're good projects or bad projects, you're just asking the right questions, and it's up to the audience and who's the viewers to make their own decision whether or not they want to participate in these projects. But we have to help promote these projects so that we can, really encourage more adoption, more visibility, more utility onto the PulseChain. I think that's so important. So I really applaud both of you for doing that. And I hope that you both plan on continuing to interview new entrepreneurs who are building onto PulseChain.
Yeah, thank you. I think we just have such a great community that it's really easy to be able to go out and do things like this because of just how amazing everyone is. And it's really cool just to see how the community comes together. And if I can do a plug about coming live, it motivates you so much to be able to just keep moving forward, because you meet all of these other hexagons, and it's just, seriously, it's so amazing. You feel so motivated, and it is an inspiration to move forward in what you are doing. Because I mean, everyone kind of goes through a burnout period when it does come to things. And if you have ever streamed or done anything on YouTube, like, you 100% understand that there is that burnout period too. But coming in person, like, it just makes a huge difference. And if it's to a conference or if it's to a meetup, like, whoever is watching right now, if you can, go to what you can go to, because it will help you. And you see all of these people and they're so smart and they have all these great ideas. And so it's like, okay, well, what can I do in the community and how can I contribute? And so I think it's a great creative space that if you want to be someone that moves forward in doing something on the chain, go to a live event, because you are going to be inspired like out the wazoo.
Oh, that's really, yeah, I agree. I've went last September to the conference in Vegas where I met you, and it was life-changing. It really was. And just the number of people who, you get to engage with, that you watch, and people who watch you, and just kind of this, you all come together, and it's so different, the level of camaraderie when it's in person. Ben, have you been to any meetups or any like in real life events within the community?
I went to the birthday party in London.
Wait,
but
you
it
were
was
there? Oh, right.
yeah.
There's a picture of you. You posted a picture of you and coffee.
Yeah, but it was kind of different then. I only really watched Quant Gang at that point. So there's a bunch of people there that I was like, hey, those guys look familiar, but I didn't really know who they were. And then the music was really loud. That's not really my scene, to like yell in people's ear and stuff. So I talked to Steph from Staker App. That was cool. I met Crypto Coffee. I met RG3 and Richard Hart. But yeah, so yeah, I want to go to like an actual kind of like meetup where it's like the space is designed for people to talk because there is more like, I don't know, it's more like a club scene. Like, oh, we're here to party and celebrate.
I mean, which is fun, but what's fun about the conferences in Fashion
Right.
Code, I don't know if you agree, is that it goes for a few days. So you can have breakfast, you can talk in
Oh, that's
between, you
cool.
go to events together, and you can go to parties at night. When a party is just a party. I was there, by the way, too, Ben. I didn't.
Oh,
You were
really?
streaming, and I wasn't streaming then, so we probably, wouldn't have even known if we saw each other. But yeah, I was there. It was surreal.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah. Man, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, that was surreal. I mean, Richard Hart was in like the VIP section, and then we had the normal section, and I was in the normal section, and all of a sudden I just like turn around and Richard Hart is like 5 feet away from me.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he was out there just like dancing and like people are in a circle around him and he's like dancing. And I was like, what is going on? I was like, oh my gosh, there he is.
Yeah,
So,
he took pictures, like hundreds of pictures that night. Like he doesn't drink. He was just there for the community and like literally the whole just worked. I think he said hi to everybody there.
yeah.
So
Yeah, he was like super genuine with everyone. I mean, some people would come up and talk in his ear for like a few minutes straight, and he had all these people waiting and he would listen to everything they said. And yeah, it was really cool. And he put his hand on my shoulder. That's right. Richard Hart touched me,
Wow.
gave me, yes, he gave me the blessing of power. But yeah, he touched my shoulder and he said, "Hey."
yeah, no, he's cool. He's cool. I hope he's doing okay. Richard, if you're watching, I hope you're doing okay. I've been thinking about you a lot. And stay strong.
He looked fit. He looked really fit in the
Yeah, he looked
video.
really
So
good. I like black
that's
t-shirt
cool.
Richard. Black t-shirt Richard is like my favorite Richard. I told
Yeah, he
him
was
that
looking
too.
good.
Yeah. I see Westcott in the chat. Hey, Westcott, Drix. Yeah, this is
Nice.
it's morning, right, for you guys? It's afternoon for me, so it's kind of not that.
Oh yeah, I was in bed like 10 minutes before we started. I have to confess.
I love that.
I thought you were a morning person, Ben. You always do the morning coffee, and you do it like super early.
I'm a morning person, but I'm also a night owl. So like I go through these weird cycles where like sometimes I'm up all night and then I sleep late, and then sometimes I'm like getting up really early.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I just like I like the early morning, but I also like late at night.
Yeah.
I go through these cycles, but I will say, last night was the first time someone has said like, "Hey Ben," and I didn't know who they were, and they watched me on YouTube, so that was pretty cool.
It
Yeah.
happens. It'll happen a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
You'll
but
if you
those
go
at
to a
the
meetup, people will come
yeah.
up to you, ask to take their picture with you. They'll know you. They'll talk to you about things you don't remember saying on stream. You're like, oh shit, I said that. Like, okay. It's crazy. Fashion Coder, I'm sure you're getting that a lot this trip, no?
Oh, I always forget what I say, and I'm like, oh, did I say that? That's great.
Do you guys ever have it happen? Have you ever had it happen away from a meetup?
No. No.
One. Okay, this is weird.
Really?
So it was actually on Hinge, the dating app. I had someone be like, "Are you Fashion Coder?" I was like,
No.
"No way."
Oh man.
Oh,
So what'd you do? Did
no.
you just like block?
No, I was like, "Yeah, I actually am." And then this particular guy, he was like, "Oh, I'm not in HEX or PulseChain, but I've just heard of it."
Oh, you need to onboard him.
Oh.
Yeah, and so that was so funny. Yeah, that's the only time though. Has that happened to you ever, Ben, where you've met someone like that you
No,
know?
no. Yeah, I mean, this was just the first time at the movie. But what's cool is all of us did you guys see my tweets about my movie premiere experience last night? Do you know what happened?
No.
There was
So
a riot.
No, at
No,
my
there
theater
wasn't.
in South Carolina,
Oh,
they
okay.
they had the wrong movie. So it was like a movie, but it was like a film of a play, and it was a play about Nazi Germany.
Oh my
And
goodness.
so
I did see your tweet.
so we were all like confused. There's actually a lot of people there. And I was really surprised because it's not a big city. And we all thought maybe this was like the pre-show like advertisement. but then it was like showing like executive producer, like this kind of stuff, like it was the start of a movie, and we were like, what is going on? And yeah, they didn't have the movie, so we just had to like go home.
Oh no.
So I didn't get so I haven't seen it yet, but what's cool is that all the other people who were there were tweeting about it. So now I've linked up with some of these people, and now it looks like I'll be able to do like a local meetup with HEX people in the area, which I didn't have contact with before. So it's like the situation has birthed a beautiful flower, which is potential local meetups with HEX PulseChain people, which I wasn't really sure if there were any around. I assumed there were, but I didn't really know how to reach them. So so there's a positive side, you know, and I still have something to look forward to. I haven't seen it.
Well, that's good. Okay, so what do you guys think? Okay, I want to ask each of you this question. It's a really hard question. How do you think, are you worried? Are you worried about the lawsuit and how that's going to affect PulseChain and adoption and the value, the recovery of the ecosystem?
Ben, I want to hear your opinion.
Okay.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Me first? I think it's like natural to have a little worry because it's like, oh, what if this like is just like a giant flood event that like weighs everything down for a while? But I honestly, my gut feeling, just kind of the overall feeling I have is that it's all going to be fine. I'm just kind of optimistic. I'm curious to see what happens, you know, like because it's weird. Like, you know, I listen in on some of these spaces and they're like, oh, you know, if the DOJ files charges, he's looking at life in prison and like all this stuff. I'm like, what are these people talking about? Like, why they're like jumping like 10 steps ahead. They're like, this could be really bad. And I'm like, what? So and then people are like, is he going to fight it or is he going to settle? I'm like, has he even like responded to? I don't know like what's going on. You know,
he's
like,
going to fight it, or do you think he's going to settle?
I don't know. I think he's going to do probably what's best just because it's Richard Hart. Like he's going to know the right thing to do, you know? He probably has really good advisors.
I would be shocked. I would be shocked beyond belief if he were to settle. Just out of principle, because by settling, you're in essence, people will take that, especially the crypto people who don't root for him, are going to just take that as an admission of guilt. And I know this isn't a criminal case. I know this is civil, but it's going to make him look guilty if he settles, even though if he's doing it to make it go away. I think, and I don't know, I haven't spoken to him, but my gut is that he'll fight just to, because he wants the glorious victory, you know, not just to like quietly make it go away. That's not really his style from what I know about him. So I think he'll fight, which will make it longer, but I think in the end, the victory will be very sweet.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like settling could be something he does too. And it's kind of like 5D chess, as people like to say, where he's like, oh, I'm going to settle. So all the haters are like, look, we knew he was a scammer. But then all the believers are like, oh, we know what's going on. And it's because I feel like that happens a lot, I guess, where it's like, we know it's happening, but other people don't. So if he settled, it'd be like, oh, well, we know. Because like, couldn't it suck if he, I mean, how slow is this stuff? Like if he fought it and it's like a 5-year
it can
drag
take years.
on thing.
It just depends on the lawyers and the whole, you know, how busy and how backed up the system is. But I don't know. I think this is a bigger fight than just HEX and PulseChain and Richard Hart. I mean, this is a fight for DeFi. It really is representing crypto and against this, you know, these globalists who are trying to take over, you know, so and they're operating in a way that's outright unethical and disgusting, if you ask me, and they need to be stopped. And that's why I believe that Richard, knowing him, will do his part and not take the easy way, to do the right thing and to make the change that desperately needs to happen in this space right now. Because if we keep going in that direction, there will be no crypto. There will be no DeFi. Everything will be controlled. The overreach is like beyond, it's beyond unconstitutional. I mean, we might as well not have a constitution the way the government is acting right now. So I think that, I don't know. I just really feel that he's gonna fight just because it means so much to the system and everything that he believes in and everything that he preaches about. Fashion Coder, what do you think?
Absolutely, all of that. I think what's going to happen, I mean, I think it's going to take a while to get through it, right? Anything like this just takes forever. And so I think that's going to take a while. But we saw the dump, right? And then it went back up a little bit, which was great. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens just long term. I don't think that this, though, will affect it overall, because as you look at other lawsuits against different coins, some of them haven't been affected. And I mean, there is a chance that it could be, but my personal prediction is that it may just elongate the process to get where we're expecting to go. And that's okay, because as long as we end up where we want to be, I think it will be okay. But as everyone has seen, like delayed gratification and like with PulseChain and everything taking a while to launch, which is totally fine. Like, you know, I'm a software person. I get that it takes a while to launch different things. I think that we might go through another season that's like this because of just how everyone responds to things like that. So overall, I think we're going to be fine. I personally am not worried about it one bit. I think Richard is going to fight it because, I mean, I don't see him doing anything else. But as of right now, like, I feel like I'm good. I hope everyone else is okay too. Of like, don't stress about it, because there's literally nothing you can personally do about it, right? Like, we're streamers, we do YouTube. Like, there's nothing that we can do about that right now. And so it's something of compartmentalize it, put it somewhere else, and don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, there's 37,000 validators on PulseChain who are, you know, making the system that it all runs, because this blockchain works because of these validators who have nothing to do with Richard. All his own validators, he's all pulled. And, you know, the more the fiat on and off ramp with Stoic on Ox Coast, he did that's live now, which is so exciting, because that was such a huge missing piece. Have you guys seen the OX Coast fiat on and on ramp?
Oh, yes. Did it launch yesterday?
It launched. I signed up today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I signed up, so I'm going to test it. I know that the fiat guys are like, okay, let's vet it to make sure that it's like, you know, that it's everything that we need it to be. And, you know, but if this passes all the tests, then this is huge for us. That's a really, really big thing. But we have to keep building. We have to keep building. We have to keep onboarding. We have to keep educating. We have to keep fighting for what we believe in. And we have to get more people in the system. It's not, we don't have enough people right now. We're too small and we're too insular. And we have to look outward. So in a way, again, looking at like the whole SEC case, has been such an emotional week, and you know, it's an attack, so that never feels good, but it's getting eyes onto our ecosystem, which I think is, you know, really, really important and really positive. If we can take that attention and turn it into good and show them that we're not what they say that we are, I think that's an important part of it right now too.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ben, this is the first time that we have met. When did you start streaming?
My first video, so my channel was April 2022.
Cool.
But then I had like a long break between some of my videos, so I didn't really like start posting really consistently till like August or like September 2022.
Cool.
Yeah. What about you?
I created my channel actually as a vlog channel years ago. And it was named Fashion Coder for my like vlog channel of doing like traveling, because I was big into traveling at the time. And so I posted my first crypto video of February of 2022. And then I really started in March of last year. And then Crypto Stylist was actually one of the first people that I ever like got connected with, and you're so amazing. Like, I hope you know that, and you're just one of my favorite people in the whole community because we are alike in a lot of ways, which I appreciate. But yeah, and so I got started then, and have just been able to
fun stream. I remember I was in LA. It was a really, really fun stream. I enjoyed that very much.
Yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, I started last year.
Cool.
Ben, I found out about you from, I think, did you stream with Coffee, or did he tweet about you? Did he?
Yeah. He tweeted out one of my videos.
Yeah, and then I watched it because of him. He's so great. He's so supportive. You know, he supports all the new streamers. Like when I first started, I literally had like 2 followers on Twitter, like no one cared, whatever, right? And then I was like, "Hey, Crypto Coffee, will you stream with me?" And he's like, "Yep, absolutely. Let me know when and where." I was
cool.
I was like, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
streamed, and it was incredible, and it was a really good stream. And so, but he embraces new people, and I think that that's really great because sometimes, when it comes to being the talent, it can become a little bit competitive and that kind of thing. But I don't really get that in our community. There's no point in it. That's kind of it kind of defeats the purpose of why we're doing it. We're doing it to make the system grow and to get the word out there. So, to be jealous that someone has more subs than you, that's pathetic.
Really
I'm really happy. And Ben, your channel is growing really fast too. You post, I mean, you stream almost every day, don't you?
No. No, I have been lately. I've been
streaming like a lot because you stream in the morning and I can watch you. And so I would join, that's why I would join you live.
Yeah, I go through phases, kind of like Fashion Coder said, where you can get like burnt out, So yeah, the past 2 weeks I did a lot of streams. I had like 3 each week, and I had Coffee on, RH Max, who I see in the chat. Shout out to him. I had Gerardo on like 2 days ago, which was awesome because I used to watch every single video he would do. So, but yeah, Coffee it's a common theme in this community of these bigger subscriber guys like promoting the smaller guys. When I had like 300 subs, Matty ALLin like put me on his channel, basically like put up my channel and was like, "This is a new YouTuber, guys, go check him out." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, Matty ALLin," because I watched him on Quant Gang like all the time and I couldn't believe it. And so it really like motivated me to keep going, because especially when you're starting out with the channel, like, I don't know, it's a grind, because you're not getting many views. And so to have support from someone where I was like, he has 10,000 subscribers and he just talked about me. Oh my gosh. So yeah, it does show like how awesome our community is. And I am always thinking of like trying to pay that forward. So I don't know if any smaller content creators or whatever are out there, like reach out to me. Because I want to pay it forward. I don't think I have much though, honestly. Like I don't know. So
yes,
someone
you do.
come along.
You have a following, you have a voice, you have, a really strong point of view. You're, really easy to listen to. And I think that also you have that thing about you that's very trustworthy. Fashion Coder, you have that too. I'm like, okay, she's honest. That trustworthy. It's a face, like an Asian culture. The face is an honest face. You have that. So, and that's kind of important when you're telling people about, when talking about crypto and money and that kind of thing. So, yeah. Did you guys see BitBoy and kind of his response to the whole SEC Richard Hart?
I didn't.
Case? So do you guys follow BitBoy at all? Is he the biggest? I think he's the biggest crypto influencer.
I think so.
Biggest on YouTube. I know. I don't know about Twitter, but yeah, he's got like over 1 million subs on YouTube, which is pretty great. Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's at 1.45 million. So it's crazy.
So he did a stream that I happened to catch right after the case broke the news, and he talked about the fact that he made this statement and he went on this rant and he was like, for those of you that are cheering for the SEC's case and what they're doing to Richard Hart, he's like, you are the problem. Richard Hart is not the problem. You are the problem, because what they're fighting against is going to eventually affect, it's eventually going to affect everybody in crypto, right? So, he's really, not only is he stood up for Richard and for HEX and this, what we stand for, but he's also really like fighting the fight too. So, and then he did a stream with Corey Costa soon after, and he talked more about it, but he's really engaging with our community. And I think that that's, it couldn't get better than that in terms of influencers being on our side and being really vocal about it. So I encourage everybody to follow him and to retweet that portion of the video. And I retweeted it on my Twitter or X or whatever you call it now. And yeah, we just have to really support these guys who are outside our community too, because they're reaching a lot of people. Because most people on the outside still think that what the SEC is alleging is true. And so we have to keep fighting that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have to go back and watch that because I think I heard something similar. Maybe I saw a clip. I don't know. When you just see so many different things and you don't know where you saw it or like where.
Oh God, that's me. That's this whole like how long has this conference been on? I've watched so much of it. It's sad. It's actually awesome. But it's like kind of all running together.
Yeah, everyone's so great. So it's like, how can you not watch all of it?
I haven't seen the movie. I'm the only one of the three of us. No, Ben, you haven't seen the movie yet either.
No, yeah, I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm in London, so it's coming here, but it's just not here yet.
Oh, good.
I almost went Fashion Coder to Austin, but
Really?
then it was just too expensive, so I ended up not going.
I don't blame you. International travel.
I know it's like the jet lag and all that, super real.
Yeah, even just that. It's sometimes not worth it.
I hate airports. Oh my gosh. It's so unnecessary. And for some reason I get so dehydrated, like in the airport and on the plane. You guys get that?
Oh yeah, it's because the air is really dry and the radiation. It's super bad for you.
Yeah, I just hate it. I hate airports. You like stand in a long line and then it's hot and then you have to take your shoes off and then you have to like grab all your stuff and your socks and you're carrying like all these bins and it's just like, why am I doing this? And these people are like yelling at you. They're like, move.
Look at this. We are getting some really nice comments in the chat. Runesky says, keep fighting the good fight, homies. And then, no. It says here, Vanity Zen says, you guys are pure and not like some femfluencers who only want to be famous. That's really nice. So
I think that's the cool thing about our community is everyone's so supportive, and kind of to go back what we were talking about of, like these like bigger name people in our community that they do support the little guy. And I experienced that firsthand when I first started. I just got adopted into the community. I was like, oh, like I just posted like 2 videos about PulseX and here we are like being on streams and stuff. And it's really cool that everyone is in a spot that they are just like rooting for each other, because if either of you win, like I win. And
Exactly.
if anyone else in our community wins, like we all win. And so we just have the best community. It's amazing.
we really do.
I agree.
Runesky says that Ben also has consistency, which is cool. He's putting in continuous efforts, and that's what we need. And Fashion Coder, that goes for you too. Like you're so consistent. You put up so much content.
It's definitely dwindled a little bit, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks guys in the chat. It's nice of you to say. Lots of great people. RH Max. That's the only guy in the chat that I kind of am upset that he's here in the chat. We just really don't. Me and RH Max really don't get along. That guy.
Oh, whatever. You're
I
just
love Max.
you don't mean that. I've never. Can you imagine someone who's like, I don't like RH Max. He's so difficult. Like, seriously, I'd be like, there's something wrong with you. Are you with the SEC? You must be.
Yeah. What's wrong with you if you don't like him?
Exactly. Okay.
No, yeah, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Love RH Max. So, yeah. So, Man,
Just
so what
keep
a crypto
buying.
stylist, like you do style. I'll have to have both of you on the channel sometime because I'm like, I really want to just learn more about, I don't know, your backgrounds. I'm very curious.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Fashion background mainly I'm a merchant, so I'm on the buying side. So I've always been kind of buying for different businesses of
Whoa.
various sizes. So I've been in this industry for a long time and I've learned a lot from it and I apply a lot of that to crypto. And I've built, a pretty cool network of people. Fashion is cross-section with entertainment, with music, with art. So you can meet some pretty amazing people. That's how I met Richard, is through fashion. And
Oh,
then,
wow.
yeah, yeah. And it's funny, somebody in the chat asked me if I'm wearing a paper bag.
Oh, these uncultured
Offense.
swine.
Yeah.
I'm like, but it's Prada, okay? This is my homage to Richard Hart. It's a Prada dress. It is a dress. It's a little bit, it looks, yeah, I don't know. It's not a paper sack, but it's not tight either.
It's cute. I love it. It looks great on you.
Thank you.
How do you think of this?
Oh.
You can.
Nice.
Would
You
you
look
be
good with
willing to
sunglasses.
purchase these for your? These could be Gucci, right?
Yeah, they could be.
Have you ever seen this concept of only one side of the sunglasses are attached?
No, and what's the reasoning?
It's just fashion, crypto stylist.
Just fashion. Okay.
It's a
And
statement.
who made your shirt then?
This is Juicy Couture, 1990. Italian designer out of Sicily.
With HEX on it.
It's like 14 different things. Okay. That's very cool.
Now this is Dorking Wanderers. So I don't know, like I'm trying to think of how people could get the link, but they're a team in England. They're like I don't know what division, but yeah, it's pretty cool. So I have a white version of this too, but the orange is pretty sweet because it is like,
I like it. It looks like a
HEX
soccer
colors.
jersey. It looks like a soccer
Yeah,
jersey.
yeah,
so
it is a soccer jersey. Yeah.
yeah.
I was lying about the Juicy Couture stuff.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's
Well,
yeah.
that's a good thing to clarify that.
Yeah.
Wait, Greenwall says, I'm not a fashion expert, but black shirt RH is better than Gucci RH. I agree. I like black shirt RH. He looked good. He
Just
looked
it's
lean too. He looked healthy and lean
Yeah.
and much, much healthier. And hopefully he's taking care.
So, Fashion Coder, you've been doing coding like forever, but there's also fashion. So, do you also do like style stuff or?
So I started coding when I was 13. So I learned in one of my classes in junior
Cool.
high. And so definitely took that route. But clothes have like been such a big part of my life. Like my first memory is of a pair of shoes that I had, which is funny. So there's that. And then like I have a photographic memory for all the clothing that I've ever like worn. So like you could ask me what I'm wearing in like at a certain time in my life, and I can tell you like in that moment, that event, that whatever, what I was wearing. So
Oh my gosh.
as a child, and that's the only thing that I have a memory for that. Like I can't remember anything else in that way, but clothes I can. And so yeah, clothing has just always been something that I've loved. And then I mean, I learned how to code, like I said, when I was 13, and I ended up loving that. And I went to college for that, but then decided I didn't really like it as much in the corporate setting. I still like to code, but not corporate coding. And so I ended up taking a step out of that, and now I just work for a tech company. And so yeah,
Cool.
so it's great. I really enjoy what I do, and I did get to work in retail while I was in college, and I loved it. Like I could see myself working at a retail store, but as of right now, just like where I'm at, tech is definitely the better option. It pays better. It has a better schedule. I work remotely, so I can work anywhere, which is really nice. So just for my life right now, that's where I'm at. But who knows? Maybe eventually like I'll move towards that. And I actually did just come out with a clothing line for Fashion Coder.
You did.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So excited with that. So it's Fashion Coder, but it's also like my Crypto Bestie like line, and so everything's themed Crypto Bestie, and then there's like a hint of Fashion Coder in it too. So yeah. So I kind of get to do.
Where can we buy that? Where can we buy your line?
So it's called cryptocompetent.shop. So you can just like search that. And then it's super nice. It's all print on demand. And yeah, so that's the website that you can go to, or you can go to cryptocompetent.com and then that it links to that shop as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Wait, competent, like you're not competent to explain? Okay. Crypto,
and
CRYPTO?
Yep. And then COM. I'm gonna forget how to spell
Yeah, it's
competent.
got COMPETENT.com.
Yep, there we go. Yep.
Okay.
And then you should see a big picture of my face, and then there's a link like in that like beginning description.
Okay, awesome. I put it in the
Oh, thank you.
in the comments so that people can go on it and buy things from your line to support you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So that's been so fun doing that, just being able to go in and design it. And there's so many things that you can like do through the service that I'm doing. I'm like, do I do a backpack? I think I'm the only one that would buy a Fashion Coder backpack. I'm like, that would be so cool. So there's just like so many options of, different things that you can design. And so
Accessories are better than clothes because there's not sizes and you can keep it for longer. It has a longer shelf life. So if you have a backpack in mind, try it because it's a better category to get into.
Yeah.
Than clothes. It's more profitable too.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ben, what do you do with your time outside of crypto?
I have a puppy, a border collie.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So me and my fiance are raising this 9-month-old border collie puppy now. So yes, that's a lot of my time. And then we also have a kitten named Steve. And so Steve and Gracie are their names, and they get along really well. But so I have to walk Gracie. I walk her 5 miles every day, the same loop. Yeah, and I have to. And she still has energy like after that. But what I do is I take her on a loop, but it's through the woods, and I leave my phone at home every single time. And I just walk in the woods and stuff. So that's what I tell people. I don't know. I say this. I feel like I'm always repeating this because I always say this on my channel because I'm trying to tell people like it feels really, really good to just go outside. It takes like an hour and a half to do the walk, to just have no phone and to just be walking in silence. And I just am able to like collect my thoughts and kind of focus on the mission and think about just like, I don't know, everything in life and what's going on. And I feel there's times where like I'm really stressed or just in a bad mood or whatever. And I go on this walk and I come back and I'm like a completely different person. It's kind of crazy. Where I'm like, everything's great. Yeah. I get back and it's like, I'm just like super happy. So yeah, that's a lot of my time. And then me and my fiance, I try to schedule she's a nurse, like ICU nurse. So she does like 12-hour shifts, like 3 days a week or something. So whenever she's not working, I tried not to stream. And then me and her and, the puppy hang out, or me and her go out and do stuff like go to Target, that kind of stuff. I know. Yeah, she will walk through like the skincare section for like hours, and I'm like,
You'll thank her for that in 20 years, Ben. Trust me.
That's true. Yeah. No, but it's nice. And then I had a stream with Dixon Piper, and he was talking about like getting income, because I do one-on-ones. Me and Randy Hilarski are doing a course, but it would be nice to like be making more money, I guess. And I do have time if I could work remotely. So I'm kind of on that path now too, where I'm like, man, if I could find some, and I think I found something. I'm like figuring it out now, but So
do you do liquidity providing at all, or do you not?
Yeah, I do. But it'd be nice to like I do the one-on-ones. I do the course. The course though, we're doing it in October next, and so like it'd be nice if I could do some kind of part-time thing. So I'm kind of looking into that now. And it was Dixon Piper, really awesome guy who came on my channel. You guys have heard of Dixon Piper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But yeah, he was oh no, just gave me some really good advice, and it was a good talk. And I was like, yeah, he's right, because I do have some time sometimes where I'm not dealing with a puppy, or I'm not streaming, or I'm not doing one-on-ones or working on the course, where I'm like, it'd be nice to be making money right now, but I'm not sure, and I can't leave because I got the puppy, because I'm at home with the puppy,
Yeah.
So that's pretty much my free time. I also like the occasional video game.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Do you guys play video games?
No,
don't.
I don't play video games, but I mean, I have a lot of other. I have plenty of ways that I can waste time, so I don't need. It's a good thing that I don't do video games. So I
Yeah.
can, whatever, like online shopping and things like that. It's really bad. Video games
So-
cost less money, so I guess that's good. You guys, I have to bounce in a minute, but before I go, I just wanted to say that I listened to the Twitter Spaces with KDP. She did it a couple of days ago where she broke down kind of like where the ETH went, like where the money went. And she broke it down in such a way that it really actually totally made sense. So I encourage everybody to listen to that so that you're going to get asked that by people who hear about this case, and you can at least either refer them to the Twitter Spaces, or you can, explain it. It's good also to understand. She explains it really, really well. I just feel like we have to arm ourselves with as much knowledge as possible, and so that we can keep representing this community well, and for what we really are, not for what the media is trying to portray us to be. So those are my parting words. And it's so good to see you, Fashion Coder. And Ben,
It's so
let's
good to see
stream
you
for
too.
sure. Again,
Oh, yeah.
I want to stream on your channel. Also with you, Fashion Coder. And to everybody in the chat, thank you so much for being here. I wish you all a wonderful weekend. And I will see you all soon. All right, bye.
Also, thank you so much, Crypto Stylist.
Bye.
Bye.
Well,
Ben, it is us
here we
now.
are. So what do you do in your free time?
Oh, that's a good question. Honestly, I don't even know what to tell you with that. I spend a lot of time with my family. That's probably my number one thing is if I'm not working or working on Fashion Coder or like doing church stuff, like I will be out with my family, with my sisters. So my sisters and I were super close in age. So there's 5 girls and there's 6 years from the oldest to the youngest.
Oh my gosh.
I know. So because of that, we're all very close in age, and so it's been really good. But I feel like I never have a free moment. I have been reading a lot though too, and so maybe that could be something I've been doing in my free time. But yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What
I'm
have
like,
you been reading?
honestly, nothing too exciting. I have been okay. So I read a book called "Suffering Is Never for Nothing." And I cannot remember the lady that wrote it, but her husband, he was a missionary and went to this like tribe in Ecuador, and all of the missionaries that went all got killed. And so all of
God.
these, I know. And so
Jeez.
she talks about the suffering of, she ended up losing 2 husbands to different things, and just like how God used her in her life and stuff. And it was really cool. So, but I've been reading books like that.
That's cool. It's like
Yeah.
inspiring stuff. Yeah, I've been reading this book called The Power of Positive Thinking. Have you heard about
Okay.
that? It's a good
No,
book,
I haven't.
but it kind of ties in like God and like using the strength of God to not like doubt yourself and stuff. It's pretty cool. Cuz I grew up religious and then like fell out of it, and then someone was really like the successful guy does like real estate and stuff. I was like, what books should I read? And he was like, The Power of Positive Thinking. And I was like, okay, well, this guy's like successful and old, and I'd like to have his life one day, because he's got like a yacht. He had like a yacht and like a private
Nice.
plane and stuff. I'm like, huh. So I started reading the book. I'm like, man, this is actually pretty cool. So I've been reading it slow though, because I really want to like take it in. So I've only read the first chapter, and I've just been processing it for a while now, just like keep thinking about it. But it's really cool. just about not doubting. The first chapter, at least so far, is like about not doubting yourself, you know, and squashing thoughts of self-doubt and thinking, you know, like if you do get a thought of self-doubt, you immediately like squash it with the thought of like positive, like, no, I can do it. So I feel like that kind of thinking is kind of lost in the world. Some, you know, I don't know, somewhat these days. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'll have to look up the book. Yeah, it's even just talking about that of, you know, being confident in, I mean, all of us get into thought processes sometimes where it's like, okay, wait, that is not productive for myself. That's not going to help myself. And it's just going to be, you know, more detrimental than not. And so, okay, I'll have to go find that book.
Yeah. And this guy seemed like convinced. He was like, I've thought things and I've been positive about them, and then they happened. And he was like so certain about it. I was like, man, that's crazy. I guess like manifesting. I don't know, but I think we're almost at our end. So I'll have to have you on my channel soon.
Yeah,
'cause
absolutely.
this was really fun. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you too. And actually, we're going to keep talking for a second. So
okay.
if you're okay with
Cool.
that, you can drop
Yeah,
it in too, but we are going to keep talking for just a sec.
Okay.
So what's your course about?
It's called the A to Z crypto course. So I just made a landing page for A2Zcryptocourse.com.
Okay.
And it's TO, not the number 2. If anyone wants to go and put in your email to get updates, but it's basically like, it's literally what it sounds like. You learn a little about a lot. So I explain. The first section is just what is crypto, and then section 2 is what is money, and that kind of ties into why crypto matters. You learn crypto, you're like, okay, cool. Then you learn what is money, and then you're like, oh, now I kind of see. And then I say, then the next section is called the truth exposed, and I show how even in crypto there's a ton of scammers and grifters and fake news everywhere. Like, I show all these influencers who are shilling FTX and all this stuff, and then how they backpedaled once it crashed. And they're like, oh my God, after they were promoting it to everyone, they take no responsibility. There's no accountability. Then we talk about security. So, okay, you want to get involved. Well, here's how to be secure, basic stuff, you know, like I'm not some kind of crazy security guy, but just hardware wallets, seed phrase, what are they, how they work, how to get one set up. Then DeFi. So go through everything in DeFi, explain simply. Then there's avoiding scams. So common scam things in DeFi, like phishing links and people, no one's going to ask for your seed phrase. Tons of examples in that one. It's really long. And then the last one's called the Making Millions, but it's more just teaching people delayed gratification, how that's how you win, how to, you know, don't trade. And then Randy Hilarski is with me on the course, and he's like the freaking wise man with the staff, who like is there, and he has these stories, and he can provide this wisdom that I don't have because he's been in the space for so long. So Sticker Guy, we charged $300 for the first one, and it was like 4 days of course, like it was like 4 to 5 hours a day. We had Dollar Cost Crypto as a special guest on the last day, which was awesome. It was like super duper cool. He's a great guy, super genuine, like just came and did that. That's another example of people in the community with big followings, like promoting people. Like he just came on and did it. And it was like super duper nice of him.
Cool.
So yeah, I think this next, but a lot of people got a really good discount code for the course too. Like we were pretty generous with the discount code for anyone who is like in Randy's Patreon, or mine, which my Patreon kind of sucks. I don't really do much in it, but I shout out to the people who are in there because we have like a Telegram group. But yeah. So this next one we might up it to like 500 a person because I mean, I think you're getting way more. That's really the thing is we want people to feel like they got way more than they paid for, obviously.
Yeah, the value.
And yeah. And we're more like, we both enjoy teaching people this stuff. Like we're both passionate about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we don't want to be like frisking people and, you know, but it's a really good intro to crypto. And this next course, we're going to add, tutorials, like actual tutorials where I'm going to say, okay, everyone, let's like I'm going to walk you through setting up this Trezor now and setting up this MetaMask. And, you know, here's how I'm going to do a swap, and people can actually see it in real time and ask me questions in real time. And if you can't see the course live, you can always see the recordings, because then you get access to like recordings and the written version.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for asking.
Yeah, of course. No, that's super cool. So I'm also creating a course. I already have one course out as well, and it just it's so much work. And so when I hear someone's doing a course, I'm like, oh, you have taken something and you are going to do great, but it just takes so long to get to that point. So
Yeah.
good job.
No,
That's amazing.
yeah, that's nice to hear you can understand that, you know, because it is a lot of work and it's very tedious. And
Mhm.
you know, I had people look over it and be like, oh, change this. Like I had to go back. It's like 600 slides of information. So I have read through it many times, because I'm like, oh, I don't want to have a punctuation error, or well, let me reword this and let me refont
Yes.
size this and crap. And it's just like,
Oh my gosh. Yes.
it's a lot of like tedious stuff. And so the first course was pretty stressful, because I was kind of like, oh God, I hope it goes well. I don't know. It's the first time, but it went perfect. Like it literally was perfect. And everyone who took it, as far as I know, all I heard was good things from the people who took it. And that was amazing. So it felt just like super, super duper awesome to actually do it. So yeah, with your course, I mean, we can talk. I don't know if you want help or brainstorming.
I'll reach out. Yeah. Yesterday, while I was actually watching the conference, I was like, I'm just going to do my entire outline. So I actually finished my entire outline for this next course during the conference yesterday, because I was like, I'm in the crypto mindset. I might as well just do this right now. And so I went through and I have every video that I need to make now and what the title is going to be. And now I'm just gonna move forward in that. But it is that whole thing of, you want to give someone so much value for, you know, what they're getting for paying for your course. And so yeah, and I get the whole tedious thing. Oh my gosh, this course that I launched in June, I think I ended up downloading the PDF 20 times, because I'd read through the 100 pages that it is every single time, and then it'd be like, oh, when I downloaded it like moved this like colon like this much over, so I had to go, oh my goodness. And I'm sure you understand, it's just like, this is insane.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have read my guide that I made so many times, probably at this point 100, and it's 100 pages, and I'm like, it just, you know, you get it.
Yeah, and I think one thing that helped me was giving it to people who I trusted, who I also knew would like actually look through it. Because here's what happened: is I gave it to a couple different people, and all they said was, "It's fantastic, wow!" And then finally, I got this guy, really cool friend of mine, who had his own kind of like business in the crypto space, and he looked over it and he was just shitting on it. He was like, "Oh man," he was not really, but he was like actually like telling me, "Hey, change this, switch this." Yeah. I was like, dude, thank you. You're the first person to actually tell me this thing sucks.
Yeah.
Like I needed this. I needed you to like come in and tell me what was wrong with it, because I knew something was wrong, because everyone's just telling me it's great and it doesn't feel like real, you know. It's like people just want to be nice. They're like, oh, Ben, great job. You know, I know you worked so hard on it, so it's really good. So
yeah,
that was nice to get that. Yeah. Maddie,
how's it going?
It's going good, man. Thanks for putting all this on again. I love coming on the conference. Like I really do. So I appreciate you inviting me and doing all the work to put it on. And also Sticker Guy. Shout out to Sticker Guy, the silent hero.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and he was on with Tom Gillespie at the end of part 2, which was hilarious.
Okay. Oh man.
It was hilarious.
You know, there's sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There's a fantastic conversation between me, Sticker Guy, and Johnny Chaos on my channel. I'll have to find it's in one of the social streams, but it was pretty phenomenal. It was super fun. Johnny Chaos was basically like helping Sticker Guy find the meaning to life, I think was what was happening. It was pretty incredible.
That's great. Well, you guys just did an awesome panel, and so thanks so much for speaking. Where can people find you?
You had Fashion Coder.
So if you're looking me up on social media, it's Fashion Coder 6 on Twitter and Instagram. But if on YouTube, it's just Fashion Coder. And then to find my courses and my clothing line, it's cryptocompetent.com. And Maddie, seriously, thank you so much. This has been so wonderful being here. And everyone does not understand how much work this takes. And Maddie just does it flawlessly. So it's been so fun being here in person. So good
Thanks.
job.
Yeah, so I'm on YouTube with my name here written BENDUBARD, and then Twitter as well. So yeah, and then me and Randy Hilarski have a course, and you can go to A2ZCryptocourse.com, and that's TO, not the number 2. I guess I have to say that every time now. God, yeah, go check out Fashion Coder's stuff, and also Crypto Stylist who's here,
Yes.
and if you and subscribe to Maddie's channel and everything, of course. And Fashion Coder's right. This is definitely a lot of work. Like Maddie, if you've ever done a stream with someone who's on a different time zone, imagine organizing a stream with 50 people or something.
Yeah, 70x the number of time zones.
That makes my head hurt.
Well, it's all worth it because you guys have been doing a great job. So thanks for being here, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Now, as I announced at the beginning of the last panel, it was over a year's worth of work that led to me tweeting out my seed words just a few minutes ago to prove that with Time Pays Me, you can undo a hack. And I wouldn't recommend sharing your seed phrase with anyone ever. And I've got 3 of the biggest brains in PulseChain to bring up here, and I'm gonna ask their opinion on sharing seed phrases here, and then let them take over the panel. So here in studio, we've got David Feeder, the validator himself. You're looking great, David.
Awesome, thank you. How's it going?
Awesome, man. And we've also got here Gamma G4MM4.io.
Gamma. Say the 4 like an A. Gamma.
Right on, Gamma. Welcome. And you're somebody who knows a lot about the infrastructure of Ethereum validators, PulseChain validators, and it seems like you've contributed a lot. And so we're thrilled to have you here in person in Austin as well. Thanks for being here.
Great. I am a contributor.
Hell yeah.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
And also we have RH Maximalist. What's going on?
What's happening, everyone? What's happened? Just got I'm on an undisclosed location. Got some coconut here. Just eating crack the coconut open. Eating that, joining you all for amazing big brain conversation. What's happening?
Awesome. And the 3 of you combined, I think, have helped a lot of people understand what it means to be a validator. So I'm going to let you guys take over. But first of all, I have to ask you, what's up with this idea of me sharing my seed words to $10,000 today?
That's hardcore. I've never seen it.
Not recommended usually.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Highly discouraged.
Well, I'm going to be speaking later today about it, but yeah, you can check out my Twitter if you want to play along. But after this panel, because this is going to be a good one. So without any further ado, I'm going to let you guys take it away.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you.
Usually when I share my seed words, it's via tattoos and stuff, like different people, different bodies, different locations. That's usually the preferred way, I think. David, back me up on this, right?
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. I prefer passphrases and seed words as a nice little cushion, a little buffer for security, separated into 2 physical locations that aren't together, right? You don't travel with them together. You don't store them together. And
what is the passphrase? You just said that word. What is a passphrase? It sounds like 2 words put together, but is it different than a password?
Yeah, a password is how you log into a website. It's a credential. Like, I mean, honestly, you could consider to be like a private key for a crypto wallet is like a password, right? It's your password to get into your account. Now, passphrase, 12, 24-word seed phrase, right? 256, well, 4,048 seed words for seeds, 12, 24, 36, whatever amount generates your account, right? Your account 1, your account 2, account 3. The passphrase is a 25th word that adds a lot of randomness and like 24 words plus a 25th word that will create an entirely different set of accounts. And you have to have both of them or else you don't get access to any of your money because your seeds plus your passphrase is how all those accounts are actually generated. Then they generate the 128-bit addresses of, like, say, Ethereum. You have the seed words, they generate private, public RSA keys, private public keys. The last 40 bits of the public address that's generated as your actual is like the hash of that is the actual address 0x, then a string of numbers. It's actually the last 40, and that's all techno jumbo, whatever. But just keeping your passphrase. And so just imagine that your passphrase is like just a 25th seed word. So it's not actually like people confuse like the MetaMask password, which is how on local storage in your MetaMask in your browser, it encrypts your private key in local storage in your browser, and it's with your password, and then it uses that password to encrypt your private key, and so you can get into your account into your browser. But that's not how your accounts are generated, because they're generated with the 12-word seed word, right? So you don't need the password to generate your accounts. You just need your 12-word seed phrase. And you can take that 12-word seed phrase, move it to a different computer if you lose your password. So it's an encryption mechanism just to get into your MetaMask account, right? It's like a fundamental difference between passwords and passphrases and seed words that you really, really need to understand. Like people who, if you don't understand like the fundamental difference between the three as a user, then you need to watch some videos, right? And then understand like the use case for all three, why they're important, and then how to secure them all. And they should be stored in separate locations, like I said before, like all three of them would be preferable. You don't want to keep your seed words, your passphrase, and your MetaMask password like in your wallet that can get pickpocketed or anything. Although I did see one community member like a year ago say that he felt most secure keeping his 12-word seed phrase like in steel, like we recommend for his treasure or his ledger, like on him, like in his pocket, like while he was at work, like driving around town. I was like, that's a horrible idea. I mean, can you like take your floorboard and like throw it in your floorboard in your house, or get a safe and like don't put it in your living room, don't put it in your bedroom, which is honestly the worst place to put your stuff, is like a safe in a closet in your master bedroom, because that's like the very first place that burglars like look, apparently, from research that I've done. So, think about where you're storing your seed words too. A video that I watched, this is about physical security, which is also important, right? Because once you've secured your stuff digitally, you've taken your seed words off of the internet, right? You've written them down on a piece of paper, and then now they've never been on never a photo, you didn't copy them into a text document saying, I'm good. And then your computer sends them to the cloud automatically. Like I use a Mac. I like Macs, but I understand that anything that goes to the desktop is instantly sent to the cloud. even if I try to stop it, it's just assume that it's instantly in the cloud. And if anybody gets access to your cloud account, they can probably recover anything that's been on your desktop.
Well, you can turn off.
Don't keep your seed words on your computer.
Yeah, you can turn off iCloud too. I mean, that's something I always do. I never
can. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, most people aren't going to do that, and they're going to go, "I'm good. It's only on my local computer." I'm like, "Is it really? Did you go through the 15 steps you need to do to verify that no information's hitting the internet from your local computer?" If I use a Linux, if I install Ubuntu Linux on a computer, a fresh install, there is no online anything. I'm perfectly guaranteed that, like, none of that stuff is going on the internet because I set up the computer. There is no default cloud service like login thing that I'm logging into some service that's automatically sending my data. But with my Mac, I have my iCloud, and then it's on by default, and you have to turn that off. And then I would just recommend, if you have a Mac, and even if you think your iCloud isn't, don't trust that your stuff's not being shared with Apple in any file system, like not your desktop, not your downloads, whatever. Just assume that Apple's going to get your stuff, which only, like, I'm only concerned with that when it comes to like passphrases or passwords or not even passwords, but like oh shit, my son's, I have to decline this one. Boom. My kid's trying to call me. But like seed words, right? You write them down on a piece of paper, and they never go on your phone. They never go on your computer. And don't assume that you're smarter than you think you are, because I know a lot of smart people that have gotten royally screwed because they thought they were so smart that they were like, oh, I don't need to do these basic security measures like write the seed words down because I know how to use my computer. And if I can keep a text document on a computer and I can encrypt it and put it on a USB. And they're like, well, in the time it took you to write that to a text document and then put it to an encrypted USB, was it automatically shared with some cloud service? I don't know. I wouldn't trust that. And I think I know what I'm doing, probably more than average. And I don't trust Apple not to get everything on my computer. So I don't put anything on my computer that I don't want anybody to see, right? And I mean, I could turn off iCloud and everything, but even if I turn it off, I would assume that they have access to my stuff. Just assume the worst case, right? I mean, that's the best case when it comes to seed words anyway, and passphrases and stuff like that. Never put them online ever, right? And then doing the physical security, think about if somebody were to burglarize your house randomly, like they don't even know that you're in crypto, right? This is the thing you got to think about, like the next level. It's like just you're a random house on the street, and then nobody knows, but you got like a Lexus in front of your car. They're like, oh, this guy might have some money. Let me burglarize their house. But then now your hardware wallets are all backed up, but then you have a safe in like your master bedroom closet or whatever. Where's the first place they're going to look? Probably the master bedroom closet. So maybe you want to store that stuff not in like the place that they're most likely to go, because how long does the burglar have in your house before you're aware? I mean, I got security. So probably within 10 minutes, cops are at my front door. But within that 10-minute period, what can they steal? What do I care about? Well, I really don't give a shit about they steal clothes and random stuff, but I sure care about my hardware wallets, my seed words.
This shirt is Burberry, so actually I do care about clothes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you should probably put that into a safe. Maybe you want to, get some, on-site security for that shirt. But most people aren't billionaires doing on-site security that can guard their stuff, right? You go on vacation, you go to work, right? And not everybody, a lot of people are concerned about like, oh, if I'm very flashy, then I'm going to be targeted. I'm like, yes, that's a concern. But then you also got to be concerned about the random act of violence, and you got to also be concerned about the random burglary that happens. And just don't make it easy for them. They probably don't even know that you're in crypto. They don't even know anything about hardware wallets. But then now you just put all your stuff like on your office desk. Like your hardware wallets and your seed words are like laying right on top of your desk. and they just walk in and they just like scoop everything up, and you're like, well, that wasn't very secure, was it? You know, it's a physical security problem.
David, what do you think about only living in an apartment, parking a Toyota Corolla outside the door, and never going on vacation? Is that what you typically do to make sure that your validator doesn't get compromised?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, you need like physical security too. Cameras, dogs, people with tools and freedom seeds and stuff like that. So yeah, you really got to protect them. At least for me anyway, you know. And then as far as like seed word plates, yeah, hide them like real well, like in your like somewhere nobody will ever find them. That's my advice for that, for sure. And then let's talk about validating, right? Because that's why everybody's here to listen to us three, right? So sure. Yeah, let's pivot a little if you guys don't mind. So real quick, we'll just kind of tell the audience what is validating, what are the three of us doing. So PulseChain is obviously a fork of Ethereum, and they're on proof of stake, right? So they have what are called validators. So you basically take your coins and you lock them up on a computer, and then you're mining the blocks and you're processing the transactions, and you get part of the gas fees, right? So that's what Ethereum's doing, and that's what we're doing here on PulseChain. So now the three of us here are kind of our claim to fame is between the three of us gentlemen. You know, Max has pretty much the most videos, right? He's got, how many AMAs did you do? Like 50 shows or 40?
I think we're up to 25. AMA number 25.
Okay, all right. And so because I always tell people, you know, when they want more information, they want to watch something or just kind of get more info, I always point them to your videos. And then Gamma, you've got the Telegram group is where we all hang out, right? In your place where everybody can go there and kind of ask questions. That's more for the guys who are hands-on. If you want to build one of these computers yourself at home, you can talk to us in Telegram. We'll try to help you, but in my opinion, it's hard to help people over Telegram, you know, because we can't really see the screen, and you're just sending us text. So my kind of specialty is I've been actually doing calls with people, getting on Zoom. They screen share their validator with me, and then I just basically walk them through it step by step and really hold their hand.
I've been doing the same thing sometimes.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Yep. So you know, me personally, like I love it. I've always been a crypto miner. You know, I did a little Bitcoin back in the day, Ethereum. I missed out on the master nodes on Dash when I was a younger man, and that's what stuck with me. And that's why I'm here today, and I'm obsessed with validating on PulseChain because I know where it's going to go, right? And what's really cool today is I haven't checked the price today, but you know, yesterday or the day before, you could get one validator, like one stake of 32 million Pulse. What was it, $2,000, right? $2,000.
Yeah.
I saw it at 1,700. It's up from there, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good deal.
I mean, so there's a couple corrections there. I mean, so when you're validating, you send your PLS to a contract, and it actually gets burned. Most people aren't aware of that. And then once your validator keys are active on the network, which takes 2 days, like 18 hours, 1 to 2 days. Let's say 1 to 2 days, and you're actually validating, all the gas fees for all the users is burned by EIP 1559. It's like 100% burned, all the gas fees that are paid. You get tips, the priority fee, and they get the inflation, which is right now it's like 31 PLS per epoch, which is 5.5 minutes, right? 270 epochs per day comes down to like 10,000, 11,000 PLS per day per validator, which is, free money. Like whatever the price is, per validator, I made like 10,000 PLS a day, regardless of the price, which is pretty fantastic.
But Gamma, I saw in the chat like 50 times that everyone here is down 99%. What are you going to do about that?
I'm going to keep my validators, and if we're down 99%, then maybe I can triple the number of validators that I'm running.
Yeah.
So I'm on a mission to double my validator count right now, So if the FUD is massive, then thank you for giving me free, or not free, but cheap PLS, so that I can dollar cost average and I can get more validators. Now, although I don't talk about price, if they're cheaper, then I can get more tokens, more coins, and then I can run more validators to support the network.
There you go.
And then I get more familiar with running a validator. And then I can go, okay, how many validators can you run a machine? Well, let me test that theory. Let's put as many as I possibly can afford on a machine. And I'm not going to tell you how many validators I have, but it's enough that most people can run them all on one machine.
Yeah.
So don't even worry about that.
The theoretical, the most I've still ever seen on one computer is 1,000 stakes, and it works fine.
You can do more than 1,000 though.
Oh, you
depends on your hardware.
Okay.
You can.
Wow.
It's about RAM, CPU.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're not doing 1,000 validators on like a 32 gig bare min machine, but you got like 128 gigs of RAM with an increased amount of CPU.
Okay.
You can run 1,000, you can run 2,000 validators on that.
All
It's
right.
more about bandwidth at that point, which is the problem. So you're gonna hit an issue with peering, and then all those validators are testing, and there's going to be a large amount of those validators that are in the sync committee. And and so the more validators you put on your computer, the more bandwidth, the more packets that have to go back and forth to the network to validate, to attest all these blocks.
Yep.
And it's not a huge amount per validator. It's a very, very small incremental increase in the demand on the server. But when you're talking thousands of validators, not recommended, but you can run 1,000 for sure.
Yeah.
If I've been asked seriously with people who run thousands of validators, and I said, you want to cap it like 1,000. And these are they got like the best hardware in their own private data center, they have a private data center, and they're like, hey, Gamma, you kind of know something about this. Like, how many validators can I put on a machine? I was like, well, what kind of hardware are you running? Oh, you bought the best hardware you can because you're running 1,000 validators. Well, you might want to cap it at 1,000, because when we're in a bull market and there's a huge amount of demand, then that means a huge amount of transactions, and then you're going to be right. It's just limit the load on your computer. But I mean, like a normal person, that's the edge case. That's like a couple people. We're aware of a couple large wallets that are out there that are running a lot of validators, right?
Yep.
And they're doing a really good job.
I would like to see the HTOP screenshot of running 1,000. Just literally, I just want to see how much memory it's using, how much CPU, even the bandwidth, being able to capture that. I would like to see those stats. That would be super fascinating too, to kind of measure these things.
Oh yeah. Last I checked, the CPU was at like 3% utilization. It's just a Core i7. The RAM was I was using 32 gigs of the 64 gigs, so about half the RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll need to check on the bandwidth, but I'll shoot that over to you. I'll get you some stats on that.
I'm running 64 gig with several validators, and sometimes I'm running like 48 gigs of RAM. But I got the cache set at half, which is normally, sometimes it only takes like 20, because Geth will limit the amount of RAM that you actually uses. So you can tell it to use 32 gigs of RAM, but then it'll actually use like 20, right?
It says Go's garbage collection is only 20 gigs, and it limits you down from the 32.
Right.
Yep.
But when you're looking at like on HTOP, then it says an amount, but is that really the amount of active memory that's being used? Probably not.
Yeah.
Especially with Aragon, which is a thing that people need to be aware of. If you use an HTOP and Aragon, you can't believe the RAM usage, because there's some things that happen where it doesn't report accurately. And that's a bug or something to be aware of, which with HTOP and Aragon, the RAM usage that you're seeing when you run it is not the correct RAM usage. So there's the cache and the active memory are different. And so you got to be aware of that.
There's an interesting tweet
program to kind of figure out.
An interesting tweet, I don't know if you guys saw it, about node validators not equal nodes. And the guy I think he
True.
pulled the deposits from the contract, and it was 573
Deposit addresses.
Yeah, deposit addresses. 573 deposits. So you could look at those as nodes, and then but there's 37,000 validators. So I did the quick math, and it was like 65 validators average per node. You know, we know there's more and less, but on average, I thought that was interesting. So there's a lot of people running a lot of validators.
Yeah. I mean, I would not recommend somebody like buy brand new hardware and pay like $5,000 to run like one validator.
Yeah, no.
Like you're going to run 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 validators on that one machine because you need to make it worth your while to actually buy the hardware, run it, have the battery backup, and all the hardware requirement, right? Because like I always reiterate with people is the 32 million PLS that's required to stake per validator isn't a cost because you get that back. It's burned initially, and then when you withdraw, it's reminted.
Yes.
Which is a nuance that most people don't realize. Just like with HEX stakes, HEX is burned, you get T-shares, and then when you end your stake, your T-shares go out the window, right? They get burned or whatever you want to say, and then you get back your principal plus your interest.
Mm-hmm.
With staking, the same thing happens. You burn your 32 million PLS, you get an active validator, and then when you withdraw your validator, you exit your validator, and then you withdraw your PLS, and then it's effectively reminted back into your wallet. And then you probably were withdrawing right over time. So your actual earnings, your inflation that you were getting, the 31 plus, sometimes it's like 1,000 PLS per epoch. Sometimes it's usually 31, 32 right now at the current, 37,000 validator count that we have now. And then you get that money back. So it's actually, I don't consider it to be a cost. So I don't think people should factor it in as a cost of doing business. You're like, because it's like just a deposit. It's like, you still own the PLS. It's still over here. You still have control over it. Nobody else has any control over it. But the cost is your internet. It's your power, the cost of actually buying the equipment, which could be, substantial, or maybe I know of a guy, he got some secondhand server, very good hardware, like $300.
Yeah.
From
data center,
from place that has old enterprise servers, and they, the auctions, hardware auctions and stuff like that.
That's an option.
$200, $300 for a 128 gig server that's a few years old or whatever, but Linux runs on really old machines.
Oh, yeah.
And it runs really well on stuff that like Windows stopped working on 5 years ago, and then you throw Ubuntu on it, and it's like, this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fast.
Yeah. I've done it myself. It's great.
One of the really nice things about this too is, we're using all open source software. So all you got to do is get the hardware, and then Ubuntu's free, PulseChain's free, everything else you just download for free, right? That's all you got to get is the hardware. That's it. That's the first initial investment, and then you need the Pulse, and then you're pretty much up and running. That's really all you need. It's really not too bad, because I've been working with some clients. If you don't know anything about computers, right? If you're really not computer savvy, you're not going to have a good time. You're not going to have fun. It's a little challenging. You got to use the terminal in Linux, the old black and white screen with like the DOS prompts. Like, you really got to get in there. But if you're a little more comfortable, then you can do it yourself. You can do it at home, and it's, I highly recommend it. I recommend anybody who, if you want to get more Pulse and you've already got a bunch of Pulse, especially if you can do, in my opinion, like 10 validator stakes, if you've got 320 million Pulse, to me, that's a really good number, because you get 10 stakes. Each stake earns about $1 a day worth of Pulse. So you're looking at about $300 a month, give or take. And this is the easiest and cheapest mining I've ever done in my life.
I've done Ethereum testnet, like with Prodder, like Guerle Ethereum, for like 2 years before, like the whole time PulseChain was in development. I'm on Ethereum's testnet doing it, and I've ran the math, and 10 validators on Ethereum was my number to make it worthwhile for me to run an Ethereum. PulseChain is so much more affordable. So you could much more affordable to get 10 validators on PulseChain. And I would also say, if you're going to start and you're going to buy hardware, you probably want to, your goal should be maybe 10 validators to make it kind of worthwhile to buy hardware. Now, if you had a computer that you weren't using already, well, that just brought down your cost right there, because you can throw Ubuntu on that thing, even if it's 10 years old. Well, I don't know about 10 years, maybe that's what pushing it, but
Yeah,
it'd be pretty old, right? Yeah, maybe 5. Yeah. And, and then you can run however many you have, and then you can accumulate and you can get more validators over time. But I think 10 is a decent number, honestly.
Me too. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I think especially, I know a lot of you guys are running them at home. I'm known for one of the few running them in the cloud. And yes, PLS prices going down, the ROI, right now. But I am exploring some other cheaper cloud providers right now, which are a little frustrating, but working on that too. But I want to ask, this good problem to have that we may have in the future, who knows, of the prices go up more than where they are now. Now that we've, did the Million X, did all that stuff. What if it cost hundreds of $1,000s to become a validator? Is that, are we hard forking, or like right now, it's more likely the other way of like, hey, we need to make it more expensive to be a validator. It's too affordable right now with the prices. But yeah, in the future, what if prices go up? Is it rock?
Ethereum has like 500,000. Ethereum has like 500,000 validators. I mean, looking at the math with my personal assumptions, like we're maybe 200, and that's like literally like everybody who can be a validator is a validator, and you're talking 200,000 validators, and that's like less than half of what it's even on Ethereum.
Yeah. Well, Ethereum just takes 600.
We're hitting 37,000. We're hitting 37,000, and around 40, 50,000 is like a really good sweet spot for PulseChain, because Ethereum is like 15% validators based on the amount of people who have tokens who could potentially be a validator.
Okay.
15% for in our ecosystem, it's like 40, 50,000. So we're already approaching that now. So that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
And that gives everybody a better ROI, like more PLS per epoch for mining, for validating themselves and earning that income, just like Ethereum proof of work, just like Bitcoin mining, right? And it's triple or quadruple the amount of inflation you're going to get from Ethereum to do the exact same work, because PulseChain is the same mechanism.
Yeah, right? We have like 25% extra fee burning in PulseChain, I think. So we have like even more burn than they do.
Yeah. So the nuance with that one for the audience is you take the amount of inflation that a validator would normally get, because it's the same as Ethereum. Before they get credited it, they get subtracted 50%. Like in the contract, like before it even gets credited to your balance, so it can even go into your wallet, it gets like off the top
burnt,
subtracted 25%, which is the same as like a 25% burn. It's just a nuance there, right? That you don't even see it. So it's not a burn mechanism you can see right on chain, because those tokens like never existed. So it's just 25% easier for us to become net deflationary as opposed to Ethereum as a percentage, because obviously our token, count is a little higher, is like larger and everything.
Yeah. And I think
a slight nuance there.
Launchpad.pulsechain.com, they show that percentage on there. I don't think that takes into account that 25%. So right now it says 17%, but I'm only based on my calculations, we're making like 13 to 14. So
12% depends on depends on what your validator is doing, like 30, 31, 32 PLS per day. So I say 12%, but then it could be more like 13 or higher, because if you're in a sync committee, you get more.
Yes.
And so your validator could be earning like more than the lowest amount. Like the lowest amount that anybody's going to be making in PLS right now in percentage terms is like 12%.
Yep. I proposed to block the other day. Feels amazing, man. Feels amazing. 170x or something like that. Yeah.
Nice. Sometimes, man, the largest block reward I've seen so far, and it wasn't me, it was one of my clients, Dude, it was 1.2 million pulse on a gas fee. That's I think somebody must.
Oh yeah,
have
I've gotten like 60,000.
6,000?
Yeah,
I've seen
60,000. I got 60,000 the first week.
That's a good one. I've seen a quarter. I've gotten myself a 250,000 pulse block, and I've seen a 1.2 million, which I feel like somebody just goofed up in their MetaMask and spent too much gas.
And I haven't. I'm not looking at like every block, so I don't know. But I just noticed that one that first week that was pretty high.
Feels good.
So
yeah,
I'm sure I'm getting every once in a while a decent amount too.
Yeah, just so for people out there in the audience or listening, like your validators randomly, it's your turn to mine a block, right? Or you propose the block, we call it. We don't call it mining, it's proposing. And that's when you stamp your graffiti, which is like a little custom, tag that you put in the block. And then you get the fee recipient reward. Like it's in the block, and that goes directly into your rewards wallet after you hit it. And sometimes when the gas fees are real high on PulseChain, those pay out big. They're awesome. It could be 60,000.
Yeah, you get that's the priority fee.
Yeah.
So if the gas fees are really high, like incredibly high, all that's burned immediately, so that people can be aware of that. But then if gas fees are really high, then people are also going to pay a priority fee that's really high, and then you get that as a validator. Then mine the block, produce the block, whatever, publish the block, you get that priority fee. And that can be quite substantial sometimes, because you talk a couple hundred transactions and they're all paying higher than normal priority fee to try and get their transaction into the block, and then you just pocket all that money. It's a tip for you to do, please, kind sir, add my transaction to your block.
Yep. Bingo.
Yeah, I don't know who else is
them, and you get the fee.
I don't know who else is pointing their priority fees to like a hot wallet or whatever, but I think it's pretty cool to look at it too. And then even I was adding it in my APR. I was like, I think I was measuring 16 or 17%, including the priority fees, because they were much more than I thought they would be. They were like 10% of the earnings was priority. I'm like, what? I thought it'd be like 3% or something like that. People are paying it.
I mean, I'm running mine's on hardware wallets, but then I got my withdrawal go into a hardware wallet, and then I got the priority fee go into a hardware wallet. And I'd have to look and see. I mean, so it's like the bare minimum takes 12%, and then you're getting a couple percentages on top of that. And then sometimes you get this like you won the jackpot and you got like 1 million PLS. And you're like, oh my God, that's so awesome.
Yeah, jackpot.
This transaction go through transactions, go through.
And you're like so happy. Right? You're like, that's 1/32/32 of a validator.
Ching ching. Oh man. And like instantly too.
Yeah, right.
Your wallet. Oh, I love it. I love being a validator. This is the best mining I've ever done in my like whole crypto career. Like we're using the least amount of electricity. If you've got a little nook, it's only using like 30 watts on average. Like it takes nothing. And then even the cost of the stakes. I mean, now they're $2,000, $1,500. Yeah, I mean, Ethereum was less efficient. My electricity bill was crazy. Bitcoin was just as bad, if not worse, way back in the day. Yeah, I'm obsessed. This is my obsession. I love PulseChain validating. It's all I think about. It's all I do now. This is like my full-time job, and I recommend it to everybody who's into PulseChain. Absolutely, you got to try it.
The hardest part about validating is just getting set up. Whichever method. Do you have like RH Max's script, David Feeder's guide, my guide? Like I have a difference between a guide and a script. I think a script is automated. Like you run a command and then it does stuff for you. And then you have a guide that gives you the commands. You have to copy and paste them in. That's a difference. Yep. But like he's got a guide. I have a guide. You have a script. Awesome. Like however, it takes you. And then once you get it set up, you have to monitor it and then look at your effectiveness, which is like, how well are you doing? And then sometimes you got to do some local hardware, like networking. Like myself, I've run validators forever, and my effectiveness was like terrible. And I was like, why is it so bad? Peers were crap. My effectiveness was like an 80%. I was like, what's going on here? Well, I hardlined my validator into my router. Because on testnet, I could run it on Wi-Fi, like no problem. 100% effectiveness, nothing going on. testnet and mainnet, the load on your computer is much different, much higher. The stresses on it are higher. So you can run perfectly fine on testnet. You move to mainnet and find that there's like some issues.
Yeah.
So I had to do port forwarding, which is, if you don't know what that is, it's the peers, like RH Max's validator wants to talk to my computer, connect to me, and it knows my IP address and knows my port. Well, for it to hit my IP address, it's got to be routed through my router to my machine. Well, I have to tell my router that I'm port 30303, which is the port for Geth. When you say IP address, me, port 30303, then it will route to my validator. And then now you're connecting to my validator. And that that increases my peer count because external validators can now connect to me and I can connect to them, hopefully. And so that just immediately I went from 2 peers to like 30, like immediately, just because the external peers could actually connect to me now.
Yes.
And then I connected my like Ethernet cord, right? Validator, hard connected via internet to my router. And then now, because it was hard routed, there was a lot more bandwidth because Wi-Fi isn't as good as like a hard line. And then like instantly just fixed my problems. And I didn't need to do any of that when I was on testnet, but I had to do it on mainnet.
Wow.
But I was like, oh, what are 2 things I haven't done yet? Well, I didn't do those 2 things. So I did it, immediately fixed my problem. And these are things that you don't need to do unless there's an actual problem. So I don't recommend people go through and try and fix things that aren't broken. Wait for there to be a problem. And then you can say, hey, these are my problems. And I can go, okay, well, here's 3 things that work for me. You can try them and see if they work for you. And then some people are like, well, they didn't work for me. I was like, well, then you have something else going on with your network or whatever.
Yes.
And we got to figure that out.
Yep. I completely agree. Yeah. By default, yeah, I don't have people open the ports on their router unless they're running into the same problem with you did with low peer count, low attestations. Exactly. Yep. Because
never need to do it before.
Yeah. And even there was like maybe it was 2 or 3 months ago, Ethereum had a special patch to increase the peers without needing to open your ports, which is pretty cool. So you can be behind a firewall with closed ports, and you should find a couple peers. Now, me personally, I am opening my firewall. I've got the ports coming in, so that way it's tons of connections, and it's working great. One thing I did find out, I've done a little testing recently. I removed it from my, guide, that putting your WAN IP address for the beacon container, where it advertises your your modem IP address from your internet provider. I've actually found that does actually help find more peers. It's true. Now, here's one trick you can do. Most people, they don't, for the folks at home, you got your cable modem from like Comcast. Well, that has an IP address number. Well, that number will change every time you turn off your modem. So there's a website. It's called knowip.com. And you can sign up with those guys for a free account at no cost. And they give you like a .com. And the .com, I found out we can use a DNS host name in our validator script, and it'll always point the .com to your house's IP address or wherever you're hosting. And it works, and it helps you find more peers. So I still owe the world a new video, which I'm going to do as soon as I get back to my home after being here in Austin, like in a couple days. I'm going to do a brand new guide, and I think I'm going to include how to sign up for a no IP account and how to get yourself like a free .com basically, because I think it helps.
I didn't even think about that. You could use DNS for but only caveat with that, you need to keep that up to date, right? When your IP address changes, you need to go change that to make sure it's still pointing to the current one. But you don't need to change it on the validator side because you're using DNS, right?
Correct. And there's even a little piece of software you can download for Windows or Linux that will automatically keep it up to date for you. So you never have to manually touch anything. It just automatically keeps the .com up to date.
Yeah.
Modern world stuff. I don't know.
Every once in a while, I'll have to tell people about no IP.
Yeah.
And then if you have a video on it, then I can direct it to you because I've never used that no IP. So I mean, and I also like in my thing, you can see my address, my email, or not my email, but my website is there. And I will also be doing new videos next week. And I got to really hit up. I probably have a list of 5 or 6 videos I got to do. PulseChain launch, problems with what XYZ. I was on vacation for 2 weeks. Now I'm in the conference, and then I'm going to start hitting it hard, trying to push out some really good content. So that's my Substack website where I have a bunch of educational content that's on fetch reporting, which we can't talk about right now. We don't have time for that. But I'll talk about fetch reporting, which will be out really soon.
We can talk about it for one quick sec. Like, so
yeah. So
soon.
Liquid Loans is developing a fork of Teller, which is price oracles for PulseChain, native to PulseChain for apps to use. Liquid Loans, Power City, whatever. It's an aggregate PulseX. Any exchanges that have assets, you can add any assets on PulseChain to it. You add the price feeds from whatever APIs that are going to be providing the price. Fetch oracles are decentralized network that will aggregate. You can earn fees. Fetch token inflation plus like fees for people need a price feed for whatever reason.
Yep.
And then you can provide it for them and get paid for that.
I'm super bullish.
So that'll be coming out. It's on testnet. Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna be running telereporters. I'll be doing content on it, similar to PulseChain validators. So it's like fetch reporters, PulseChain validators are literally the only thing I'm doing. I think it's enough.
Totally. And I've got a question.
So you know what you get from me. Sure.
Do you think it'll be possible to run a fetch oracle and a PulseChain validator on the same Linux box at the same time?
You can.
Okay.
They don't use the same ports, which would be the only conflict. I don't recommend it because I think a PulseChain validator should only ever be used for a PulseChain validator. Like, and it's also like the similar is like, you don't want to be a PulseChain validator on your work computer, or you want to, you don't want it something where like you have your laptop where you have to take on vacation and like the thing's literally got to sit in the corner, always be on. You check on it like a couple times a day.
Yeah. You're
good to go. And then the fetch reporter should be like, it can, like I'm learning more about it, and I'll learn more about it once it's fully deployed on testnet with rewards and the fees and price feeds, and it's fully live on testnet. But you can run a reporter right now. You can run the client, get it installed, learn how to do it, and then like later on update it, and the network will like come alive. But
I just want to say
that should be like another computer in your house.
Just on that too, yeah, I think more software, more problems. I always tell people use a clean box, only do one thing on at a time. Server, back in the old days, we'd run like database server, mail server, web server on the same machine, and it's like, yes, you can do that, but if anything, you need to reboot because one needs to update or has some problem, or one thing takes the other thing down. Now you're losing PLS too. So it's like, yes, better to separate.
And like here's the thing: if you do it on both,
right.
Teller, you need to reboot your machine for whatever reason because Teller. Now you just put your blockchain validator offline for however long, because if you reboot your blockchain validator, you got to do it in a certain way. Make sure that you're gracefully shutting down so that it'll save the database, so that you're not losing 5 days of data, like blockchain data.
Yeah.
It takes you hours to resync up, and you're losing income, and you're offline. That's not helpful for the network. Now, if there is a problem, and then vice versa, like if you're have a problem with your PulseChain validator, you got to reboot that. Now you brought down your Teller reporter, and now both of them are on the same machine, and like I'm not recommended at all. And it's like, okay,
thank you.
You're creating problems with your Teller reporter. Yeah, you can do it. You can for sure.
But
you can even do a Teller reporter from your house.
We're going to tell everybody no. Yeah. Yep.
No. Yeah.
Teller,
I like to say honestly, technically you can do it and not recommend it at all.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, yeah, let's go with let's not do it then. I'm going to tell everybody we're not going to do it. Let's keep our validators and our oracles separate.
Two nucks.
Perfect. That's
yeah. You get two, and it's a very lightweight infrastructure for telereporting. Like the bare minimum is like 4 gigs of RAM. Being a blockchain validator is like 32 gigs of RAM. Is like the bare minimum I would say is like do it. People were like, well, I can do it on 16 gigs of RAM. I was like, okay, if you can run a blockchain validator on like a G laptop or a G like microwave, then like that's awesome. Not recommended though.
Yeah.
16 gigs of
Everyone wants to
RAM.
do that. They're like,
You
I
can
just want to run
technically
online
do
for
it, but you're going to be a
I'm like,
shitty validator.
wow, do you want to lose? Do you want your attestation to be 60%? Like, why? Just I don't want that.
No,
So
you're going to run out of RAM. You're going to have problems. Just don't do it. It's like there's a few people that want to be experimental. It's like, okay, but you being experimental, don't screw over everybody else who are noobs who are trying to figure out how to do it for the first time. Don't tell them, oh, you can totally do it on 16 gigs of RAM because I was able to do it. Like, okay, were you able to do it at scale with no problem with hundreds of validators or whatever over like a 3-month period? No, I can get it to work on 16 gigs of RAM, but am I recommending that? No, because I wouldn't run my own validator on 16 gigs of RAM. Why would I recommend that?
Yeah, RAM's cheap.
I mean,
it's
I
not
personally
that
want to run 64 gigs of RAM
Yes,
to future-proof my validator for the bull market. So it's like, it's not being used. It's like the utilization is very low on my validator,
yes,
but that's okay because in 2 years from now, my validator is going to run perfectly fine.
Bingo.
Because I've already done the things to make the internet work well. I got a battery backup. I have enough RAM, enough CPU, no problem.
Yep.
I can put as many validators as I want on my machine. And I think in the bull market, when everything is going hopefully very well in 2 years, lots of usage, whatever's going on, great, good to go.
Gamma's calling it here. We need 1 terabyte to run a validator in 2025 because transactions are going to be insane. 1 terabyte of RAM, you're going to need it to process.
Yeah, I mean, you can run 1 terabyte. I've heard that if you put 1 terabyte of RAM on an Aragon node, then it will sync incredibly fast.
Wow. Okay.
Somebody's done that.
That's cool.
I don't know.
That's real cool. Yeah.
Not recommended because that's super expensive.
And
That's not a validator setup. That's like I'm gonna throw the kitchen sink and get an Aragon node synced up as fast as possible for reasons that aren't a validator. But
yeah,
so I was like 32 gigs of RAM.
Since you guys are doing content next week too, I might as well do AMA number 26 or something like that. I think there's some pretty cool stuff to talk about, especially here, like you guys. And I just want to say shout out to Dipslayer too, who has an awesome set of scripts I know a lot of people use too. You know, he's not on the panel today, but he does a lot of really cool work, and appreciate his stuff as well.
Yeah. I will say one thing, okay, and I'll be honest. The scripting is like it's great, but if you don't understand what's happening in the script and you have to troubleshoot new people, you're like, okay, awesome, you were able to get up and running, and then now it's not working. You're losing all your money, and you're freaking out, and you used a script. Well, do you understand like how it functions? That's why I personally like guides, but also guides don't really give you that good of an understanding of what's happening under the hood. So whether you use a guide, whether you use RH Max's script, you really need to understand like what it is doing, right? And you are actually building from source, which I do for my own validator, but my guides are using Docker.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people are having problems with Docker, which isn't even a validator problem. You're using Docker for the first time, which I also had a problem using Docker for the first time because I rather would build from source and then I do system services and I have all that stuff because I've been doing Linux forever and like Docker wasn't a thing that I ever needed to use.
Yeah.
But Docker's awesome for automation and it's awesome for standardization, especially when you're doing guides and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think just one other thing too, I always recommend for people who, before they get started with validating, is if you don't know anything about Linux or command line, go take I tweeted it, like a 10 series tutorial, like 5 or 10 minute increments. Just learn how this stuff works, because if you don't know how to use basic commands, it's going to be very hard for you to do anything on a validator, let alone set one up, whether you have a script or not. So please just take an hour or two to learn about Linux if you don't know much about it before you get into this. But after that, fun stuff indeed.
Sure. I will say one thing. I'm going to be doing more online content. So if you guys want to talk to me about this stuff at any time, like give me a few days heads up, and I'm more than willing to come online and we can just chat about it everyone's eyes can bleed from the tech discussion that we can't get into right now. All about validating all public information, of course.
Well, you guys are certainly, like earning a lot of respect from the entire community by volunteering to educate others. And I think it's part of the reason why PulseChain stands out so much as being decentralized, is everybody's just kind of hanging out and, teaching others, paying it forward and that sort of thing. And so thank you to all of you who have been on this panel.
As Richard says, you do the work. You do the work. I take that shit seriously.
Now,
Hey, if you haven't seen The Highest of Stakes, go watch it. I watched it yesterday. It's a fantastic movie.
yeah,
So good.
I gotta plug it. It's a good movie.
Yeah, please do. And now, where can people find you guys?
So you can find me at validatorstore.com. That's where I've got my tutorials, hardware, cloud hosting. And then I'm just David Feeder on Twitter and David Feeder on YouTube.
Yep, I got my website is right there. Gamma. So just think of the 4 as an A. It's my hacker name. So I thought that was funny. So that's my website. That's my Substack. All my educational material are there. And then my Twitter is at this what's on the screen, G4MM4IO. And then I have a YouTube, but I do live streams on YouTube, but not like that many. It's mostly like commentary, updated news. But most of my really important stuff is on my Substack. You can sign up for free. There's a paid, sign up for a paid subscription. That's awesome. Not required. Everything on there will be free after a couple weeks of it. Like I do a video. It's for my paid subscribers. And then after that, it's free.
Oh, cool.
Right? So you don't have to pay for anything if you don't want to. You can just sign up for free and get it. Like no big deal.
Awesome.
All my stuff is on Twitter at RHMaximus, just the way it sounds, and spelled on the screen, and then RHMax YouTube channel. The guy said I do AMAs and have a lot of content and try to clip as much stuff as I can. And got the script. Go to tinyurl.com/go-validate. tinyurl.com/go-validate. That'll hit the first page of my blog, which is the introduction on validating, how to do the scripts, and it'll point you to the video and tutorial and stuff like that. But these two gentlemen above me, I've learned a lot from their content, and I've been following it for a long time. So they definitely helped me get my head around how to even do this stuff to write a script. So shout out to them for sure. We got a lot of good people working on stuff.
I'm like 130 followers. I'm 130 followers from 5,000 on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter.
All right.
Yeah, I'm like a big round number, man.
And thank you, Maddie,
for that number. A lot of support.
Yes, thanks for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. We'll catch you next time.
Bye, y'all.
Cool. I'll be down in the meeting.
55555. We are out. See you guys.
All right. We're moving right along with this amazing conference. And up next, we've got 2 speakers, Johnny Chaos and Crypto Heartbeat. Welcome.
What's up?
How's it going, Mr. Matz?
What's up, Johnny?
See, plural Matz. See how that works?
Good. You're good. Can I just say something at the top, Maddie?
Sure.
I just want to acknowledge how good David Feeder looks.
I know, right?
He looks so good. I just want to shout out to David Feeder.
I didn't recognize him, man.
Yeah.
Different critter altogether.
Looking healthy and good and not like a Sasquatch.
Well, I'm really looking forward to your guys' talk because you're both beloved personalities in the community, super smart, and have a way of saying things. There's a crowd of people here that have been like clapping and cheering in the conference room for some of the talks that have been going on. And so I think this one will be another great chance for people to be excited about learning from you guys. So thanks for being here, and I'll let you take it away.
And we're from Michigan, Johnny.
We're both from Michigan. Yeah.
There may be something there. There may be something to that.
It's even deeper than that. We were married to our wives on the same day.
Yes, that's right. That is fantastic. How are you doing in the Matrix there? I see that's behind you.
It's a Matrix, man. I'm in the Matrix. Some of this stuff doesn't feel real sometimes. I'll tell you what.
Wow. So what's your take on things right now as far as where we are in the markets and stuff? I mean, I know that there's been a lot passed back and forth. I've kind of watched from the sidelines what's been going on. You're out in the middle of it. Where's your head at?
Deja vu.
Yeah.
I just reposted my diamond video back when you could buy HEX for half a penny, and it applies today. It's literally like it's happening all over again. But this time, instead of unknowns, we've got knowns, like really actual known, possible, achievable levels that we know actually have passed in the past. And if the circumstances are correct, it has the potential to do that again, all over again. Like, not even just rhyme, but literally be able to do it all over again. We did not have near the amount of exposure and awareness and everything that's going on today anywhere close to that when we hit those levels last time. And now we're talking about every hater and their brother is out there advertising for us. Keep up the good work, guys. You go out there and you keep on hating. We'll be at the water cooler while you're doing our work for us. We appreciate you very much. You just keep on hating. And we've got the SEC thing, which I think is actually fantastic. Everyone's scared? No. How is Richard going to make a difference if he can't be heard?
That's right.
How is he ever going to be heard if he doesn't get in front of Congress? If he doesn't get in front of the people? How can he change the crypto space? How can he step into that role? As he liked to say, Satoshi was a bitch. He ran off. And he didn't do a damn thing. And who was out there fighting for Bitcoin and advocating for Bitcoin back then? Richard.
Yep.
And his idea of how he feels that, Satoshi ran away and he stood up for the crypto space. I think now he just basically set up the perfect platform for him to have the ability to speak in front of Congress and really educate them. Actually be in a position of power where he can communicate what scams in crypto really are, because he is probably the foremost educator in crypto scams. And he is the guy that wants to educate people how to stop losing their money. And what better way to do that than to get in front of Congress and talk to the regulators and explain to them how these things do happen. And the only way to get there was to get an invitation, which he wasn't getting.
No.
Until now.
It's an interesting way to get an invitation. Question is, I think if you look at the macro on this, I mean, an SEC lawsuit, something's going to have to happen here. And so, if you think about it being an actual suit, I mean, that'll go through the court system. The question is, will he attract legislative favor, right? Will people say, all right, we want to have people in this room. Are they going to go with the usual suspects and the people that are milquetoast? Or are they going to actually take the risk and say, let's put, Richard Hart, in this committee?
He should be in Gensler's position. He has the experience. Gensler has never even owned crypto, according to him, which I think is bullshit. But on oath, he said he's never even owned crypto. So you've got a guy teaching crypto courses in a college, right?
Right.
Because he's never owned crypto. Isn't that like taking martial arts instructions from somebody who's never been in a fight? How about you get the guy who's been in the industry and is probably the foremost expert in cryptocurrency and what gets people scammed, who built a product intentionally marketed as a scam in order to save people and put them into something wholesome that they can't lose their money on unless they click the wrong buttons on purpose. Right? So, I see this. I see this like this has been a big battle all along, and that's where the stage is, and that's where he has to end up. If he wants to be the best person in crypto, he wants to be the savior of crypto. The only way he's going to do that is if he gets in front of the regulatory committees and has some influence or sway on how things are really actually being done. And then maybe we could get some fair and sensible crypto regulations in place to prevent things like centralized exchanges from bribing politicians for their positions and their seats. bribing politicians to create regulation that benefits them. And once again, just like the banks do, the centralized exchanges want to control your funds. They don't want you to have self-sovereignty. They want to take everything away from you that makes crypto crypto. And if they're going to do that, you might as well just stay in fiat, because it's even worse, because you're putting these people in control and they can just freeze your accounts. They can shut it off just like a bank account. They can stop deposits. They can delist. They can do all this stuff, right? And it's worse. It's worse than banking. There is no reason to go to these things, if that's what it's going to be. So something's got to give.
Yeah. Well, it's poised. It's at a tipping point right now, and I think there's another alternative to that. I mean, that's one of the challenges. Is I think that, what's happening in the world right now, we're really positioned well, and the reason, what I see as most significant here, is a properly decentralized PulseChain, which, I mean, here were the guys, right before us talking about this, is a truly decentralized, not on public cloud PulseChain with a very active community building with infrastructure, right? I know for a fact Richard's not going to compromise his principles. He's not going to be OFAC compliant. He's not going to make deals with centralized exchanges. He's not going to be bribed. He is going to, and he is the only person that I would trust in crypto that actually would not compromise principles for money or for power. He doesn't need to. But that, to me, you think about this, whether or not he makes it, ultimately in front of, a committee, or he's influencing regulations, which, whether he is directly up front doing it or behind the scenes, the fact that the PulseChain exists, and if we can understand how important it is, no other layer one, in my opinion, is going to have the discipline to stay truly decentralized. And you think about this, you can't stop it if it's truly decentralized. No. And it doesn't compromise, and you can't make the PulseChain OFAC compliant. Somebody has to choose to do that.
There's no single point of failure.
Right.
And I get deep into these discussions about points of failure. The Bitcoin community likes to believe that, they're decentralized, and they're not, because you have two companies to control all the mining equipment. Without those mining equipment, you're just a consumer. If you're not able to mine, you are just a consumer. You are a user of the product. You are not part of the network, right? And there's only a couple mining companies that are actually producing coins, and they hold all the coins. And then you have the government on top of that has already confiscated coins, and you can only use Bitcoin through centralized exchanges, which are also choke points. So there is lots of centralization factors and points of failure in Bitcoin. And mining, being physical mining, that is a location that holds a lot of hash rate. That could be EMP'd, that could be seized by the government.
Sure.
That is a physical point of failure that they don't want to acknowledge or recognize, and it's true. And the smaller miners can't compete. So it's not really an open ecosystem for all participants. It's a ecosystem of, here, we've got all the money, buy our shit. That's what it is. And that's not helping the people at all. With PulseChain and now Ethereum is, they've got their own problems too.
Yep.
And I think that with the birth of PulseChain, they're going to be motivated to make some of these corrections that need to be done, because there is a viable product on the market now that is competitive, and competition drives, innovation.
Yep.
And it also drives competition. If you are the only one on the road, that road is yours. You can charge anything you want for people to drive down that road. But if you're not the only option, and there is an equal or better product, people are going to take the alternative. People will even suffer for a little bit of suck to take that other way if it saves them a little bit, right? But on the other spectrum of that, there are those people that will not change their brand no matter what. They'll stick with the devil that they know,
Yep.
And they will not make any changes, and they will suffer for it. But it brings options to people that come in from the outside to decide where they want to start. So whereas we may never convert the Ethereans, we can, with the new on-ramps in place, we could adopt people directly onto our platform, and they don't even have to go over there.
Yep. Well, and you talk about, the haters doing us a service. Well, just think about, the longer term of the PulseChain. If in fact it is properly decentralized and it truly does have this censorship resistance, right? It's not, it's not participating with OFAC or, these other, whatever comes. Just imagine what the existing world is doing in centralizing power. If you look at digital ID and CBDCs, that's the direction. And the more and more, I mean, look at WorldCoin and like, let's stare into this orb and have your,
You mean
your
the one
retina
that's banked by
filled.
all the bankrupt people? The
Yeah.
WorldCoin that is backed by every single person that had a bankrupt platform last cycle, that WorldCoin?
Yeah, that one.
And they want your digital identity on top of that?
Right.
Ooh, geez, sign me up. Get a copy of my eyeball.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing that I think that's what also drives this, right? Is that we're going to be this alternative, and I think in the short term, it's not going to be recognized as how we want it to be recognized. Oh, you're the guys are the greatest and the most decentralized. This is a long play that Richard has seen way ahead of time, and I think we understand it too. Is that as things get more difficult, and as there is more authoritarian heavy hands on people, as there's more digital ID and more CBDCs, and we see that they don't work because they're forcing adoption, smart people will go to the places where they don't have this restriction. And, I think it's incredible that the PulseChain actually exists. And that to me, it's binary. It exists. And if we can work together to make sure we maintain its purity, which I believe Richard will not compromise his principles, because this is how he gets the glory. Whether it's in the short term in front of the SEC or Congress, it's the long term in that this is the only option you people have. Everyone else compromised you and sold you out, and I was here holding the line, and now you actually have a place in which you can do business. The one thing I would like to see, to be honest with you, is cooperation with builders. Is it those that he has trained, right? How do you, because you can't endorse things. And I appreciate the fact that Richard doesn't talk about other projects, but there's a point in which, right, there has to be we need to realize and galvanize ourselves around the fact that, hey, we need these things. So I would love to hear from Richard. Give us an updated list of the things that you want built or you want to see built or you think are necessary to make this the, only truly decentralized option out there, and at least get some more cooperation there. He's under pressure right now, but that's my hope, is that we all see what's actually at stake here. This isn't like arguing about HEX. No. This is the future of DeFi in the world, and I don't see anyone else that's going to stick to their guns like Richard.
Well, the thing is, as builders are going to be focused on builders, he's looking at this more from a political landscape. Okay, I don't think he's all that worried or concerned about who's going to build on PulseChain and what they're going to build on PulseChain or how they're going to make it better by building stuff on it. What I believe he has been working on this whole entire time is to expose the chinks in the armor, to expose how this stuff that's decentralized is actually centralized, and how things like Uniswap can take their front end and delist stuff, and that's not crypto. Right. And what Richard, is back in the day, the libertarian cypherpunk drive, where this is supposed to be decentralized, this is supposed to be censorship resistant. You're not supposed to be able to shut it off. You're not supposed to be able to delist it. You're supposed to be able to, have freedom to transact between individuals. You're supposed to have these things, and the rules and laws and regulations want to force everything within the choke points or centralized point of failures where they can control it. And they've already gotten their mitts into most of this stuff already, and people are just still chanting the same old crypto principles. But in reality, you've got, ERCs and stuff still have like 90% owned in the top 100 wallets. We are the only ones that have been open and transparent about things. And that open and transparency is actually punished because people are not willing to accept that. They're not willing to accept the reality. They're stuck and they're locked in these footholds of dogmas of what they believe will work. If the system is built correctly, it's not a matter of whether or not Richard is going to support or promote or say this project is good or not.
Yep.
It's a matter of whether or not this is the only functional system that has those attributes that people are looking for, which is that censorship resistant, which is that immutability, which is that freedom to transact, that decentralization where it doesn't have a single point of failure. When there's nowhere else to go, you go where you're going to go where it's best.
Yep.
So,
yeah, I agree. And, you know, I do think we're at this point right now where if you look at the long-term future of crypto's not going anywhere, right? BlackRock's in.
Yep.
So
BlackRock's in.
If no one's going anywhere, and let's say we're at 4 to 5% adoption, you know, there have been people who speculated that the crypto market will be the size of the bond market or real estate market. Those are $200 trillion market cap, you know, asset classes. If in fact crypto becomes that, let's say in 20 years, we're talking kind of a 200x from here, you know, on the total market cap. If that kind of growth happens and we have the necessary infrastructure built out on the PulseChain, we will stand on an island our own. And this whole shining city on a hill, you know, it's like there are these small kind of wins and you take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. At the end of the day, I think the glory, and I'm really thankful that, you know, we get through this movie and, you know, Richard's, you know, testimony about that guy died and this is a new, you know, I think the real
that guy
glory,
never existed.
yeah,
That
that's
was
what,
a
but
character.
I'm surprised he said he died.
That
That
was
is
a
actually
character that
interesting.
was designed in order to do exactly what is happening now, which everybody is talking about Richard Hart on Twitter, whether they love him, hate him, or not. Y'all just got trumped.
Yep.
He's got
Oh yeah.
national news coverage. He's got everybody bragging, saying, "Oh, you're going to go to jail." Let me tell you a little something. Richard Hart's got more than $12 million in his damn sock drawer.
Yep.
This little SEC thing, it's a civil suit. The best they can do is $12 million. And their case is so weak that a first-year law student can get that thrown out in the first 30 minutes. That's how weak their case is. They saw the character that Richard created.
Yep.
They said, "Oh, we got this guy. Look at this. We got this guy. Look at this sucker spending all his people's money." They have no record, no proof of the transactions. We have all the records. We have all the proof that the money never moved.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you've got saying misappropriation of funds. HEX is not a fund.
Right.
It never was a fund. It was a token machine. You went to Chuck E. Cheese, you put your dollar in, you got your tokens. That dollar in that machine, that belongs to Chuck E. Cheese. It doesn't belong to you. You got your tokens. You want your money back, you sell your tokens. It was a product.
Yep.
It was never a fund. You can't misappropriate funds if there was never a fund to misappropriate.
Right.
It's his money. It'd be no different than somebody saying, "Hey, Johnny, you can't buy a car with the mask that you sold. You can't do that." "Oh, I can't? I can't. The government has the right to tell me how I can spend my money?" "Oh, wait, yeah, they do. It's called CBDCs. That's coming soon. Don't worry. They'll tell you how to spend your money."
Yep. Yeah. Well, you remember, I'm gonna throw back to old school Detroit. Remember the Dream Team back in the day? Remember when Rodman came on to the Dream Team back in the 80s? And
Oh, so you're talking sports to me now, man.
Sports. Okay. Well, you got to at least know about back-to-back, the bad boys of Detroit back in the Pistons days. And I'll tell you what, I'm losing you. Come on,
I do
Johnny.
not do sports, man.
Okay, so here's what happened.
I know the names because of sports
Sure.
cards, because they're collectibles.
I'm going to bring it into the modern pop culture. Dennis Rodman came in and he was just a tough guy, you know, down on the post. He ended up dating Madonna, back in the day. And as soon as he was a normal basketball player, he was tough and he was good. He could get a lot of rebounds. He started dating Madonna and basically she trained him. Guess what happened to Dennis Rodman after that? He was a normal kind of basketball. He became this crazy character. And of course, now, Kim Jong-un was so big of a fan of his. But it's the same thing Lady Gaga did. She was a boring girl who could sing.
Mhm.
And this is what Richard Hart has done here. He's done the same thing. He's taken the page out of the book that Trump did, Lady Gaga did, that Madonna did back in the day, is that you have to draw people off sides. You have to get people to notice you. And that's been effective. And I agree with you. And now here's the opportunity. Is Richard going to have the audience with the right people and be taken seriously?
They can't sue him without
Yeah.
putting him in front of the right people.
Well,
They cannot sue him. If they're going to sue him, they're putting him in front of the right people that need to be educated.
No, true. But the question is this: you know how this is. It's like this Trump derangement syndrome.
Mhm.
There are people I know very well that I consider to be reasonable people, and there is absolutely nothing Donald Trump can do. I mean, they so viscerally hate him that they will suspend all reality. And that's why it's a derangement syndrome. The same thing is true here. But to your point, I mean, we're going through, this is a court related thing right now, right? The solution to this crypto issue is ultimately legislative. And I want what you want. I want Richard Hart to be upfront, being able to educate people. The big question is, will he get that audience in the short run? It doesn't really matter if he does or not. I'd love to see him up there, especially in his black t-shirt.
This has nothing to do with crypto. This has to do with Richard having the ability to change the whole space.
Yes.
To help people, to keep people from getting scammed. And
Yep.
I see Hope Ariana here. Please, it's not a simple case. Yes, it is that simple. There was no misappropriation of funds because there was never a fund. Number one. Number two, he never spent any of fund money, even though it wasn't a fund money. It was actually his money. And if he did spend it, it wouldn't matter. If you say no expectations of work, the money that he spent, dollar for dollar, got more advertisement than anything else. And as a business, you could define that as cost spent. And not only that, he offered to donate his cars to charity after he was done with them, like a prop. You think people do not buy stuff for promotions?
All the time.
All companies buy stuff for promotions in order to draw attention to their company. They do Lambo giveaways. They do all kinds of stuff. They give
the diamond.
cruises.
Yeah. The diamond's it's not called the Richard Hart diamond. It's called the HEX diamond.
HEX.com diamond.
Yeah.
And because of that diamond, I can prove to you that he got 100 articles, 100 international articles for $3 million. How many articles did he get from donating $27 million to charity? One. So he tried it. He tried it the right way. He could not find advertisers that would take his money. They would not take his money.
Right.
They'll advertise crypto.com. They would advertise this. They would advertise that. He found a way around the gatekeeping.
Yep.
And he used that money, and that money, his own money, he used for marketing to gain attention and brand awareness. And that can be very much proven in court. Even if it wasn't his money, it can be proven in court that money was used for marketing and it was effective.
Do you think he will?
Extremely effective.
Yeah, I think I know the answer to this, but do you think he's going to fight it or is he going to settle?
Now, so here's where I'm at with this. I'm going to be pissed as hell if he doesn't go into that courtroom and start knocking people out.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Because if he doesn't go in that courtroom and knock people out and he just pays the tab and lets it go, like he did with his little stupid, because it ain't worth his time. Because $12 million is not worth Richard's time. Let's be straight here. $12 million is not worth his time. The guy had more Bitcoin than Sailor, and he sold the top. Okay? That's where his money comes from. That's where his extra money comes from. He had more Bitcoin than Sailor, and he sold the top. Okay? Yep. Go do your own damn chain analysis. I ain't doxing shit, but that's the fact. And people can go, no, that isn't true. Bullshit. Look it up. Okay? So I want to see him go in there and knock people out, because he did. He called Satoshi a bitch for walking away while he was there fighting, right? Okay. So Richard has given every indication. Look, Richard could have quit at HEX.
He could have.
He didn't have to make Pulse.
That's right.
He could have walked away right then and there, guys. I'm sorry. The gas fees are high. I'm done. At that point in time, he had not sold his Bitcoin, guys, at the top. All of the Bitcoin that he's held from 2012, he had not sold. Those wallets were dormant. You can also see where they got split out the 9999 so that they wouldn't get hit with the silly whale penalty back in the day if you were following the tracking. So the point that I'm making here is the people that are running around saying that Richard dumped on our heads are the ones that were cheering for $100,000 Bitcoin, which allowed him to sell his Bitcoin at $65,000.
Yeah.
They bought those cars. They bought those watches because that was his money in Bitcoin. Hex hasn't moved.
Yep. Well, you know what's really cool about this? I think now you see the 4D chess that he plays, right? I think a lot of people after the PulseChain was launched were speculating, hey, why isn't the SAC money coming in for liquidity and all this? And now
It's
you
not
look
your
at this.
money.
It's not your money, for one, right? But there has been. But what's so great about that is the fact that that hasn't moved, right? And the fact that this has come to pass. It's a beautiful story because you're absolutely right. It's like, all right, show me the receipts. And it's gonna be interesting. The question is, will that be widely and publicly known? The resolution of this stuff. But
that's
will
why
we see?
That's why he has to drag it out.
Yeah.
So he has to drag this out as long as possible. Okay. So people are like, and this sucks for us because that means no streams, no whatever. He has to make them come looking for him.
Yeah.
He has to make them come dragging him out, making a big spectacle of it, because that is what's going to have the most impact, because they're going to be celebrating. We got him. We got him. We got him. We got him. You have to have that celebration. Like right now, everyone's going, we got him because of the SEC thing. He has to drag this out as long as possible so that when they do drag him in the court and he smashes it, there's shock and awe. That's what has to be done. Paying it, making it go away, that's easy.
Yep.
But you know what? It would also have been easy to walk away from HEX and say those gas fees are Vitalik's problem. My product works. You go take it up with him. He didn't have to make a PulseChain. He didn't have to make a PulseX. In fact, when he made testnet, you got zero value tokens. Honestly, you got zero value tokens. That's all that was for. Sacrifice, freedom of speech, new network. He never said it had to be live.
Yeah,
He never said it had to be bridged into any money. But
that's a
guess
good point.
what?
That's a good point.
Guess what? Then we
got
got an exchange on top of that. Okay. Why? Because it was minimal viable product. He could have got away with just a test net. He could have got away without just making a mainnet, without even making a bridge and saying, well, that's someone else's problem. Eventually someone will make a bridge. That's not my problem. I don't got to do that.
Yep.
Right? He didn't have to do any of these things.
He could have gotten away with doing nothing. People
got their tokens dropped to him on a V1, a V2, a V2B, a V3, and is it V4?
Mainnet?
Mainnet is V4. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got free airdrops of tokens, zero value tokens 4 times.
That's a really good point.
As being part of that sacrifice set, which is what you sacrificed for, was to be part of that set that may get tokens airdropped to it, right?
Yep.
You got free Pulse Doge, free Poor Pleb, free whatever, okay? So there was all these different free airdrops as a result of your sacrifice, which was basically paying your dues to be part of a group that qualified for future airdrops. You did get your airdrops. And you know what? You got your money back, because at any point in time, you could have sold it back and got all your money back. So if you chose to hold and you didn't sell, well, that's because you chose to hold. If you chose to sell, you got your money back. You don't get to stick around for the gains. Nobody owes you nothing. Richard is not buying his own product back from you. And Richard's not selling the product. The product was distributed. And the only way to get the product is to buy it from somebody else who is willing to sell it to you. Richard's not selling his.
Right.
And on chain, you can see it's not being sold. Okay. So you're not buying anything from Richard. He's not selling you anything. You are buying on the open market. So he's like in violation of absolutely freaking nothing. It's like totally blaming somebody who designed a hammer because some idiot takes the hammer and goes cracks somebody in the head with it.
Yep. Yep. Drop the mic, Johnny. No, this is a very unique time we live in, and you know, so many people that come or feel like they've come late to crypto. This is just getting good. That's how I see it. And to me, to be in this ecosystem, that was really the point. If you're somebody who's listened to all of Richard Hart's streams and such, the thing that has been so compelling to me is the fact that here's a guy who has principles but has also a vision for a vertically aligned ecosystem. And if you don't know what that is, folks, you need to realize, you know, the store of value in HEX, but the really big thing, right, that enables all this ecosystem to work is this layer one. There's talk of wallets, there's talk of privacy tokens, there's talk of all sorts of different things, wallets. And, you know, when you see that full stack where you can actually get fiat in and out, and ultimately we, you know, would see this as potentially a replacement or makes CBDCs unnecessary. But imagine you end up in a future where there's two systems. There's one that is, you know, digital ID and CBDCs. And on the other hand, you have a place where you can actually transact without all of that tracking, without having to have the government's wallet.
You have to have an alternative system.
You have to. You have to.
You cannot, you know, you cannot live in a world where everybody knows everything and they have the ability to shut you off. Right. You cannot exist in that world. There has to be an alternative. Alternatives are not going to go away. If one thing fails, something else is going to pop up because this is necessary. We need this for our freedoms. And that's where Richard stands. He knows how important this is. This is about freedom here. And when people say, well, I sacrifice for freedom of speech, well, you know what? You're getting your money out of Richard, because Richard has been hitting this road for a very, very, very long time. And if you donated to a politician, here's another thing, right? That was a political statement. If the politician doesn't win, do you get your money back?
Nope.
Nope. So now you need to understand, Richard is more of a politician than anything. He is our representative of this crypto space for all the things that we hold dear. And those things are what? Decentralization, self-sovereignty, self-custody, right? The right to transact, the freedom of movement. This is political. Richard is moving into the political scape. And the only way to get an invitation to dinner was to pull the D. Snyder trick. Now, you familiar with D. Snyder speaking before Congress?
No, go ahead.
Talk sports. We're going to talk rock stars now.
Let's do it.
Everybody, what you need to do is you need to Google D. Snyder goes before Congress. And I'll give you a quick summary of that story. And the story goes, he showed up in his full rock gear, full makeup, frizzy hair, leather, spikes, buckles, and he walked into Congress, and they're like, oh, we got this guy. We're going to bust his balls. And he destroyed them. Richard's not just pulling a playbook out of there. He's pulling the D. Snyder playbook, and they're going to get D'd again too. So that's going to be pretty funny.
There's so many different meanings to that. Oh, that's so awesome, Johnny. Well, this is, you know, one of the cool things that I've, you know, seen is, you know, whatever Hexicans face, there's something so unique here. When you have gone through this gauntlet and you've seen so much, I mean, I look at the early guys like you and, you know, all the people that were right there at the beginning, you know, you guys, this is in a way nothing compared to what you guys dealt with at the beginning, right? You didn't have this big force, and now we've got all of these folks. You know, I think we're going to really attract, as this proceeds, we're going to really attract those purist, you know, libertarian-minded people. And the more
because
and
they
more,
lost that. They lost their way.
They did. They totally did. And it's not about, see, the thing that I look at from a messaging standpoint, you don't have to love HEX, and you don't have to love Richard Hart to be on board. You have to realize what's at stake, because in my opinion, and of course I think about these things from a really macro level, you know, those that want to consolidate power, those are the ones who want to control. And to me, there are evil forces in this world. And the question is, what are we going to stand for? And to have somebody, you're right, he's an advocate, but he's also a representative of the people. And that's why I love that this shift, that now he's going to have this opportunity, I think, to really, truly represent the people. And that's where the glory is.
He wants to be the best man in crypto. The only way to do that is to actually change
Yeah.
policies, and how people really view crypto. He will not get to be the best man in crypto if he doesn't get in front of Congress, if he's not able to have the power to make the changes and be that hero of the crypto space that is much needed in this big void of people that are nothing but sheer degen gamblers and scam artists.
Yep.
We need someone to represent the positivity of the crypto space, how it can impact people's lives and benefit them. And, you know, the freedom that goes with it, why crypto was invented to begin with, and stop letting them institutionalize the shit out of it. All of these so-called libertarians now are praying, begging, and just please, please, BlackRock, buy my bags.
Yep.
That's what they're doing. They don't care. They've lost it all. It's all about the money. It's not about the glory. It's not about the idealisms. It's not about any financial sovereignty or independent or freedom or nothing. All it is please pump my bags so I can make more money. That's all they want.
And you know what's great about it, Johnny, is that they're exposing themselves for who they really are.
Absolutely.
And to me, I like to know who the enemy is. And when you see people compromising like MetaMask and Uniswap, they're just showing it. In a way, it's the exposure, right? In a way, what's great about transparency is we're shining the light, right? And the things that happen in darkness do not like the light. They do not want to be exposed. And that's one of the amazing things about what Richard's doing. He's creating a scenario in which we all are going to be able to expose people for what their real motivations are. And to your point, you said it just a second ago, I thought it was fantastic, is, you know, all great movies, right? We're on the heels of the highest stakes movie. Every movie is about a guy who wants something. What does Richard Hart want? He wants the glory. And we have this idea of what that glory looks like. But here's the thing I think is important.
You don't understand his level of glory.
How do you define glory? And when you think about this, you know, I've seen some amazing things in, you know, very remote areas of the Philippines, and to see how people are struggling, right? And I look across the world and I go, the measurement of glory, in my opinion, is how many people's lives you have made better. And this is such an asymmetric win for people in crypto that, you know, he may not get the congressional glory. He may not have the BlackRock guy on his knees kissing his ring. But here's the thing. I think actually this type of glory is way, way more true value and benefit, is when people, their lives are changed. And he literally sets the captives free, because people are in debt and consumer slavery. And this is literally, there's one side of it that wants to get you more dependent. I mean, the only way CBDCs are going to make it into, that are actually going to be adopted, is when there's a really difficult, the next, you know, pandemic, the next issue, where they're going to say the only way that you get your stimulus money is by having a government wallet. And that they will have you right where they want you. And that's the beauty. You got to pay attention. It's not about just pay attention to Richard Hart. Pay attention to freedom, sovereignty, self-custody, censorship resistant, no counterparty risk, hold your own keys. This is it. And if you don't realize that's the battle.
It's the same thing with the welfare system. You know, you've got people in welfare system where they get X amount of benefits, and then if they take a job, they lose those benefits. So it's kind of a pigeonholed control position where you have a dependency on the government, because if you take a job, you'll be making less money than if you just stayed home. So they want to force you or lull you into submissiveness by putting you in that position and punishing you for trying to better your situation. And that's what they do. And that's this is CBDCs are going to be UBI, and it's going to be, you know, if you start making more money, well, we're going to cut back your UBI benefits. So you might as well just sit there like a land sloth and never improve yourself, because we're going to punish you for trying to better yourself. If you're going to try to better your education, we're going to punish you for that. If you're going to, you know, that's what it's all about. It's about control.
It is.
So this is why this is so important. This is not, look, yes, guys, I get it. Everybody wants price go up, but this is deeper than that. Richard doesn't give a shit if price goes up. He does not ever need to sell a single HEX. He never needs to sell a single Pulse. He has enough money that he could spend $6 million a week and not even blink. Okay. So actually, it's way, way more than that, but you wouldn't believe me. The point being that you need somebody that cannot be bought, that doesn't give a shit whether he gets another zero in his bank account, and is out on a mission to prove a point. And Richard's point has always been, I'm the best man in crypto. I bust my ass to save people from scams. I want to make a difference. My cup is full. I want to make others happy. And I'm not saying this like a cult guy. I'm saying this is his mission. This is what, if you can buy anything that you want till you get the point of bored buying shit. You're literally bored buying. What do you do with your life? And what does Richard want more than anything else? It's very simple. He wants to be loved.
Yeah.
Don't you want to be loved?
Amen. Yep. No, you're absolutely right. And you realize that these are really fundamental things. And that's one of the things we like to see in, the flawed hero, right? All of us are flawed. And what I love about this community, in this theme of kind of a pirate, so many people like to see the underdog win, right? They want to cheer and root for the underdog. But what people don't realize is that in that crucible, which is the pain and difficulty and scammer stuff and lawsuits and all these things, it galvanizes, actually strengthens this community way more. Because I look at what happened before the SEC, just this one thing, and there's been many of them, but the way people were fighting before this, and then you're like, no, this is getting really serious. It's going to get really serious. You mentioned UBI, right? Universal basic income is the goal, right? So what do they do with fear? Fearful on climate change, fearful on AI taking over your jobs, fearful of, whatever the boogeyman is. And this is the playbook of Marxism. This is how you do it. And if you don't fall for that, well, you have to have an alternative. Where do good people go? And where is the place where people go? I believe that this globalist agenda is actually failing. And there's some pretty key evidence
because we have the ability to build alternatives. So that's where it goes wrong. What they're trying to do is they're trying to trying to regulate us out of being able to build alternatives.
Yep.
And trying to regulate the alternatives that already exist.
Yep.
So they've already got their hooks in really, really deep into the alternatives that already exist. You've got the government owning a very large slice of the Bitcoin. You've got limited miners. You've got all the limited stuff I was talking about earlier. They've got their hooks deep. You've got the ETFs. They're going to tame Bitcoin. And, you've got Ethereum being centralized control and their, what's the word for it? The validators?
Nodes?
The inferior validators are being controlled. What's the consensus?
Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, they're government regulated validators that control the majority of the system. But so that's what they're doing. So if they've already got a control, so something like HEX and PulseChain come along, something with 37,000 validators, none of which are Richard. Richard could go to jail tomorrow, guys, and guess what? PulseChain still works.
Yep.
Guess what? HEX still works. And one more thing I want to throw out, because I know we're running out of time here, is when people say, well, what if the OA gets confiscated? Guess what? It can't.
Yep.
It can't. In its design, it can't, because it can redistribute to the community and have zero. Here you go. Here's your OA wallet with nothing in it. Enjoy. Yep. Nothing else has that ability. It's got a dead man switch. People don't know that. I don't know if we should share stuff because it seems like we get punished to hell for transparency.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Well, you don't want to give if you don't think that the folks who are gathering information aren't watching these things, you're sadly mistaken.
Oh, I'm sure they are. So it's basically got a dead man switch. It's true decentralization, right? Now, we could get into total topics, but the reason we've been hidden from CoinMarketCap and we've been repressed on page 3, because this was a threat from the beginning. The reason why there were 20 videos on launch day of HEX, everybody telling everybody not to look, is because they knew it was an existential threat. The reason why we get the hate and the level and visceral that we get is because it's changing. Wherever there's innovation, there's resistance.
Yep.
When you're at the most cutting edge of innovation, you're going to find the most naysayers, the most village idiots that become a footnote in your history, because they're going to be there with their little pitchforks going, it'll never work. You know why? Because they don't have the ability to make things work. And they are jealous as hell when they make an attempt and they fail, or they're not even motivated enough to even try. So of course they don't understand how something like this can happen, right? The Wright brothers got into bar fights over people telling them they'll never fly. Okay, so this is what happens, man. Whenever there's anything sufficiently innovative that really changes, people are change resistance. They fight, they fight, they fear what they don't understand, and they attack what they fear. And that's just how it goes. And their brains shut off because they just can't comprehend. They gotta stay in this level of homeostasis where everything's just fine the way they believe it is, and they don't want to change their realities or update their worldviews because that would be too difficult. They might have to rethink the rest of their life's existence if something could come along and change their whole environment the way they've always had it been, you know?
Yeah. Well, and you know, what I've found is those that are centralized planners, those that are, you know, they often, well, pretty much 100% of the time overplay their hand. Right. And so it's interesting, you know, in judo, you use somebody's weight against them. And Richard is the greatest judo master because
we just use the whole, there is nobody not talking about Richard right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's,
so guys, I understand. Yes. Outrage is cringe. Richard told you point blank. Yes. I'm dressing like a clown. I'm doing things that I don't want to do, people. I'm spending money I don't want to spend. You know what? I hate to tell you this. Richard doesn't like to spend money.
He doesn't.
He is a cheap ass.
The proof of that.
Why he spent the money? Because it was a way to advertise. It was a way to go around the gatekeeping advertising. HEX has had absolutely nothing but gatekeeping. We've had nothing but gatekeeping in this community for all of this time. We have more engagement than any other crypto show out there. We have more influencers than anybody else out there. We get the most engagement, the most intelligent conversations, the most knowledge out of anybody else in this space because everybody else is a paid shill reading from a script, selling you a coin that's going to go down tomorrow, and they know it. And people are learning. They are listening. Our views are going up. They're understanding that there are people that are here that know what's going on. We're not salesmen. We're talking about the technology. We're talking about the development. We're talking about things they don't understand, and it scares the living hell out of them.
Tell us how you really feel, Johnny. I love it, dude. I love it. And that's the passion too, right? You know, you think about this. Everyone that's in this ecosystem is volunteering their time. What makes you want to do this? You know, when you've got somebody who, you know, is running a marketing department, right? That's the beauty of decentralization. And Richard said it so many times. It's you that does the work. You want to see something done, go do it.
Do it.
And that's the beauty of this is it empowers people. And you think about who are the wealth producers in the world. In a way, what Richard just said is be a wealth producer. Go create value. I'm going to create this infrastructure. You have an opportunity to create some value. The nice thing about that, Johnny, is what you're communicating is opportunity. It's for people to understand what's at stake and to say, what role do you want to play in this next level of opportunity and realize
because it's coming, whether you're ready or not.
Right. It's coming. And what I love about it too is you're representing something beyond a man. You're representing something beyond a ticker or a coin. This is something so fundamental to the world because the economic order is changing. And those that are being threatened, right? Look at fiat, right? Fiat is, you know, this idea of economics that has been, you know, this.
Didn't you like when Congress says, "Oh well, they say they accuse us of printing money out of thin air"? Maybe we do, but we're the U.S. government. Oh, that makes it okay.
That does, right. No, and it's so fractional reserve banking, for example, yeah. its end is nigh. And one of the things that is so exciting about this is the opportunity to take that place. And I think that there's some things that are going to work in our favor. Not only on one end, you've got CBDCs and digital IDs and that fear of people going, hey, I literally, you know, you have too many cars, your house has too many bedrooms. We're going to come in and we're going to restrict your UBI or whatever. I just encourage you, you know, when I look at kind of the big story, right? This big story of there's a warning of a beast that has a mark. It has something that you're going to be attracted to.
Careful going down that road.
I go down that
Hex
road all the time.
666, buddy.
No, I go down that road all the time. And if you think about it, what is this? What's this idea of having something that limits you from buying and selling? Let's just keep it really practical. You don't have to believe in the spiritual side of things. But if you think about it, is it possible that in the near future, there would be a scenario where you adopt something that is regulated whether you can buy or sell? Well, look at China right now. If you don't have a green barcode, you are not allowed to buy or sell or to move. And so this is the thing, to think that what we're supporting by being on this stream, by liking, by subscribing, by doing the things, by streaming, whatever it may be, you're contributing to the promotion of freedom and sovereignty for people. And to me, it has to have something like that, or it's just hype. It's just hype. And this has galvanized us to recognize the fact that this battle is way bigger than just, hey, let's get behind Richard. I was on my first time I got to sit with Richard and ask him a question. He said, and I loved it, he goes, I don't even like buying bottled water.
Right.
He said that. Like,
cheap,
I do
man.
not
He's
like
cheap.
buying bottled water. Isn't that crazy that a guy that you think, and a lot of people think is just, living in the lap of luxury, when he came over and put it in his mom's bidet, dude, that was so awesome. It's regular blue collar people. And that's why I love it. Because Johnny, you and I mean, I grew up blue collar. My dad worked in a factory for $7 an hour. And it's like, come on, these are my people, regular people having an opportunity and even foothold in a footing with BlackRock, right? That's the beauty of decentralized finances. The guys might have more money, but they don't have favor. They cannot control the system. And that's been the MO of everyone in this last century. This is a complete shift in the economic order. And we are the defenders of that. This truly is the resistance, but it's peaceful. And that's what I love about it. We have power here, folks. We have authority.
We're just choosing to seek alternative means to keep competition honest.
Right.
Because the government is not honest. They can print as much as they want. They've got an inflation bug, man. They can print as much as they want. They've got pre-allocations. They can give their money to VCs. There's no tracking it. There's no records. They lose money all the damn time. They freeze your accounts, lock you out of your funds, and then make you work for it while they just hand it out to their buddies. That ain't right.
Yeah. Well, think about this. Think about this, Johnny. Let's say you're somebody overseas, right? Like you're in the UK or you're in Asia or Australia, right? The SEC is a US jurisdiction. Yep. And you've had let's just think about how much value has been erased by the action of the SEC, right? And you think about, law. If you look at damages have to be proven, right? The issues is where
like when Gensler just dropped that red candle on us by posting that unsupported alleged allegations.
Yeah.
And he did more damage to the market by that's 200,000 users that just lost half their market cap as a result of actions taken out of context by the SEC without any sort of supporting evidence.
Yep.
So it's like you're guilty till proven innocent.
If this was a publicly traded company, there would be a class action suit over this. That you would not, if regulators came in and did this type of thing and killed it for people that are outside of the US, there's damages. And, that's not, we don't play that game, right? We're not in that. We are actually separate, but there are real damages. Freddie quotes, Crypty girl, what's up?
I like the idea of what happens if everybody goes and files a small claims court against the SEC and Gary Gensler. Costs you about $14. Hey, Gary, you know
how to do that, don't you, Johnny?
It's pretty easy to do, man. Well, no, what I did did not. That's different than small claims court. I had to have because when you go up against a corporation, but individually you can sue anybody anytime for any amount of money.
Yeah,
for about 14. Well, last I checked, it was $14. It's been a while.
What's up, Crypty?
Hey guys,
it's so good to see you.
Conversation right here sounds pretty affordable for filing in the small claims court.
No, you just go down to your local office and talk to the magistrate and say, I would like to file a claim in small claims court. All you have to do is have the information, and you could have him served directly in his own office because that's public information.
Nice.
Imagine how that would be if all these guys
10,000
just started
lawsuits.
walking in to serve Gary.
10,000 lawsuits. Well, you know what? And damages can be proved.
Yep.
And you
Yeah.
can sue him within your jurisdiction, which means you can make him come to your state, or he loses by default, which is what happened to Richard. Was he was sued in Washington, D.C. for spam, and it was better to just write a check, say, pay this guy off for small claims court and be done with it, than to travel to Washington, D.C. to prove that, these allegations were, it just wasn't worth the time.
Danny.
It's a singer.
What's up?
It's the
Hey, what's up,
voice.
guys? Hey,
What's
Freddie.
good? How are you?
Hey, doing fantastic, guys.
We're about to get kicked out of here, Matt. Well, thank
Yeah.
you guys for a wonderful conversation.
Yeah. Johnny, always good to visit with you, my friend.
Till next time, guys.
All right.
Thank you. You guys rock. And here we're going to have Danny the singer. He's going to say a special word to the people who are here in person and online. And then I'm super excited to hear from Crypty Girl and Freddie Quotes.
Sweet. Well, looking forward to the performance.
Absolutely.
Hey, so just wanted to say a quick word here. Actually, everybody that's out there that's watching live, watching this recorded, we are here. There's a group here. I'm not sure exactly how many folks are in the conference room right now, but just wanted to just kind of put a word of encouragement out there to support these type of events. We don't, it may be difficult for you to get across the country. Hey, understand it. It's a challenge, but there's such a value, I think, in getting together. In some ways, if you had a chance to watch the film, they talk about us as being a cult. Well, yeah, cults they have to meet, right? So we have to meet now. No, but you're coming alongside, brothers in arms in many cases, right? Because we're going up against a lot of things. We're going up against the narrative of society in some cases, of the society, the financial system. All right, that's one thing we're going up against. Well, hey, yeah, we have each other online, but it's also nice to literally rub elbows, hook arms. It's not a matter of, I just want to meet this YouTuber. It's also just spending a little bit of time visiting with each other. There's folks there in the group. They just want to tell each other stories. Hey, here's my situation. Here's my story. Maybe they need someone. Maybe they need encouragement. And if they're just sitting there at a screen in front of their house, watching other people all over the country, they can't really connect from their side of that, right? And really kind of maybe even get some advice. There's someone here that is in a position, for example, that she's kind of struggling. She's like, I don't know what to do. I don't even know who to talk to. From a security standpoint, where do I go, right? So she's she loves HEX. She's done something with HEX. She loves it, but she's like, what do I do? And I could even see the emotion in her eyes. You can't get that on a live stream. You're just sitting there watching somebody. Maybe watch Papa B for 6 hours, and maybe you can figure it out. But it's like actually getting to meet someone that can share. And obviously, there's things that we all have to be considerate of. Operational security. You're still not giving out any private information. Keep all that minimal or zero. But being able to see someone, see the red in their eye, see the genuineness, you can't get that through watching a live stream. And I love technology. I love that we can do this constantly in all these streams. But just want to encourage folks to meet. Now, maybe you didn't come, to PulseCon this year, Pulse Conference. Find what's going on in your local area. Right.
There are 40 meetups happening tonight at Regal Cinemas across the United States.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah, and it doesn't have anything to do with me, but it's the documentary. And so, thanks for sharing, the genuineness and the energy of people coming together. We hope that other people are finding, the same positive vibes all across the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so back to your point on having the meetups today, you missed this, go find them. Now the other piece of that is that remember that in many cases they've sold the theaters out. So if a theater is sold out, you may still try to reach out to those folks because they may say, hey, yeah, it's sold out, but that's because we bought 10 extra tickets or because I bought 4 extra tickets. So just because you can't get a ticket today doesn't mean you can't go necessarily. Reach out and find out if they have some extra tickets for you there. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So thanks to Freddie Quotes and Crypty Girl, we're going to let you take it away.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Maddie.
Thank you for the great
Good to see you,
message. That
Danny.
was a great way to kick it off.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's super cool, man. And we were talking a little bit in the background in the green room just about the movie last night, and I didn't really get to see Johnny and Matt's session just now, so I don't know what they've discussed. And on these long streams where you have all of these people coming in, literally hundreds of streamers coming in over a period of 2 days, I'm sure there's a lot that's been discussed that we'll probably talk about again, which is okay. Everyone has a different view, everyone has a different perspective on it. But you got to go see the movie last night?
I did, and I'm sure
Awesome.
there's new viewers trading in too.
Absolutely.
But what an amazing movie.
Yeah.
Props to Grant and Patrick for putting that together, and
Yeah.
Quattro Cinco for also helping getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, heck yeah. It's crazy too because it's been a long time coming. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I feel like there's so much to talk about. We could talk about the timing with the SEC. We could talk about things that went down
Beautiful
within
timing.
it. Yeah, I honestly, let's start there. I honestly
Yeah.
think they knew that,
Yes.
or Richard or Patrick and Grant and them, they knew what was going to be happening this week, and they scheduled it specifically for that. Now, I don't have proof, but it's too perfect for it to just be a coincidence. Yeah.
Right. I agree it's not a coincidence. Or the SEC timed it for this week because they knew that the movie was launching this week. So they wanted to try to push down the community before the movie launched. Because the
What
whole
a
thing is that,
backfire.
yes. And since HEX has made so many average people wealthy, of course, that's threatening to the SEC and the system. So I think they're trying to really kibosh this fire before it got too big. But it really just fanned the embers
Yeah.
into huge flames and woke up the HEX community.
If that is the case, I feel like that just shows the incompetence that's the SEC is. It's like we're gonna put this out to try to, kibosh things, and then all of a sudden, like everyone, the biggest names are in Twitter Spaces and talking about it, and it's all over Twitter, it's all over YouTube, it's all over the internet. News channels are picking it up. Like it was crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't know that it was the SEC. My gut probably tells me that Richard and Patrick and Grant knew that something was going to be happening by a certain time. But I mean, it was perfect timing. It was perfect timing. It was free publicity. Everyone and their mother was talking about it this week, and it literally was it's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
I agree.
What do you think about the film and how Richard was portrayed? Do you think that, okay, so I'll give you my interpretation of what I thought. In the film, they showed some of like the extreme marketing or whatever, but I don't feel that they gave the interpretation that that was who Richard was. I think that they showed Richard in an amazing light that everyone needs to see him in. More of the old school Richard than of the shock and extreme. Yes, there were a few things in there that he said that were like, ooh, you might cringe if your parents are in the room with you. But for the most part, he was very logical. He was very sound in his arguments and everything that he was saying. I thought that Richard looked really good in the documentary.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that because I was feeling a little bit on the other end of I wish
Okay.
Richard was portrayed with a little bit more of his true self, the genuine loved Richard that we all know from many years ago too. But I could see that coming through the persona, and the movie did describe how that was outrage marketing. So
Yeah.
it still could shine through. I just wish it shone a little brighter.
Yep.
But yeah, it was good to see both sides portrayed and the whole controversy of it all, because the
Yeah.
movie really did focus on the controversy surrounding Hex and Richard Hart. And I'm going to move forward a little bit. I wish that, well, the thing is, the movie did allow the viewer to speculate, is
Yeah.
Hex a scam or not? Is Richard a fraudster or not? However, I feel like it was in the scale leaning a little bit more towards Hex being a scam, because the movie didn't conclude any of that. Oh,
Right.
actually, I don't want to spoil it for the viewers who haven't seen it yet.
Right. Well, I'm here to tell you, I might spoil some stuff because I want to talk about it all. It's going to be awesome.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
haven't seen it yet, maybe mute or whatever, or you'll see it tonight, or But I thought it was awesome, and I thought Richard handled himself very well, and they did do a very good job of saying, "Hey, look, this is, you know, um, Richard saying." I wasn't getting the views. And then they showed the chart of his, followers on Twitter when he started the like crazy marketing stuff and how everything was just going. I thought it was a great explanation of what we've seen over the last couple of years. Yeah, spoiler warning for everyone in the chat.
Mhm.
I thought they did very well. And I wasn't a big fan of the marketing and stuff. I get it. I understand like why you have to do that stuff. Oh, here's a cool theory. Uh, do you think Richard was doing it specifically to get the attention of the SEC? Because he
Yeah.
wanted to take this fight on. He wants the glory.
Yeah.
He wants to be the guy who saves crypto from, these silly people who come in and try to put their hands
Mhm.
on everything that really they shouldn't have any control over at all.
Absolutely. He probably figured that it was going to happen one way or another, that eventually the SEC would confront him. So he may as well go all in, as strong as he can and as outrageous as he can, and gain as big of a community support as he could, because there's also safety in numbers, so that when
Yeah.
the time came, that he was just ready to take it on. So I think he foresaw it happening either way, which makes sense. So over these last few years since Hex launching in 2019, everything he's done has been leading up to this moment in preparation for when the SEC would confront him and file a complaint against him. It was all, I'd say, divinely orchestrated.
Yeah.
Personally, that's just my intuition. Like, I feel that this was meant to be,
Yep.
and that at this time now it's up to Hexicans and Pulsicans to hold the line and to push back and say no farther. This is where it stops, and we handle this, what's happening, not just for ourselves, but for the whole crypto community, and really put put them back in their place where they should be.
So how can people in the community do that? I know Johnny and Matt were just talking briefly about, hey, go file a small claims court against Gary Gensler. It's $14. Go to your magistrate, make it happen. Like, what can we do? I feel like we've been trained for 3 or 4 years now for this. We're battle tested. We know what to do. We know how to handle FUD. But what can we do specifically? What do you think?
I haven't looked at the action steps specifically, but I'd say probably writing notes. Well, first of all, of course, like getting loud on the internet and encouraging your friends and family to speak up as well, going on
Oh,
interviews and
yeah.
talking about this, but probably finding like emails or phone numbers and calling wherever the complaint was filed. Um, let's see, which department was it filed in?
I think it was in Brooklyn, New York. I have a link here. I think it's a great thing to do, and this is a really good point. One of the things that we can all do, and someone was talking about this in Spaces the other day, is to contact your representatives in Congress. It may seem like it's not much, but if they get 3, 4, or 5 calls about something, it really jumps to the front of their radar, and they will start talking about things and reach out to you. You might get an email from them, but at least say something favorable to crypto. Yeah. So I think it goes beyond your representatives who aren't even favorable to crypto, but just letting them know that, hey, we're here and we don't appreciate what's going on. But yeah, I think that's one thing that we could all do.
It is
There is a
helpful
link
for
here.
our representatives to be aware of what's happening, especially if they know nothing about crypto. Then it's also time to educate them about it. But I'm not sure if they'd actually have that much influence in a lawsuit of this nature.
Oh,
It's
correct.
really
Yeah, no,
I'm aware.
this wouldn't be necessarily to like have an effect on any type of lawsuit, but really just to let them know we're sick and tired of what's going on there. And
Mm.
you know, the only thing needed for bad to prevail is for good people to do nothing, right? So even if the only thing you do is call and say, hey, look, I don't agree with this, this is not cool, this is overreach, and there needs to be something done about this. If that
Mhm.
happens enough, maybe we see change somewhere. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree with that.
So it's
Yeah,
in the United States Eastern Court, United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York. I think it's in
okay.
Brooklyn, which is where Uniswap is has their corporate offices.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd say we call them and make notes and messages and email every contact address having to do with this lawsuit. Let's just flood their inbox.
Oh, here we
Tell
go.
them no.
Copy, find your representative. So have you read through the charges or whatever it is, the document from the SEC?
I read the 1.5-page summary from the SEC,
Okay.
and then watched Coffee's live stream as he went through it in Hexo. So I didn't
Yeah.
feel a need to cover the whole 40
Yeah.
plus
But
pages.
it's interesting though, like for outsiders, I have onboards who are messaging me like, oh my God, the SEC's coming after Richard. And like I just go through and I just explain, hey, look, everything that they're claiming can very easily be disproven. So
Mhm.
and Bretep, I think he put it up there and he said, you know, transaction hash. I thought that was an awesome tweet the other day. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see this happen. I think we all expected it at some point, especially with everyone getting those letters back in November. I don't think anyone expected the SEC just turn their
Oh.
back and walk away from this.
Okay, JPAR is saying don't spam them because they can claim harassment. So yes, I agree with well-written formal emails and letters. That is such a good point and a huge lesson, I think, for all of us at this time is that we need to really take the professional approach and what's rational, logical, and presented diplomatically versus just more of the tribal aspect we're
Oh
used
yeah,
to.
for sure.
So that we're taken seriously.
So Toby said, believe it or not, the production team had no idea. So this was
Oh,
just
really?
a coincidence, a happy coincidence. That's crazy to me. That's
I think
wild.
I think it was the SEC timing it for this
Hmm.
week because they knew. How could they not know after 2 years of hyping up this film?
That's so crazy. That's just crazy to think about. So there were some people last night who were actually a little bit disappointed, and I don't want to name names, but they were like, they felt like there should be more to it. And one of the things that I was explaining to this person was, you know, we have yet to reach the crescendo. Like we're living it right now. Everything is going on. Like there's likely filming right now, right? So the way
Mhm.
I explained it, or what my interpretation of it was, like the Lord of the Rings, right? Like the first one is all character building and story development. And I felt
Mm.
that's what this documentary was. This first episode or volume one or the highest stakes one was a lot of character building and plot and development. And it's going to be exciting to see what they come up with over the next couple of years, especially with everything going down. SPF, now SEC coming after Richard. There is so much that is about to happen. And I think the final will be okay. So you have the character development and the story plot buildup in number one. And then in number two, you have everything starting to come together. Okay, now the SEC has filed charges at this is boom, 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 boom. And then hopefully there's a third one and it's just the war. And the entire movie is nothing but battle and fighting. And you
That
see
would be
orgs
epic.
like coming through, just taking everyone out, and Richard just dunking on everybody. I think that would be super, super cool. But for anybody
A
who
highest
watches
stakes
this,
trilogy.
yeah. So for
That
anyone
would
who watches it and feels like um, it hasn't really reached its peak yet, that's okay. This is just the very first copy or version um, of what we have going on here. Sorry, I'm trying to read the comments and stay up with everything here.
You're good. No, it is definitely like a teaser, this first movie, and I just couldn't help but feel there should be a sequel to this. I want to see what happens next because it was left a bit open-ended of like, okay, so what's really going to happen? What's the resolve of this conflict that the movie has built up?
Yeah.
And I want to see more Hexicans featured where their stories are shared and the good that's been able to be done with HEX of people buying homes and paying off student loans and getting a car for their dad that he's always wanted his whole life. Like those kind of sweet,
Yep.
resonating stories. And like we need to share the good side too of what HEX has been able to accomplish with that.
Yeah.
And what I was going to say before too is that I wish the conflict of this movie also showed more of the reasons why HEX is not a scam, but it was more just questions like, is it a scam or is it not? But there is not a lot of answers to why it's not a scam. So you're just kind of left
Yeah.
wondering if you're a complete newbie. So I'm not sure if a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna buy HEX from watching that," but I think they'll
So
research
yeah,
it. I do
they'll
think they
definitely
will.
research. And it was interesting, like Clay and the professor
Aw.
both like stood at one point against HEX, but I think both of them did say specifically, no, it's not a scam. So
Clay did.
I thought that was very, very cool in the movie that the people that the objective people that they had speaking out against um were did come to the realization that no, it was not a scam. I just thought there was more positives that came from it. They took a neutral position, but I felt like it did lean a little bit more on the positive side just because the two people who were there trying to stand up against it were not. And the one lady, what was her name? The lady who worked at the college with the professor guy, the red
The
flag
fraud
lady.
investigator.
Yeah, I don't know. But if my gut was telling me that she was leaning on the side of she liked Richard because
Yeah.
in that conversation with the three of them at the table, she was looking at I forget the professor's name. She was looking at him and she was like, "Well, why not this? Why not this?" And it was literally every
Mhm.
reason why you would want it to be. So I feel like
Mhm.
Richard kind of won her over and she saw what was going on and it may be so the trailer made it seem like shock and awe and crazy and wild and insane, but in the movie, the clips that they use from the trailer, obviously they put in a very specific, sequence to make you feel some
Mhm.
sort of emotion. But when you
Mhm.
watch the movie, I felt like it was much different. I felt like it was much different. I don't know. Maybe
Mhm.
that's just me.
No, it unfolded differently than what you see in the trailer. You're like, "Oh, I had no idea this is how it really goes in the movie, the sequence of events," and it
Yeah.
is a different story being told.
Yeah.
The trailer does really catch your attention.
It does. It
And one
does.
thing that I just remembered is that I'm sure the producers wanted to show more of, like, the good side too, but I remember them saying that in order for them to get the movie into theaters or a possible posting on a big show like Netflix or platform like Netflix, that it had to be more outrageous. Apparently, it wasn't scandalous enough.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
they did actually a very good job balancing out to try to make those big platforms happy enough to post it. So I'm really grateful for that.
Here's a question. Do you think that Richard started the outrage marketing because the directors wanted something juicy? So he just started to play the role for the camera?
Oh, I feel like he started that before the movie,
Was it
but I'm
before
not
then?
sure because I think it was around the same time. Yeah, it kind of
So
seems like that.
it was 2 years ago when they started to film the documentary. Um, Almost 2 years to the day because we shot the Furu music video in September, the second weekend in September in 2021. And that was when they first did that little trailer of Richard and they went to Estonia and they got the video, blah, blah, blah. they left there. I guess they had heard directly from Richard and Kinetics that we were going to be shooting a music video, and there was going to be a big group of people in DC, a bunch of Hexicans and streamers coming together to shoot this music video. And they were like, okay, well, if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and get started and jump right in. So there may have been something done before that, but I think that when they came to the Furu music video shoot, it was the first like project of the documentary that where they really started. I think they got a deal done with RG, Big K, and Kinetics that weekend. They all went out to dinner after we were done on Sunday shooting the music video, and I think something happened then to sign the paperwork and come to an agreement with everything to get the ball rolling. I don't think Richard was doing the extreme marketing at all-time highs 2 years ago. I think that was something that he just started early in 2022 to mid 2022, and then continued throughout the summer of last year and into this year when he started to be a little bit more quiet. But I don't
thought I
think he was
remembered
doing the
him.
extreme marketing at all-time highs, was he?
I thought I remembered him starting to buy all the Louis Vuitton bags before when we were being filmed for the documentary. Like I remember specifically the Louis Vuitton bags and all the Rolexes. So he was definitely buying expensive things before then, before the documentary really got rolling. So I wanted to ask you how you did film a music video to be part of the documentary, right?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't for the documentary. We were just doing that, and then they found out about it. And Kinetics and RG and Big K were in talks with them on getting something done, and Quattro Cinco, I guess, to really come together and to do this thing and to raise the money and to, to who plays what role and how is this all going to go down. I don't know. It wasn't for the documentary. We were going to shoot the music video, and they found out about it, and they wanted to be there just to kind of see what everyone in the community was about. And they got there, and I'll tell you what, man, Grant and Patrick, I can't speak highly enough about these guys. They're just amazing people, amazing, amazing people. We had a lot going on this week, and coming home and cutting our trip short, and people coming into town. We had Rags come in, and his family stayed with us for the premiere. They came in on Thursday, and I wanted to get down to Miami, but it was so hard to just drive back from the beach and then have people coming into town. It was just way too much on our plate. But I can't wait to see those guys again. I can't wait to give them a big hug. They've done awesome with this. They're just absolute rock stars from the moment that they showed up. It's funny, like my buddy who went to Full Sail down in Orlando, and he did music and video production in college. I asked him, I said, hey, can you help me shoot this music video? Like, I just need someone here, and then we can get all the editing and blah, 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 whatever done. And he was like, yeah, man, no problem. Well, when they got there and he found out like the day before that they were going to come, he was like, holy cow. Like, he was kind of nervous and he didn't know what to expect. And they got there and they were working with him. And, it was just so cool the way they were doing things. They had all these like super crazy, really expensive cameras. And they were like, hey, have you thought about doing this angle or this shot? And we were like, oh, damn, that's actually really cool. And like they let him do his thing. And then, after that, they would say, hey, can we try this? Can we do that? Can we do this? Let's try this. So they were just awesome and organizing and directing and showing us and kind of asking us. So there's a scene in the movie where it's just one sentence. They asked me, because we were filming the Furu's eulogy, and I'm standing like up at the pulpit in this funeral home, and they're like, okay, Freddie, we want something crazy. We want you to show your emotion. We want you to say why you're here and what we're doing, and get fired up, get up there, get passionate. And I was like, okay. And I really had no idea what they wanted me to do. So like, all the guys are sitting out in the chairs, and I'm up there just like putting on this show. And I felt like I was being really stupid. Like I didn't know what I was doing. But then they took that one clip, we are here right now. And like, it's just that one sentence that they took from that, like, 1 or 2 minute, like passionate yelling, fired up, get angry speech. that they use. And I was like, I've worried about this since, like, for the last 2 years since we filmed that. I was like, I bet I'm gonna look really stupid. I hope they don't use any of that. I hope they don't use any of that, because I had no idea what I was doing. I just got up there. But last night it popped up and I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, that actually, it wasn't bad. Like, I understand the context that they wanted to use it in. Like, they had such a vision of how they saw this and what they wanted and how they wanted to put it together. These guys are just amazing, man. Just absolutely amazing. So we were lucky that they wanted to come in and be a part of it and help us out. And they got some really cool stuff. They got to see all of the characters in the community. They got to meet all of the streamers who were in the video. And I think that really kind of helped put them over the edge of, I think they were already committed at that point, but I think at that point they knew, hey, look, these people are awesome. We want to do this. Let's make this happen. So
I think it
pretty
did.
cool.
You're right. It did put them over the edge. That was such a great story. Thanks for sharing your perspective with that. It did turn out really great. Your clip in the movie, sorry, that we are here now.
There were a couple of them. It was pretty cool. It was funny too. Like at the end, when all of the like when PulseChain had been released and everyone said in their videos, like Westcott came on and he was like, woo! Like everyone in the theater started busting out laughing. I was like, oh my
Me
God, this
too.
is so
I
funny.
couldn't help it.
I was like, yeah, it was.
Westcott, that was
There was
awesome.
definitely like a good energy vibe, like coming. Like everyone who left the theater definitely had like a good vibe to them about it. So I think it was more positive than not. I think that anyone who sees it is going to say, hey, look, you know what? This is crazy that the SEC is claiming these things when everything can be proven otherwise. And, you know, it just really goes to show their incompetence of what they've got going on. I got to turn off these notifications. I keep
It's
getting
almost like they're
notifications.
trying to make themselves look like fools with how they listed the reasons in the complaint. So
It's terrible. Or how incompetent. Like they had all this time to do research and figure out what in the heck is going on, and they completely dropped the ball. Completely dropped. And a lot of people think that maybe because of, you know, the XRP ruling that we just had through, they're just trying to, like, you know, quickly change the subject real quick and wipe the egg off their face and maybe drum up charges on somebody else just to kind of shift the focus from everything that just came out recently about XRP. So I don't know. There's a lot of different conspiracy theories. Oh my God, I was talking to somebody last night. Who the heck was I talking to? Oh my God, was it Axis? Might have been Axis. Might not have been Axis. Might have been someone else. How cool would it be if we had a HEX conspiracy theory stream? Where like once a week, everyone just brought their biggest conspiracy theories about HEX in the community into the stream, and we just did a stream on conspiracy theories.
That would be so well attended and so fun. I would I would join that. Because I'll like check the news late at night when I'm like my eyes are all squinting right before I fall asleep. And I'll just go through these Telegram channels and look at all the conspiracies between like midnight and 1 a.m.
No way.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, I was a big conspiracy guy back in the day, and it's funny, like things that now people more generally accept as truth, that they aren't conspiracies. But you know, back in 2008, you know, 6-7 years after 9/11 happened, people were like, "Oh, you're crazy to think these things." And now they're more generally accepted by the open public, so you don't sound as crazy when you talk about them. But yeah, conspiracy
when
theories
they've
are fun.
proven theories into fact, then
Yep.
I mean, fact is
Oh yeah.
solid,
Oh yeah.
unmovable. So
Yeah, man. And one of the cool things too about HEX is it is the truth engine, right? And we've said this from day one. It will expose all of the lies, and anyone who is not where they need to be at that right time, like it will call you out. And one of the things this week, like with Uniswap and MetaMask, both, you know, gatekeeping or doing whatever they are, really showing how corrupt and people's true colors. So I think that's one of the cool things that came out this week that, you know, maybe would have been a conspiracy theory just a couple months ago. Oh man, Uniswap is DeFi. Like for years, we've all been saying Uniswap was the best. It's DeFi. And now for them to come out and, you know, disable HEX, it's kind of crazy. Ton of community, a ton of conspiracies floating around the community. First post after the SEC allegations was about the test net. Gave a shoe fly to the SEC. Yeah, I want to believe.
It is an exciting time to be alive and watching all of this unfold and to be part of the solution. And to really, I mean, we all have a choice right now at this moment, the pinnacle that everything has been leading up to with the SEC and the crazy things of the economy, all of it leading to this pinnacle where once it all comes crashing down, we really have the choice to be the builders of how we want the future to look.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the most exciting part is when we get this fresh slate, we should all be thinking about how we want this new future to look and what we're going to do differently this time and to hopefully never have this happen again. I know a lot of you are going to say like, oh, but history repeats itself. But sometimes if like the lesson is learned hard enough, then maybe it won't repeat. And I'm hoping that it doesn't. But
How do you
I'm
think
very
this all
hopeful
plays
for
out?
the future.
What do you think happens? Do you think there's going to be a 2-year long drawn out case and then maybe eventually there's some sort of resolution, or do you think he's going to settle? Like, what do you think? What's going to happen?
With the case specifically,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to tell short-term futures. I can only think of the more long-term future of like 10 to 20 years from now. But in the short term, I'm
How would you
hoping
want
that
it to
Richard
play out?
Okay, so I'm hoping that Richard Hart combats the SEC and really challenges them instead of settling, and that we can all support that. Well, support truth, honestly. It's not just supporting a person, but just for the sake of truth being
Yeah.
truth, that we can just support that. I'm so tired of the lies and the
Yep.
falsities that no, these lies are not truth, and I just want truth to reign free again. So I would love Richard to combat it, and then we all get behind the truth as well. And I'm not. I mean, honestly, I'd love for the SEC to be disbanded, but I'm not sure that's practical.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
know what's going to happen with them, but if we can replace the chairman, Gary Gensler, and I think he's going to be replaced in a few months, right? His term is up or something.
I don't know.
So
Maybe.
I think he's out of here in a few months anyway, so that'll be interesting to see what happens with that.
It's funny that you say you just want the truth. I was going through like a really dark period in my life in my mid to late 20s, and I had fallen away from my faith, and I was born and raised in the church, blah blah blah. When I turned 18, I still had my faith, but I wasn't really practicing, I guess. Like I still believed in all this stuff, but I just did my own thing, right? And like I went through a bad patch, had a breakup with this chick, and I was just like in my lowest of lows, and I just started praying, and I was like, God, just give me truth. I just want to know the truth in everything, whether it hurts my feelings or whether it destroys me or breaks me down, whatever it is, I just want truth. And I constantly would pray and pray and pray and pray and pray and just ask for the truth in everything. And that's when my eyes started to be opened up to all of these crazy things like you know, politics, because I was conservative. I voted for Bush twice in the elections and then McCain again, and it didn't feel right, but I did it just because I was supposed to, because I was a Republican. But like I started praying for truth, and I really started being led down this path of um changing my political beliefs, changing my spiritual beliefs, changing beliefs in all areas of my life, and it actually led me to crypto and eventually to Richard Hart, which is crazy to think about. But if there's anything that comes from this, I think and I pray that the truth does come out. I think eventually it always does.
Yes, it does.
But
That is so beautiful, Freddie. That
yeah,
is
well,
a beautiful testimony.
if we
And
don't
that's
have truth,
happening
then
for
what
a
do we
lot of
have?
individuals, myself included. It's for me, it was I needed discernment so badly this last year because I've been put into a few leadership positions locally, and I've never had to think about some of these things before that are political, but things I just never had to form an opinion on or a stance on. And once I was put into that position where I had to, then I started running into disguises, like all
Mm.
such error being disguised as truth. And it kind of coincides so perfectly with this woke culture too, where you think that you're doing the right thing by getting behind this, and it's just disguised because everyone wants to be part of something bigger than themselves, so they get on board with everything. Or error
Mm.
parading itself as truth, such as like free speech. I won't get into the politics, but I was just praying for discernment myself, spiritual discernment, because I wasn't, I was having such a hard time being able to distinguish what is false and what is true, because it was so well disguised. And I've
Mm-hmm.
been gaining that discernment. My discernment has been sharpening over this last year, and now I'm able to identify things a lot quicker and see more clearly what is truth, which is so amazing. I feel like I'm breaking out of this matrix that we've all been like born into. Just all the things that were meant to cover our eyes, right? But
Oh yeah.
now I have this discernment and I'm identifying things so quickly that it all just feels like white noise passing by now, of disputes around me, like people fighting over the, the most ridiculous things. And I'm like, this is not what life is about. And you're spending so much energy on this dispute right now when this is just a nothing burger.
Yep.
And it's all coming down to like ego and people getting offended, and offendedness comes from people's egos. And
Yes.
now if you're just like removing the ego and removing the personal sense out of it, that's the white noise. And you can just lift yourself above it and go, wow, I can't believe I used to be part of this. And I used to get
Mm-hmm.
caught up into it and get offended myself.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
For
it's
sure.
been
For sure.
such an amazing year of growth for me.
That's awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
So the devil is the prince of lies. So, you know, if you practice and ask, and anything that you ask for in faith, you will receive. So, it's cool. I love to hear you say that, you know, you didn't know what to do. You kind of prayed about it and found your way. Yeah, I was gonna say something else. So, like everyone knows, like Kinetics and I, we've always had this beef between us, and we haven't always seen eye to eye, and we haven't always agreed on anything and on everything. And a lot of the issue was our egos. And when him and I sat down and we put our egos aside and we actually just started to talk like men and speak to each other, with minus the ego, we really came to a much better place. And you're 100% right. It was 100% our egos. And both of us recognize that. And both of us have said that. And like, and this may sound crazy. And I don't know if, you know, talking about this on the stream or whatever, but and I really do believe that it was our faces. Something was pulling at my heart. Something was telling me, like, you know, how do you expect me to forgive you, Fred, if you can't forgive other people? So you need to start working on that. And so I started thinking about it, and he had reached out to me previously to try to get things, you know, resolved or whatever, and like it was just weighing on me over and over and over and over and over again. And so I think that when we get on stream and, you know, we write songs and we do streams and we want people to watch us and we want all this attention on us, it really does bring an ego to you, and it's hard. And there's one thing I can say to everybody: if you're thinking about streaming or you want to be involved, absolutely do it. But just know that people will be attracted to you, and you will have an influence on people, and that can have an effect on what you think, and how you act and how you behave. So don't let your ego get to you. Always try to stay humble. I love to see Richard in his humble phase now. I think he always was humble. He was just playing a role, like we discussed earlier. But I really, I'm sure his attorneys are telling him not to stream, don't talk, don't do anything with everything going on with the SEC. I cannot wait until we see Richard do another stream. I think it's going to be old school Richard. I think it's going to be black t-shirt, candelabras lit, like let's fucking go, like ready to go, like high energy. I think he'll have 15 or 20,000 live viewers at once. But I just want, seeing him yesterday, or the couple of days ago, the short little video that they put out right before the highest of stakes premiere of Richard talking about things, that I felt like damn, that's old Richard's back. And I was so amped up. And Rags to
Oh,
Riches,
I
Access
know.
Alive, Hexagon 720, and I, DJ Poly, we're sitting in my dining room, and we're sitting around the table, and we play that video, and we all just look at each other like, he's back. He's back.
Oh,
Like, we can't wait
that was
to see this
momentous,
dude
right?
stream. So I'm super, super, super excited. Hopefully we see a Richard stream at some point. I know he's got to do whatever he's got to do, but and if for any off chance that he's listening right now, we've got your back, man, and we can't wait to see you come and just throw some haymakers at the SEC. Like it's really gonna be awesome. Thank you for taking on that fight for us, dude. That it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Amen.
There
Yeah,
were some
this is
super chats that came through. Can we shout out the people real quick?
absolutely.
Scarlet Rose gave a super chat, and Westcott Crypto. Woo woo woo! Well, I'm gonna try to do my interpretation of Westcott in the movie.
Yes,
Woo!
Westcott.
Let's go! But that was awesome. Westcott gave a huge one here, and then Toby
That is
Wan, not to be
man, you're the man.
outdone by Westcott. He's throwing a couple in here too. Toby Wan, let me give a shout out to that guy. He's a super cool guy too, man. Like there have been times in the past where he's just called me and we've talked, and he's really got my head on straight and pushed me in the right direction. And there's been times where Toby and I call and we argue on the phone, and we hang up on each other, and then a couple days later it's like, hey, my bad, I love you like a brother, and sometimes we fight like brothers, and that just happens. But Toby's an amazing person inside and out, man, and
Good for you,
just
Toby.
love him for everything that he does. And then War Ants, my man here. RH doesn't do checkers, only 4D chess. It's all part of the master plan. I completely agree with you there, brother. And
It's a
then
lot more
Toby
fun
Wan.
than checkers.
What'd you say? Chess is
4D chess is a lot more fun than checkers.
yeah. So like just the level, and that's what we were talking about last night, like all the different conspiracy theories of what's going on, how the SEC was playing, and if they knew about it, if not, if they timed it specifically because they knew that they were going to be, charging or doing whatever this week. Like there were some crazy conspiracy theories floating around last night at the after party after we saw the documentary. So
that would have been
overall,
fun to be present for.
yeah, heck yeah. I don't think I'll do a conspiracy theory stream or whatever, but maybe somebody should. Maybe
No,
somebody
we're
should. I
just
think
playing with that. It is so beautiful to see all our favorite hexagons growing themselves over the last year and really coming together and being humble and putting the old labels behind them and getting rid of
Yeah.
the egos, and really we are coming together, and this is all part of this pinnacle of this beautiful time where the tide is shifting into we're getting rid of the qualities that used to separate us, and we're putting on the humbleness, and the humbling ourselves allows us to see the truth and all these other things that are happening. So it's absolutely necessary to this shift, what's about
Absolutely.
to happen. So
Are you
thanks for
going
sharing
to?
everything, Freddie.
Yeah, heck
I loved
yeah. I don't.
hearing it.
It just I wasn't expecting it to take that route, but hey, I mean that's just kind of sometimes that's what happens when you come on stream here. Are you going tonight again, or did you go to the premiere? Were you in
Yes.
Miami? Very cool. Very cool.
Oh, no, I'm not in Miami.
Okay.
But I went to the movie last night, and I'm not
Awesome.
I'm not going to be tonight.
Okay.
But it was incredible.
Did you guys have any get-togethers or dinners before or after? Freddie leaving unread. Crafty read those comments. Did I read them all? Plus, so many useful nuggets to help tell what we know as the true
I read
story
them
and the
in
world
my head.
changing. Both are helping educate people in the critical necessary. Really, yeah. You guys nailed it. I agree. This film will dispel the misconception that Outrage Richard, who is instead of truly altruistic man we know him to be, and then Toby complaining for $10. There we go. Sorry for leaving you on unread, Toby. I do apologize, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you guys, was there anything going on before or after? Did you get a group picture with all the hexagons that were there?
No, I didn't want to draw any attention. So there were a bunch of hexagons around, and I just thought it was best to let everyone do their own thing and enjoy themselves. So
It was
yeah.
cool, man. So like DJ Pollywood and some Hexagon are here in DC, and they had the vans parked out front, and we were just standing there waiting for people, and we didn't see anybody. So we are like, all right, well, let's go in and get popcorn and get in line. And I'm glad we did, because the line for popcorn was 30 minutes. There were some people who didn't even get into the movie until late because everything was so backed up outside. But when we're walking around DC, like I saw people in Hex shirts and Hex hats everywhere. I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. Seeing Hexicans out in the wild. It's like, when you go to the meetups, you see you just see people wearing Hex and Pulse stuff everywhere, and that you just get this feeling of like it's like a fraternity or a sorority. Like you see your brothers and sisters out there, and it's just like, hell yeah, this is awesome. It's a really good time.
Yeah, it feels really powerful, and it's just, you can be proud. Absolutely. You're like, this is cool. We're part of something amazing, helping so many people. I mean, soon when the bull run happens, helping so many people change their lives with the newfound wealth they have.
Oh yeah, so what are your predictions on that? When do you think we see a bull run? Next year, year after?
Oh, that is really tough. I don't think it's as predictable as it used to be because of this wrench with the SEC and well,
Yep.
not just attacking Hex, but all of crypto. So it's a different time. I don't think it's as predictable as it was. So I actually have no idea. Previously, I'd always just let my intuition guide me on when there would be like dips and pumps, and
Yeah.
so far it's done me good. But I'm just waiting. I'm hoping it's in a month or two that we start pumping really hard, and I think that we hit the bottom this last week.
Mm-hmm.
I think we hit the bottom this week,
Yeah.
just a few days ago at 0.4035 for Pulse. That was amazing. So I think we'll be climbing from here, but I don't know if the price manipulation by bigger players are going to try to hold the price down. So I just
Yeah.
got to say, I'm going to wait and see.
It's interesting to see what's going to happen. And, it's like the 4-year cycle traditionally. But I think even Richard said in some of his streams in this last cycle, like the cycles are getting longer. So it might not be 4 years, it might be 5 years. So we could be here for another couple of years. I don't know. I think this year will just be sideways, maybe down a little or sideways. I do think that we bottomed. Would I be surprised if we saw another lower than that? No, I wouldn't at all. I do think the SEC FUD would probably be the biggest hit to the price chart, other than, God forbid, something happening to Richard. But other than that, I think maybe next March or April we'll come out of our sideways turn and start to move up.
It's more likely.
But
and banks are failing right now, so the uncertainty is like widespread with normal investors. Logically, you'd think, okay, banks are failing, I'm going to take my money out of USD and put it into a good crypto. But that's people aren't logical as investors most of the time.
People aren't smart.
With banks failing, and then if the stock market did happen to crash, which I don't know, I've been waiting my whole life for like something extraordinary like that, but I don't know if that's going to happen. But banks are failing, so with that, the timeline is just so much different than we're used to. It could be like a whole nother year away. I don't know when we start pumping.
And I think the Fed just announced this past week too that they're going to raise rates again this year. So I think before we see any change, I think we need to see a decrease in rates and the Fed to start printing money again. But is that going to happen before the election next year? I don't know. That's something
like
I think for
this
another
extreme pain period that kind of needs to happen for us to get something better. Like for us to get through this light at the end of the tunnel, to get there, we kind of have to have this extreme pain period for getting rid of the old things. I mean, the crazy interest rates, I do think they could keep climbing up. I mean, maybe even like 16%, who knows? That would be insane.
It's so funny that you say that. It's so funny you say
happen.
that. I was talking, and I think it was Dixon, and I was tweeting about it. And the last time the inflation was this high, we had 16% rates. And Dixon was like, it's not going to happen. Never going to happen. And I know rates are right now around 8%, maybe higher. Depending, I was in the mortgage industry for a very long time. I follow the rates. The 10-year treasury now, I think, is over 4, which is insane. Maybe even higher than that. But with where rates are going, I think we could see even 10% interest rates for mortgages. And if we reach 16, man, Dixon Piper, you better watch out, bro, because I'm going to pull up that tweet and I'm going to tag you in it and I'm going to say, ha ha. But I don't think that that's a good thing for the economy.
No.
But yeah, I think we could definitely see significantly higher rates. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's going to be a crazy ride. SEC, there's so many things that could go on. Gosh, man.
I think we
here's
have more pain coming.
yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
my
I don't think
intuition,
that
and I
there's
don't
been
want to
enough
say that,
pain.
and I don't want to believe it, but I
Yeah.
mean, it seems
So
that's what it is.
people are still, arguing over stupid things, like the general public, like they just don't know. Americans have it so easy, right? Like it's so easy. They don't have to go to war. They're not doing all this other stuff. The news just kind of like fluffs them to give them stuff to worry about. They scare you with the flu stuff and all that stuff. But dude, Americans literally just sit here on their screens and they don't
They
worry
get
about
offended
anything.
for each other.
Yeah. So until people really start to feel pain, like Richard said about crypto, like when JPEGs go to 0, then we know that we're in a good spot. Then we can start to make some sort of recovery. But until then, I don't see it happening. So until like Americans, they're just comfortable. We're too comfortable, and people haven't felt pain yet. People need to feel real pain. And I don't think they have yet, whether that
Yeah,
be super high unemployment, people, foreclosures going back up to where they were back in 08, 09, even in 2010, that's when people felt pain. There was real pain in 08, 09, 2010 before recovery started in 11 and 12. But we haven't seen that yet. And it's just like the can just keeps getting kicked down the road. And I don't think there's going to be much of any change until there's a max pain. Well, that
Yeah.
sucks. We had a really good hour, and then at the end we're like, pain is coming. People are gonna starve in the streets. So let's end on a positive note.
We're in the right place, though. We're in
I think
HEX.
so.
We're in
I think
PulseChain.
so.
We're in the
There we go.
best place we could possibly be. So hold
I love
tight,
it. I
guys.
love it.
We'll make it through this.
What do you think the high for HEX will be in the next bull combined, like ENP HEX? Do you think we'll reach a combined
combined?
$3, $4, $5, $30?
Combined $2 seems
Okay.
conservative. I'm hoping we blow way past that, and we totally could, especially if Richard Hart wins and makes the SEC look like fools. So I think that will show to everyone, like, this is the truth, this is right, and they should have been here all along supporting and part of this movement. So yes, if that happens, then I think we'll blow past $2 combined. But as things are right now, I'd just say that's a conservative estimate.
Yeah, someone here in chat, $186 per hex. I like that. That'd be crazy. We could do a lot of good in the world with that type of funds. SJ, I got to hang out with your people last night, SJ, and we had up the PulseChain tour backdrop, so people were taking photos behind it at the theater. It was really, really cool. Thank you, SJ, for all that you're doing out on the road for us. I think we've hit everything. Did we read all of the comments
I think we
here?
got to them all.
Okay, good. I hate to not Scarlett's still up there. I hate to not read super chats when people post them in because they're putting their hard earned money up there. But yeah, I think I really think we could see a $5 hex in the next bull, especially if everything falls into place. Richard destroys and single-handedly dismantles the SEC. Best case scenario, he is the king of crypto. Everybody dumps all their Bitcoin and apes directly into HEX, and the world is a happy place.
Hi, Ashley. Yeah, absolutely. What's up, SJ? Hex Ray.
What is going on, SJ?
Man
Hex
of the
Ray?
world.
And Hexiest Man, how are you, brother?
Keeping the dream alive, man. Sorry, I had myself on mute. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, man. Have
Good
you
to
guys
see
all
you.
seen the movie?
Yeah, we were with Max and Hex and I were there last night.
Very cool. Very cool.
It was a good time.
You haven't seen it yet, Ashley?
No, not yet, but I'm hoping as soon as possible. I'm so excited.
Very cool. Very cool. It's definitely worth it. It's worth it. It was worth the wait. It was definitely worth the wait.
Mm-hmm.
SJ, are you back on the road?
Documentary out there.
Not yet.
Hands down. Hands down. Or will you? Do you think you'll be in? Oh, I think you said you're gonna skip New York, right?
No, I'm coming to New York. I'm coming to New
you're
York.
gonna
The
be in
bus
New York?
is not.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Very cool. Well, we look forward to seeing all you guys for sure. That's going to be a good time. I think we're going to be down in Charlotte, so
Cool.
I will be seeing you. Will the bus be down in Charlotte?
Yes. Yeah. After
Okay, cool.
New York, I'm flying back to Chicago, and then I'll be driving from Chicago to Nashville, and then to Charlotte, and then to Atlanta.
Heck yeah! Can't wait.
You're
It's
all
gonna be a
over
lot
the
of fun.
place.
I know.
Representing. Woo! Guys, it was so lovely to see you all, and especially everyone in the comments. You guys are my favorite. I love you, Hexicans and Pulsicans. And thank you for having me on, Maddie ALLin. And I hope you guys have a wonderful hour on stream. You're going to have so much fun.
Have a great stream, guys. Thank you, Maddie, for having us on, and thank you, chat, for everything.
Hey,
Bye,
see you guys.
We'll see you later.
Absolutely.
What's up, friends? Sorry, I thought I had this background downloaded, and now I can't find it.
No worries. I wasn't able to get my green screen up, and I'm in a different office, and so I'm going virtual. So it kind of looks like I got the RH bonnet on a little bit.
Nice.
I feel weird. I'm the only vertical one here. Let me see if I can switch this.
Yeah,
there you go.
Now I feel better.
Good.
Well, shout out to Maddie for putting this all together. I mean, gosh, it's really hard to find a harder working Hexican. I mean, of course, we've got SJ right now who's traveling the country in the Pulse bus, and so many kudos to her as well. It was great to meet you, and we'll see you when you came in town.
Yeah, it was really nice to just be able to kind of take my time and do these little like mini meetups, as I like to call them, like totally
Right.
unofficial. Just, hey, I'm passing through this town. If you're in this town, let's have dinner. Let's hang out. So that has been one of the nice bonuses to this whole tour in general.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now, and where did you get to see the premiere last night, SJ?
Where?
Yeah, you're in Austin, correct?
No, I'm in
Austin or-
Chicago.
Chicago. So what was the
Chi-town?
bill for the Chicago premiere of The Highest Stakes?
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
What was the vibe at the Chicago premiere?
You're this like the main part of the question keeps getting cut out.
He's saying, what was
That's
the
why
best
it's a
part
little
of
bit
the
better.
What was the best part of the Chicago premiere?
What was the best part?
Yeah.
Oh, I think tonight is going to be the best part, because last night was just kind of like a in-between day, right? It premiered obviously here in Chicago, but tonight Big K is hosting a little pre-party and an after party. So tonight's like the big event. I got fancy, so I'm excited. I'm looking
Nice.
forward to that. Yeah, we're gonna have some. I think it's like a Cajun food place that's right across the way from the theater. So if you're in Chicago, you're gonna see the movie, hit us up. We'll be right across the street. I think it's called Joker or something like that. I'll find out. It's or check Big K's Twitter account, because I'm for sure he's tweeting this out as well. But I'm really looking forward to that. We got there a little bit like as the movie was starting, so I didn't really get to talk to anyone or hang out with anyone yesterday. But today's going to be a really big, like the big to do kind of thing. So that's
Awesome.
gonna be fun. After, are you going to get to see it somewhere?
I'm gonna try to figure that all out, because I wasn't able to get down to I think the Union Square, besides the riots that we had down there yesterday. I know it was a little iffy whether that premiere was gonna happen.
Yeah. What about that?
That was wild because apparently, I guess a Twitch streamer had announced a giveaway down there. All these kids showed up and decided to riot. And of course, it was the same day, you know, right outside of the highest of stakes premiere. And it's like, okay, let's pretend this is a riot against the SEC.
That's what I was thinking. It might have been. I was like, I saw it on Twitter and we were about to enter the show, and I was like, gosh, I hope this isn't or hope that it is a riot.
I was about to say, it
against
would be
RH
pretty
and
awesome.
the ecosystem. It'd be good marketing. You couldn't buy better marketing than that.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But apparently it was over something stupid like PS5s or something.
Oh gosh.
But thankfully, from what I heard, it still went on. Everyone was able to watch. And I mean, I am just amazed at like the reviews I'm seeing come in through Twitter, like especially Nerd Girls. Hers really got me, where she's like, I just need to like take a nap afterward. I think it was her who was saying that, to process. Like it was just so mind blowing. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I am.
It was a lot. I'm really curious about the perspective of somebody that hasn't been in the crypto space yet, you know, and if it's too technical at all for them. I think they had a really good visual, which kind of well, I don't want to give any spoilers, but just their visuals are helpful for new people, right? And it had a good visual to explain like what PulseChain was as far as you know, a new blockchain, just a visual, and that I think those things are helpful in crypto a lot, you know.
Yeah, I think there was a great balance in terms of the way that even just the way the questions were asked by the people in the narrative, right? Like
I loved them.
Yeah, like the two of them that were like, they were kind of going down the rabbit hole, trying to really understand this and figure out, you know, what it is that gives HEX value. Like, why is it people trust that, you know, they're going to make money through this? And the way those answers were given, I think was really well done. And I really honestly, like, I think anyone who even has never even heard of crypto would be able to take something away and would see value in this film for sure.
One of my favorite quotes from the film that really stuck with me was, and this isn't a I mean, you can see this in some of the pre-clips, but basically when a question was asked to Richard, you know, when it was, you know, gosh, you know, well, how many of these hexkins realize that this can go to zero? And Richard laughs and he's like, all of them. All of them. Meaning like very, very few times you can find people in the crypto space, they're educated well enough to really know about the assets that they hold, you know? And we of course know that we know the immense value in this ecosystem and how much of an unlikely case that is. However, it's just the answer of all of them, you know, I think was shocking to them, because they were like, really? You know, like, oh, so you're not a scam. You know what I mean? Like, again, without getting too much into it, I just think it was, I think it was well done in that sense, you know, in showing risk, you know, understanding risk profiles, because that's important for all of us. What are some of the topics? It's been crazy. I've been hosting here in Utah, and so haven't been able to really spend much time as much as I would on this stream. But we have a topic list, or are we just going off at whatever?
Freestyling. Speaking of which, Ashley, girl, I had another experience, not ghostly related. I was hanging out and just like kind of looking at the sky, right? Which in Chicago, it's a bright city. Okay, the city is bright. So to see a meteor or a shooting star or something of that sort, I think would be quite difficult. Yeah, I think I saw a UFO. I'm pretty sure it was a UFO. God. Yeah. No, it just like.
Oh, guys, those don't exist. Those don't exist.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. A UAP? Is that the new word?
There you go.
Yeah. Unidentified aerial phenomena. But I'm telling you, from one corner of the window to the bottom corner, it just went zoop and then vanished. And I was like, was that a shoot? That wasn't a shooting. There's no way, because I couldn't see. It was cloudy. Yeah. Right. So, and I look and I'm like, how would that have been a shooting star if there's clouds? There's clouds everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Something was up with it. And you know what? It's interesting because it does seem like everything is ramping up with that. So at this point, it's not even surprising. Yeah. Oh, I am. Yeah. So for anyone who's not I guess, familiar with why we launched into this. So I'm sorry not to promote myself too much. But
go for it.
I have a live stream called High Strangeness. I'm on YouTube as Ashley Ash now. And because we noticed that like a lot of us in the HEX community, we're interested in similar things. We're interested in the paranormal. We're interested in strange things. We're interested in the government and why they're lying to us. So I kind of made it a place for us all to kind of get together and discuss these things. And it's been pretty awesome. I love hearing everyone's stories. And SJ came on a few weeks ago and told us about her paranormal ghost experience. So this is why I'm so excited to hear now, a few weeks later, you're having a UFO experience. That is amazing.
I'm just calling it in. I'm like, bring it.
I love it. I love it. They're attracted to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're drawn to you. Oh, we will have to discuss this further. So thank you for telling me.
I'll have to chat with you about one of my experiences later, because I've got one. I've definitely got one I'd like to share with you. By the way, shout out in the chat real quick. We've got DJ Cryptomatic, Toby1, Hexobi, excellent work on the film, man, and on all the work you put into it. There was someone earlier that said, Hope. She said, "Spoiler, stop talking about the movie, people." Deal. I only wanted to bring up something that we all, So yeah, respect on that. But I just wanted to shout out Toby. I saw him in there real quick, and gosh, round of applause for everything everybody did for the movie, real quick. I think that's pretty cool.
And shout out to War Ants. I just saw this little pop up.
Yeah.
SJ earning driver miles in Pulse. Safe travels. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, there you go.
So can I ask this really quickly? So it's interesting because it's a documentary. So when I saw that, I'm like, how could there be spoilers? Because to me, I'm like, so are there some surprises in there we can expect? Like,
mean,
is it possible to spoil a documentary? Now you got me curious, but I guess I'm not supposed to ask for spoilers.
I'd say that with your knowledge of crypto in the space, like you're gonna be able to follow along very well with a lot of the stuff they're talking about, if that's a good way to say it.
Okay.
I remember they did a lot of shooting, and so it's interesting. It's just interesting to see the stuff that made the film, and the stuff that didn't. So
yeah,
it's
I
want to be respectful for those that are watching that are like,
Yeah, hopefully.
But you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point, in that how could there really be spoilers?
There were some people we were expecting to see in the film that weren't. I'll say that.
Yeah. Yes.
And then there was one person that had quite a bit of film time that I didn't think I didn't know it was gonna be in the film. So
yeah,
I guess the spoilers are just how it's presented and who's getting the screen time, because we've all been on this journey for the last couple of years, and so yeah, we know we know what happens. We know what's going on today with the price and everything. So here's your birthday gift for everyone who's been waiting for the dip, right? Like this is the dip of all dips. This is the dippiest dip that I've seen in 10 years in crypto, with as far as our basket of currencies.
Yes, and pay attention to all of them, like all the ones that are hex based tokens or PulseChain, PulseX. I mean, no financial advice on here, as everybody knows, but I mean, anyone that was able to realize Monday, like how much worse can things get? An SEC charge against the founder, dip, Well, if you copped on that dip, let's just assume that was the bottom, just from where it's rebounded to, like, that's your difference between a 10,000x and a 5,000x or a 3,000x if you didn't buy at that dip. You know what I mean? It's like so these dips, when it's really tiny, are like those are part of those doubles that Richard counts when he talks about a double. Buy it, sell it after a double, sell it after a double, sell it after whatever it is. There's a lot of doubles that have just happened in these last few months on the other way. A lot of halvings of the price that give opportunity. So because again, as we all know, they demonstrate in the movie where it was at 41 cents, and we've all seen the previews, so we know that there were a lot of people that bought at that. And it's like, if you just look at the 100x that you could have done, if we just talk about the Ethereum side, the 100x just from where it is now to where it was, that's 100x right there. If it just rebounds, when it rebounds, so it's interesting. It provides anyone that's willing to look for Easter eggs or look at, is there value here? I think hopefully they leave with the opportunity and the realization that PulseChain's journey is just getting started. You know, it's
I
a
mean,
totally separate ball game.
And the interesting thing to me when you look at it is, you know, with all this stuff happening with the SEC, I look at it like this must be good for them to be going after us, you know, or going after the community. I'm sorry, I don't know. We allowed to talk about that, but it to me, it shows like, wow, this must have so much potential and it must be such a huge threat for it to get attacked like this. So, I mean, that just gets me excited. Like, okay, it sucks, you know, in one way, but in another way, I'm like, shoot, like, wow, what are we holding on to? I am just so excited. And especially with this dip, I look at it and I'm like, such an opportunity. I hope we can all take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Remember, guys, just a little bit. I mean, the amount that you were, I mean, you know, we all know one of the big spenders that dropped some dough in that show and, you know, had some family ramifications with that. It's like, again, that's just a 100x right there. It's just, it's nuts. It's just pay attention to what's available for you. You know, when you look at how many, you know, when you look at for $100,000, you know, like a couple 100,000 HEX were bought. It's like, oh my gosh, you know, like, or, you know, 500,000 HEX were purchased. Yeah, I'm doing the math wrong, but yeah, it's the amount you can buy now is crazy for just a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. And getting your average down. I think that was one of the coolest things that I was able to see is whenever I could in the last, you know, few months, I was DCing a little bit. And when we had that pump right before PulseChain launched, and I had already, like I had previously bought at that point just HEX, right? And being able to see my DCA number down, and when we did that tiny little pump up to like, what was it, like 11, 12 cents at that point, and I saw the way that my bags multiplied versus the way they had been previously, I was just like, wow, like that really like put the nail in the coffin on like how important DCAing is, because you just like, I couldn't believe the difference in the price appreciation, basically, like, you know, as we were going up, and I'm excited to see that again. It'll happen.
Yeah. Numbers get silly.
And now it's not just HEX. Now I also have PulseX, you know, it's going to be really cool to just see like all these different coins within our ecosystem pumping. And, you know, Ashley, to your point about the SEC and everything that's going on with that, I don't think this could have come at a better time. Like really the traction that we already have and like the momentum that's going, you know, people are going to hear. It's been so cool seeing the community, the greater crypto community really, you know, come together and like either show their true colors, right? Like, hey, do you support this? Or do you support the, you know, are you supporting DeFi or are you not? Because that's where the line is drawn, right? Yeah. And then on top of that, seeing the way that this battle, right, has galvanized our community, because that was a shit show, y'all. Like it has just been a total mess. And you know, and that's always going to happen, right? Especially in bear markets, we're going to like the infighting and the calling out each other's names and blah, blah, blah. But it's been so nice to just finally kind of like be able to bury those hatchets, put all that shit behind us and come together as a community and say, hey, this is what we're here for. This is really the reason that we believe in these products. And we have, you know, invested in what Richard has created, because this is what is going to change the world. And I like that phrase gets brought up in the movie a couple of times, fix the money, fix the world. And being on this PulseChain tour with RG3, like, that has like, and then seeing him talk about it in the movie, you know, like I teared up a couple of times because I was just like, man, like I really get to be a part of this and be like boots on the ground out there telling people about this whole ecosystem. And I'm really excited. I'm super hopeful and super excited to see a better turnout, right? Like maybe now that like there's a little more traction with what we're talking about, and you know, more eyes are coming into our ecosystem and like being like, okay, what is this? What is this really about? I am just hopeful that this PulseChain tour is going to, you know, take off a little bit more as people seek to find out what is PulseChain? Like, what is this all about? Why is this under scrutiny from the SEC? So we'll see, man. New York's going to be pretty cool. And then, just after that, like, I'm hoping this just really starts to grow.
I was hoping that riot was going to be against Uniswap Labs, for gatekeeping HEX so that you can't use their front end. Still use the back end, guys. Notice that anyone that's in here that is looking at the opportunity to be a HEX holder, you can still PulseChain. There's no gatekeeping going on there. But if you do want some HEX on Ethereum, you can still find other places to get it. I want to be careful with the sites I shill. But if you look up, Richard, he mentions app.icosa.pro as another place where you can swap for HEX. So just something to think. Just something to know about.
Right. Well, we're looking up the Bitcoin halving estimation is still kicked all the way out to June. So if we're waiting for the next bull market, usually there's some front running that goes on a couple months before the halving, and then our ecosystem or the altcoin ecosystem is normally 28 days behind, Ethereum and Bitcoin kicking up, right? And so that gives us plenty of time to work on these projects that we're all excited about, Mintra, Liquid Loans, Internet Money, Power City, all these guys that we're kind of frothing at the mouth. A lot of us have sacrificed serious money into some of these projects that we're waiting to come to fruition. So this is a really good time in this bear market right now, besides DCAing in the layer 1 PulseChain token and maxing HEX and those kind of things. It's a great time to watch these other things come out, roll out, and fix out all their bugs and get running smoothly. So when the money really does start to flow in, we've got all these projects hopefully that are on PulseChain, bringing the volume, bringing the attention, and bringing the features like the speed and the fact that we're not paying $20 a fee like we are on Ethereum for a lot of stuff right now, $20 to $300 to end a stake most of the time. So
even Ethereum punished us.
Yeah. So for everyone that's building on and plan on releasing onto Pulse, I say that just really inspires me that these people are still working around the clock, hustling, trying to get stuff done, and bring all this attention to PulseChain, because really attention is like the hardest thing to get, right? Attention and building a community are the two hardest things in crypto, right? I mean, code is hard, but code is either done or it's not. A community can be growing or shrinking or being divided. So attention and community building are really what we've got in our pockets. That's like our trump card, if you will, is the fact that we have so many people building, getting ready for PulseChain right now, and the community, because I mean there's really no number 2 community in crypto that I can find. There's a couple good strong ones, but nothing like the Hexicans, nothing like the streamers and the builders in our community. So this next, between now and I don't know, I would say May, June, that kind of area, April, May, that's going to be really interesting to watch the price charts and see what's coming out, what's being delivered, and what's launching. What do you guys think about that?
Well, and communities on top of communities, right? I mean, the thing is, HEX already has a community, and since HEX, there's been multiple communities that have kind of splintered off or had adjoining circles, if you were to look at it on it, mapped it out. But PulseChain, we've got to realize that PulseChain is the platform on which countless communities can be built, just like have been done on Ethereum, and it truly is the only chain that has launched with roughly 200 projects already haven't already been building on testnet, ready to launch, to mirror at least what's been available on Ethereum that's been valuable, plus completely brand new things that we haven't seen yet. And yeah, it's the point of community. It's really interesting, and we've got to also remember to keep an open mind, because anyone that's wanting to launch anything on PulseChain, scam or not, it's like, you know, it brings use case to the chain, because there's always going to be scams on every single kind of chain whatsoever. And, you know, we just got to remember that, you know, when analyzing something, look at the right assets. But just as a community, one of the things that was mentioned is like, you know, what got, and it's like, look at Richard's pivot. What got us here won't necessarily get us there. And so notice how RH's pivot is even almost more inclusive and more polite and more, you know, educational. And so I've been making it a point to go to different spaces and try to, you know, share different elements, even if it's just slowly, about the HEX community, about PulseChain, about the network, you know, NFT communities, letting them know that, you know, hey, they've got NFTs on another chain and things like that. So still, it's still now's the time to start reminding people that they've got assets over there. If they're not into this ecosystem whatsoever, you've already got assets on a chain. Go see what they're doing, you know? So, but yeah, community is key.
Yeah, and then in terms of adoption, and SJ, you had touched on that before, you know, with everything that's happening with the SEC thing, you know, you see people coming out in support of us, and, you know, it's people within our own community, but then, you know, people are showing their true colors. People already had problems with us, are really coming out against us. But I think even that negative attention, I think, is like making people sit back and go, okay, what's going on here? And even just some of the like big crypto influencers who I guess influence generally in crypto. I don't know if we're allowed to name names, but seeing them come out in support of us, you know, in the sense of this has to do with our freedoms. This has to do with our financial systems. This is more than just Richard Hart products. I mean, I think that's pretty incredible and so encouraging. And like, what a way to grow the community even further. Because if people who aren't interested in what we're doing hear those influencers talking about, oh no, this is an attack on our freedom, I feel like it's going to make them sit back and go, okay, let me look into this. And then once you look into HEX and Pulse and everything, how can you say no? And so I really, you know, back to what you were saying, HEX Ray, like it makes me hopeful for what the spring is going to look like, what next summer is going to look like. I mean, I think we're on a pretty incredible path, you know, even with something that seems so negative. I think it's going to bring further adoption because people are going to sit up and take note.
Well said.
What are some of the things that you guys have been surprised with during this cycle that you haven't seen previous cycles? I mean, you guys have all been around for 2 or 3 cycles. Is there anything? Oh, maybe SJ hasn't. She's just so cool that we just adopt her as an OG. But
yeah, this is my first cycle. That's why seeing that run up I was talking about to 12 cents, that was the first time I experienced the green candle. Like the actual feeling of it. Like, because I know what it means, right? Like I get that, right? But like for the first time, see my investment go over what I invested in the project, like blew my mind. I was just like, oh, I get it now. I understand the green candle feeling. So I'm super looking forward to all of this. And I feel, you know, you would think that I've been in for cycles because of, I think, the calmness and the, like this, how secure I feel in this. And I think a lot of that just comes with HEX having been what got me into crypto, right? Like, I mean, I got in a little bit previously, but didn't pay attention, wasn't into the community, didn't even touch it or look at my bags. But once I got into this community and started to understand what it is that I hold, I had no FUD. There was no reason for me to be upset or be fearful or anything through this last bear market. I mean, I came in through the bear market basically. So that's my first bear market cycle. And I had no doubt that we're going to come back up, you know? So I thank you for, you know, for thinking that I've been here for a couple of cycles, because it feels that way because, you know, really when you DYOR, when you do your own research and you learn what it is that we hold, there's no reason to get crazy or get upset or to disappear during a bear market, you know? So
no, I've been in crypto since 2013, August 6, 2013. I got my first 5 Bitcoin. Still got my Coinbase ledger, you know, to prove it. I know that's one of the things that Rags always says. But I mean, I was a victim of the Mt. Gox hack. You know, I remember when people were telling me like, oh, you're so silly putting your money into, just like the wife says in the movie, you know, you're digital quarters, you know, like, what are you doing? Like, that's backed by nothing. And just watching this go, you know, watching the rides, you just start, and it's so cool that you're able to have that experience already, SJ, and have calm through the storm, because I'm telling you, I thought I was a genius selling on a 3, 4, 5, 10, 15x, you know, and it's in that community that was there for Bitcoin then. The Hex community it destroys it, you know what I mean? And certainly in passion, but also in numbers. And you know, it was not like that around 2013. So we've got something that really is designed to be a better Bitcoin and its own network, to be its own blockchain, to be on it. It's pretty cool, you know, that we've got opportunities like this. I mean, it used to be a badge of honor. What point did you buy? You know, were you an OG? What point did you buy? How many cents did you buy at? You know, and it's like now everyone's able to say, if they want to, oh, I bought at a penny, which we thought was never going to happen again, right? On Ethereum, I bought at half a penny. You know, I mean, different things that people can say now that is just a wild ride, just back to where we can go. So it's I see people talking about green candles in the comments. You know, they remember their first green candle ride, and yeah, to your point, SJ, of what you were able to experience. It's like, man, if you guys like those green candle rides, then you know, you got to, if you're thinking about a roller coaster, you know, or something that climbs to the top, you know, if you really want to experience that green candle ride, you can't get at the roller coaster at the top. You still have a ride, you know, but
Right.
you want to get in at the beginning, and it's like the roller coasters come back around, and now it's loading a new group of people. So it's I personally like getting on that coaster again. I enjoyed that ride.
Is there anything different about this cycle that caught you off guard, Ashley?
I wouldn't say that caught me off guard, but one of the cool things like that I've noticed was like, okay, that first, you know, big initial run up that we had, I felt like people were acting like we were like some like pump and dump, like Doge or something. And now I feel like people are taking us more seriously. People realize that, okay, we are legit. We're here to stay. We're not just some trend or whatever. And of course, if these people did their own research, they would know that that wasn't the case. But, you know, I feel like now we're getting taken a little more seriously as like a heavy contender. And, you know, even just like, yeah, the news coverage we get, and it's, I think, kind of also very telling, right? I want to say, was it Yahoo Finance kind of covered us at one point? There was some outlet where I was like, okay, all right, now we're in the big leagues. And of course we know that, but at least we're being viewed this way. So for me, that's the most interesting thing. The shift in perception of us from outside our community is, I think, been the most fascinating thing to observe.
A lot of that happens from the inclusive nature of commentary and discourse, right? Like, you know, being more inclusive and being more educational. It's like we went through the phase where Richard had to punch through the noise, and like he said, that Richard's dead, you know. And it's like, you know, our part that just wants to trash people for you know, bagging on Hex in the past. It's like, you know, hey, everyone's got an opportunity to learn sometime. So let's remember that, you know, the more inclusive we can be as a community, I think the better we'll realize we will do in the long run.
Yeah, I think for me, the two things that caught me off guard were the double top. I wasn't ready for another double top with Bitcoin. And I also believed, because of the explosive run up that we had in Hex, I believe that we were decorrelated from the 4-year cycle. I was like, oh, this is different. Our timing's off from the other alts. Our timing's off from Bitcoin. There's no way Big Daddy Bitcoin is going to drag us to the bottom of the pool. And then he did. And so that was a painful lesson for me, was to respect the power of the 4-year cycle. It's very much still a thing, even with the weird double top, which I believe the double top was caused more by institutions this time than, you know, back in the day. The whales of Bitcoin were really making the tops and bottoms. And this time we've got so much more Bitcoin in the hands of institutions and banks that they kind of like, they get to hit the reset button when they want, they get to exit when they want, you know, just like in traditional finance. So I think that's what we saw with that double top this time, personally. So yeah, that's what I realized this go around.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting. Speaking of, oh, go ahead. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. And then I just wanted to just also add on to what we were all saying. I think with the way the American economy is going, people really realize the dollar, the fiat currency, is a real shitcoin. So I think, seeing that the dollar is not like infallible, I think is really making people kind of consider other things more so as we're shifting into the next cycle. People are considering alternates, and I think that's opening up a lot more people to us.
Indeed. And I think when you mention institutions, being able to drive the price down, et cetera, I mean, look at what happened on Monday. A substantial institution was able to, create a bottom, and there's when something's of value, people that can leverage certain things in order to get an opportunity to get things at a better price, they tend to pull those levers. And so without saying much, it's always possible that, people are doing whatever they can in order to start to accumulate, just like they did with stuff with Bitcoin, outlawing mining in certain places, allowing just different governmental institutions tweaking price so that they can accumulate. We see a lot more of that than we have in the past in this cycle.
I'm looking for, there's a tweet that I want to share real quick. I thought it was really cool and kind of on topic here. Let me see.
And Swizzle Sticks, looks like you need to get your emojis figured out, buddy.
So this is a tweet that I saw earlier from Optimus Kevtron. And I think it's kind of on topic and just really cool to point this out. He says, let's see. My dad doesn't keep up with crypto news and isn't active on social media, but he owns a decent amount of staked HEX. I told him yesterday about the SEC going after RH, HEX, and PulseChain. And his response was, it sounds like they're threatened by HEX since they have no control over it. And then he says, my dad was born a Hexican. I couldn't agree more with that sentiment, like people who, like you're saying, Ashley, like know that the dollar is a shitcoin and know that, like there's really like no value in the regular financial system out there. There's this part in the movie, which, it's in the previews too, but she's talking about, or they're talking about where to put financial energy. And Richard goes, oh, I think you just explained a 401k, and like people joke around and say like a 104k, right? Because really at the end of the day, there's such little value in what people have been for years and years and years thinking was going to be this nest egg or, their retirement plan or wherever it is they've been storing their money in regular, the regular financial system. It's just not there anymore. And it breaks my heart. Like people have been working their entire lives, right? Like I think probably all of our parents' generation and, even people that are, younger than that have this ideal that, maybe less and less now, but that a company is going to take care of them, right? Or that because they have their pension or their 401k is, what's it called? When the company puts in the same amount to your 401k as you do or whatever, like you just have this really unrealistic way of thinking that you're going to be able to be fine when you're done at the end of the day, like when you're done working your whole life. And it breaks my heart, y'all. My father is in his 70s. And for the majority of my life, he's been a workaholic. He went from being an LAPD officer and retired on a Friday and then went to work as a hearing officer for the city of Los Angeles the next Monday and has been working ever since. And in the last few years, I finally have seen him ready to retire, right? Like he's ready to do it. And this is like all kind of, like just random family shit, but like his wife doesn't think that they have enough money for him to retire yet. I'm like, my father has been working for 50 something years, more than that probably, of his life. Like this man needs to just be able to chill and relax and enjoy his retirement years. And, you know, how cool is it that we get to be that generation and that group that sees that and says, no, fuck that. Sorry, I don't know about the wording on this, but, you know, forget about all that. Like, you know, that is not a way to live. That is not really truly, you know, why we should be here. Like, that's not our purpose on this planet, to work until we die, you know, or work for our retirement in our last 30 years of our life that we can't even enjoy because we're so broken down and decrepit because we've been taking pills for this, that, or the other thing. And then we have to take pills on top of that. I know Ashley and I could probably go off on that whole rabbit hole for but that, you know, just what a sad way to have existed. And then, like, at the end of the day, not have any kind of reward because the stock market, because of this, because of that. Like, I'm just so excited to be a part of this, like, movement. You know, that's really what it is. And again, I think that's what we're seeing with all of this traction and all of this attention coming from the movie, from the SEC. Like, y'all, we've already started that snowball down the hill. And I think it's just ready to get bigger and bigger.
Oh yeah, we're the generation that breaks through, and unfortunately, when you are that, like, people push back so hard, they fight you on it. Like, they think you're insane, they think you're wasting your life, and that you're, you know, that you're screwing things up. But somebody has to break that cycle, you know. So how amazing that we get to be that generation that puts our foot down. You know, I'm totally with you on all that. I choose to live my life differently than everyone before me, and from people in my own generations. I choose to kind of break out of that narrative, break out of that matrix. But shoot, the pushback, and I'm sure you guys all find the same thing that you get. It's like, it's as if you went into their own bank account and started screwing around with their finances. It's like, no, yep. I'm taking that gamble myself. Why are you so offended? But I guess that's what it takes to break a cycle. And I hope that, you know, we do break ground for the next generations, you know, coming up after us to like not have to live like that. Because like you're saying, what kind of life is that? You know, and you know, you work and it's not guaranteed, especially police pensions. Like, that could go away in an instant, depending on what's in office. You know, it's scary. And it's scary that we've been taught to put our hands or to put our eggs in their basket in the hands of someone else. So I like this, that we're taking back control, especially at DeFi. What an amazing way to take back control. So yeah, so thank you for touching on that.
Yeah.
You know, there's something that's interesting. Moondog had posted it, which is pretty fascinating. It's kind of a testament to those that are paying attention and listening to some of the right people in crypto, and Richard being one of those. I mean, if you just look at the dump that Bitcoin had and everything else had from the top since 2021, including HEX, et cetera. However, if you had sacrificed, you know, whatever your value was at that point, you know, if you sacrificed, then it so happened that you earned some points, and coincidentally on a blockchain, you know, you got value for those, and you may have gotten a multiple on those. But at least from when I last looked at the Pulse price, it's down, you know, a little over 30%. So if it was just at a 1-to-1 at sack rate, so that's an opportunity for many people, not financial advice, but it's an opportunity if you want to essentially get the equivalent of more sacrifice points. But it's only down 30% essentially from what your value was if you had from your sacrificed money. Does that make sense? That's pretty wild, because a lot of the rest of crypto, I mean, Ethereum's down 50% from where things were at the top of, a little more than 50% from where it was at the top of 2021. So your sacked funds are still at any dollars that you sacrificed, the equivalent tokens that may have resulted on the PulseChain side, you know, you actually are at still a better dip than Ethereum itself. You know, you're still sitting more pretty, which that's just an interesting thing to look at. You know, that even though the price of HEX is down, you look at those that sacrificed, which was those that had followed someone that was intelligent in crypto, and they're still sitting better than Ethereum's dip. Still, you know, I don't think that's highlighted enough.
Yeah, definitely. And the amazing thing is, nobody's running around calling Ethereum a scam and everything, you know, like that. Oh, right. Nobody's calling Bitcoin a scam. So it's like, okay, we're doing better than them, but we're the scam.
Right.
It's amazing. It's really mind blowing.
Swizzle Sticks, you are right. The SEC is trying to protect us. Well put, right?
Well, and going back to what you guys were saying earlier about the 401ks and people trusting other people with their money, putting their eggs in someone else's basket. I don't remember who. Oh, it was Rags. Rags was talking about the increased spending on blockchain, and it's a hockey stick. It's exponential. So like companies were spending very little money. I think that in this last bear run or bear market, there's something like $20 billion being spent on blockchain infrastructure by the institutions. So when you have these companies that have been talking, scaring people and flooding them out of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and Ethereum, in this next bull run, a lot of people believe that tune's going to change, right? They're going to say, wow, Bitcoin and Ethereum are the future, and you should buy them through us because we're your trusted advisors, and we already have your 401k, and we already have your savings accounts, and we already KYC'd you. So buy all your, and they'll be ETFs. They won't be real coins. They won't have real custody. Yeah. It won't be real DeFi. It'll all just basically be them taking advantage of people because you don't know what you don't know, right? And so when Corey Costa and Cosmic Cowboy are talking about having your arms wide open and being positive and gentle and patient with these new people, we can be the place where they figure out what they don't know, right? Because until you can wrap your head around digital currency, which a lot of people still think that there's dollar bills and gold coins sitting somewhere in some vault. That's what a lot of people still believe about money, unfortunately. But you've got to wrap your head around the fact that everything is basically digital. And then you just got to wrap your head around the fact that you can have a system of digital money that requires a lot less trust in people, an actual DeFi, a blockchain where you can actually see where all the coins are. Because, no one, well, I shouldn't say no one, very few people know what the M1, M2, and M3 money supply even are. And they're never going to tell you what it is and where that money's at, because it's to their advantage for you to be in the dark and not know how many dollars are all over the world or whatever's going on with the banks. So the fact that we can, our made up internet money is better than their internet made up money. And that sentence doesn't make sense to a lot of people because they don't know what they don't know. So there's a couple of learning curves people need to get into. And then the front end, the user experience has got to be easy, right? Like there's so much work that's got to be done to where it's simple and easy for people to send and receive money, to stake their coins, to all that stuff. Going back to the first email that was ever sent, it was like sent from New York to California by a team of nerds on both ends. And it took like a week. It took like a week for them to send some little email from New York to California or whatever. And now like everyone on, like people in their 70s and 80s right now swipe their thumb on an iPhone and send an email to their grandkids. Right?
So true.
And so that has to change in crypto. We need 2 and 3 button menus that make sense, because the average person doesn't know how to download the MetaMask wallet, put it on PulseChain, and then go to their favorite coin, go find the Maximus DAO contract or go find the Texan contract and then copy and paste that into PulseX to go get some on that side. Like that's so far beyond. People don't know what any of those terms mean unless you're a Hexagon and you've been buying those coins during this dip, right? And even then you've been hit with a crazy low liquidity. So you have to understand something about markets on top of that. So as we open our arms and lovingly and patiently walk people through some of these concepts that are hard for them to wrap their head around, and then we have all these people building easier, better on-ramps and off-ramps and better UIs, that's what onboarding is going to look like, I think, personally. Because those two things have, that you talk to a lot of people in crypto, it's just a scary word to them, right? Yeah. I was in a Wells Fargo when we went to North Carolina for that workshop, and I was pulling a few $1,000s out for expenses. And the manager of the bank I was talking to her about crypto, and she's like, "Oh yeah, well they made that illegal.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist." And I said, I said, what do you? Oh yeah, she goes, yeah, they said that Bitcoin is illegal, so it's gone now. This is what the manager. This is the manager of all the Wells Fargos in the area believes, that Bitcoin just doesn't exist now. And I was like, the money you're handing me, the cash you're handing me right now is from crypto.
Yeah.
Like, not only is Bitcoin still alive, but 30,000 other crazy coins are going crazy right now. So like, it's, yeah, there's a whole paradigm shift that we can help people with.
Yeah.
Gosh, and so how empowering will that be when people can take control of their own finances? Because like I know when I've talked about crypto to some older people, they love it. They're amazed. They're like, I want to ask my financial advisor about it. And I'm like, no, they're going to tell you no. I'm like, they don't believe in that type of thing. And, you know, and this is why, because it's because people, the systems, the institutions want to take away control from, you know, from us. Take away our control, because that's just a way for them to gain power. So of course they're going to block it at any path. But like when you finally make it simple, when you make it so that an old person can just press a button and do that, like it's so incredible. It's so empowering, but it's also one of those things like, you know how they make those jokes, wow, if everybody in the world just got together and, you know, and worked together, this is what our cities would look like. You know, those memes? Like, I feel like that's the thing with crypto too. If you can make it easy to access, if you can empower people with their own finances, imagine what the world can look like. You know, truly like building a better world, not to quote Wayland Yutani, but, you know, building a better world in a good way.
Well, think about how easy Venmo is, right? Or Cash App. Like you can go right back onto your debit card. And this is not to shill any project, but more to shill some of the innovation, some of the diligence that's being done on PulseChain. So I know that, and do your own research. I haven't fully completed my research at all on what I'm about to say, but Coast, for example, is something that just launched a couple of days ago. And I know that their aim, and I don't know if they're there yet, but their aim is basically to be able to, for PulseChain, native PulseChain, right? To be able to on-ramp and off-ramp directly to your debit card. Now, whether it be Coast or another protocol that ends up doing it, again, don't just all of a sudden go use it just because you heard it on here, because I have not fully vetted it. However, my point is that's the type of innovation that's happening on PulseChain, and to address what you guys were all just talking about as far as difficulty, once someone can literally be like, all right, I'm going to go from my debit card onto some PulseChain, and then even if that's all they hold, and then it just had a candle, like, you know, I'm gonna you know, take a little bit off right back onto your debit card. Those are some cool things that people are actually actively working on in this space and on this chain. Again, they may or may not be the golden goose that does it, but that's going to be a huge thing. There were some people in the movie last night who were some Bitcoin maxis, and they completely understood all the dynamics. And that's one, and some older and very much older gentleman that was there, and that's what he was saying. He's like, gosh, you know, when I'm able to go directly from my debit card or from my bank into crypto and off in a somewhat trustless manner, you know, then that's when that's when my rest of my family will be willing to you know, utilize something, because all those jumps that HEX talked about are difficult for many people, but those that are willing to take the time to learn, just like those of us early in Bitcoin days that were taking the time to learn what it's about, you know, there were some benefits we got from it. And right now we're amongst another group that's able to do that. So
Bullish.
It's exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's going to be really interesting to see. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just saying how excited I am, you know, as we're thinking about the future and we're thinking about the next couple of years, and the fact that there are going to be so many, and there already are, y'all. Like, I'm starting to see on my YouTube feed just all of these new names of all these different people, right? And it's happened through the bear market for sure. We've had a lot more content creators come into the space, and which has been great. Like, for the fact that we've had so many people building and becoming more vocal and wanting to share more content about HEX and PulseChain over this last year and a half, 2 years, right? Like that's already bullish as heck to me, right? And then this next couple years, right? And even already now, like I was saying, I'm starting to see new names on my YouTube, like, you know, here's something else for you, right? Like here's another person talking about, I at least 3 or 4 people in the last couple weeks I've seen coming up on my feed that I'd never heard of before, that I've never seen before, that are all excited about PulseChain and are all talking about, you know, what it is that really DeFi is here for and is meant to do. So it's going to be such a trip as someone who's like, I feel like I'm in the middle of it, right? Like I wasn't an OG, right? And I just kind of came in and started doing my thing. And like now, like, cause I think a lot of the people that were here at the beginning, right? Like people like DCC, Crypto Coffee, right? Hodl Dog, like guys who have just been doing it for so long and got to see this new wave come in, right? Like I'm excited to see this next wave. Like who's going to be, you know, people like Westcott, like that are just like making noise and making a name for themselves, but in that, right? Not just making a name for themselves, right? Like they're doing it to bring people more into our ecosystem and bring more eyes onto these projects. So I'm stoked to just see what this next wave of content creators and people who are, you know, going to be more vocal and get all excited about what it is that they're into and what it is that we're doing here. Like that to me is just, again, like everything. Like, I don't know if you guys saw Huddle Dog's most recent video. He came out with one just a couple days ago, but it's ridiculous and hilarious and you should watch it and everything is bullish. And that's how I feel too. Like could not agree more with the fact that like, all of this is just bringing more attention to us and in this whole system. And, you know, what a cool thing, what a great movement to be a part of. Like, I can't imagine spending my time and energy, you know, doing anything else. Like, again, if y'all are in town for the poll, I'm going to shill it real quick because we're about to run out of time, but PulseChainTour.com, guys, come out, come hang out, come say hello. Come teach someone, bring your no coiner friends and family. Like it's a great event for anyone of any like level in terms of crypto, like from no coiners to people who have been in it for years. Like everyone's going to learn something or get some kind of value out of it. This next weekend. Yeah. A week from today is the New York event. Corey Costa speaking. Mark Wild is going to be there. He wrote a book. And then Aubrey de Grey, which I'm super excited about that because he's going to be able to kind of be this different kind of voice, right? To give more, I don't know if credit is the right word, but to, you know, speak a little bit on Richard's character and who this man is and why it is that, you know, like Richard decided to donate all this money to the Sense Foundation. So just a lot of really great things to look forward to. And I'm happy to be a part of it.
Likewise, and I know we're about to wrap up, so I want to say anyone that's watching that's not subbed yet to Maddie, make sure you sub to Maddie because Maddie's got content on this channel like throughout the week. You know, ridiculous track record in terms of length of streams that he hasn't missed. You know, Tuesdays there's a lot of alpha, a lot of different shows that you can pay attention to. So make sure you like right now the video and share it and send it and sub because this is going to continue going for the rest of the day. Is it going until tomorrow?
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, until tomorrow.
It's coming down into tonight. I think maybe around midnight. I could be wrong. Because it started yesterday, I think at 9 a.m. or something like that. It's 42 hours, I think, total. Is that right?
Hey guys, yeah.
Maddie. Hey Maddie.
Yeah, we're doing a 42-hour live stream here, and you guys have been doing a great job. Thanks for doing your freestyle panel.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So how's everything been going for you guys?
It's been excellent, man. It's so cool to go out to the movie and see everybody here, you included, you know, in 4K and you know, just seeing all the just to have a theatrical experience, man, is so cool to see this movement like making big things. And it's also crazy to think that we've already had that crypto documentary written about us. You know what it's just It's just unreal. Yeah, it's like, you know, as far as things that FUD, I'm just excited. But yeah, things have been going well. And this has been exciting.
I was telling people last night after I saw the Highest of Stakes documentary, I was saying if they could tell such a fair and compelling story when the only thing that happened was the price went down in the longest bear market of crypto history, I can only imagine the storytelling that will take place when the bear market or when the bull market returns. So yeah, really exciting. And so thank you all for speaking. Can you go around and tell people where to find you?
How should we start?
Ask ladies first.
Okay.
You go ahead.
So you can find, I have my Twitter handle right here in the description. Ashley is Ash_. If you want to find my YouTube channel, it is youtube.com/AshleyAshNow. I do live streams Saturday nights, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And if you go into either one of those, I have a link tree so you can find me anywhere else. So thank you guys.
Yay.
SJ?
Yeah, so AWildSJ on all the things, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, all of them. That's where you can find me. And I will be coming to a city near you soon with RG3 and Black Hexagon. Shout out to DJ Polly and Some Hexagon as well, because they are just, you know, what a cool crew to be. All these scallywags on this ship, y'all. I am just over the moon that we get to go out there and really just be face to face with people, telling them more about the PulseChain. So check that out, and yeah, follow AWildSJ for more info on that. Thank you. Thanks, Maddie.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
and I'll go clockwise again. Thanks, Maddie, for the opportunity and for all you guys have done. And Gary, man, you as well. And yeah, Hexiest Man on the World on Twitter. You can find anything else on there.
Awesome.
And I'm Hex Ray Vision. You can catch my YouTube channel. I've got the scavenger hunt still going with 200 USDC sitting in it. I think we've only got like 4 or 5 seed words revealed on other people's streams. Some of the people here on the screen have some seed words that we'll be sending out to them as they hit their goals. And then Anti-Gravity Saga on Telegram is where you can keep up with my project. I've got a project coming out. We're in private test net and getting ready to go into audit. So you can follow that there. But yeah, thanks so much for having us on.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. We'll catch you next time.
Excellent. Ciao.
Thank you.
Oh, we're blurry.
I know.
We're no longer crisp. We're underwater.
This is the one moment where the clouds came in and it screwed up my lighting. So I'll fix that. But first, let's bring up our new panelists here. We've got Nerd Girl 007, ATX Crypto, and Westcott Crypto, and of course, Funding Jim here. Welcome.
What's up?
Hey, how's my audio? Do I sound okay?
Low. You're
a little low.
Low. Maybe they're closer to the mic or sensitivity higher.
What's up, y'all?
Louder.
Sounding good.
Better.
You don't know?
You don't know?
I really don't. I don't know this time.
Yeah, you sound good, Bree.
Let's go. What's up, people?
What's up, y'all? How you doing, man? Y'all are all beautiful, lovely individuals. I had a chance chatting with Nerd Girl for a brief momentarily while we were checking out the background. And what was crazy is all of y'all were able to actually meet up at the Highest of Stakes premiere. So how was it? That seemed absolutely incredible to see all the people, all the pictures. Do y'all, and I missed, maybe something happened as well. I got a quick question. It looked like the directors actually gave a quick speech. I don't know if that was before or after. I believe it to be after based on how it was portrayed. Is that something y'all can speak on a little bit more?
Well, look, I want to thank you guys for being here, and I'm going to let you take it away. And yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks.
Appreciate you, Maddie.
For sure.
So ATX, it was a Q&A, and it was after.
Wow, that is freaking epic.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah. They talked a little before. I was filming. I was being a bad guy as usual. I was live. But yeah, they did a little kind of speech. They talked about like, you know, Richard's dad being there and whatnot, and you know, kind of just shouting everybody out and giving thanks and whatnot. So it was pretty cool. You can check it out on my YouTube. Yeah, it's all there. But
That's so
I think they
freaking
were
cool.
highlighting, their story as a production team. They could choose any topic in the world to cover, anything as a documentarians, as people that are artists, creators. They could choose any topic, and they did get engaged with this community, with Richard Hart, with the narrative of freedom. They became more committed, I believe, in their own value system by creating this film over the past 2 years. So I think at the end, when they did a Q&A with the audience participants, the people that were there at the premiere, that's what I took away from it, was that they were trying to have an engaging story for the person that has never heard of crypto, doesn't know anything about Bitcoin, never seen this caricature of a personality like Richard Hart,
right?
And really leave it open for curiosity. So the ending of the movie, to me, was about engaging the next chapter, engaging where does this journey go, especially with the cause of freedom to transact. So I liked it quite a bit on the Q&A.
Yeah, that's something that I think everyone would have loved to have heard in depth and detail. And maybe I'll have to go back if, there's some recording of it somewhere that we end up getting released. That would be pretty cool just to hear everything happen. Because, just in general, just having the first crypto movie in theater was already one of the biggest steps that I think you have to break as a barrier. And we just broke that barrier. It's the same concept to me as the person who first ran the 4-minute mile, right? And so before that, it had never been done. It was always impossible. And of course, one day he was able to do it. Now, seems like the 4-minute mile is a freaking, thing of the past where everyone's just breaking it left and right all of a sudden because now they believe it to be possible. And I think we just kind of ended up doing that exact same barrier break as well. Do y'all have that same kind of feeling that we may end up hearing more about crypto movies, something similar to this documentary style come out with other crypto or other people?
That's a good point. Just to highlight it's possible. That's the Les Brown speech. If you have heard it, it's amazing. I used to have an introduction to some of my YouTube content many years ago. So if you search for HEX, it's possible, you'll find basically that 4-minute mile story as reported by Les Brown. It's really amazing.
Yeah, Les Brown's phenomenal, by the way. Yeah, that whole thing, it's possible. The speeches that he gives, if you're ever looking for some I don't know, some self-improvement, we'll call it, or just looking to further attain levels of achievement in life, Les Brown's definitely one way to get that done. So yeah, shout out to Les Brown for sure. But yeah.
Sorry, Nicole, I cut you off. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think that, like putting the idea into different communities' minds that they can have like this incredibly high quality production is something that I've heard from people in other communities. Like, well, how do we get a documentary made about, made about this or made about that? And what I consistently tell people is, you need a really compelling character to kick the whole thing off. And just a lot of people within crypto, within every space, aren't willing to have that like one character who really puts him or herself out there. And without that, it would be really difficult to make this kind of feature. So I'm always trying to encourage my clients to like step things up, not necessarily in exactly the same way that Richard did, but just, amplify their natural personalities but I don't know, people get nervous and it's kind of a foreign concept.
Yeah, you just take it to the little bit extra level. It's funny is you get behind the camera and I think, you have like Moon King B Roots already talk about all the time. Where coming from the wrestler perspective and that background, you come out there and you amp stuff up and you get super hyped about stuff. But in reality, it's like you're still the same person. You were just able to elevate it to that one next level above. And you deal with a lot of content crypto communities, just in general. Of course, your day-to-day job and everything as well. But what do you think? Because this was community funded, crowdsourced, community funded. Like, I don't know. The thing with our community is it's so incredible. I haven't really seen that same come through with other communities. Now, they may be out there, but do you think this kind of helps push that narrative forward a little bit? Like, we as a community need to step up.
Yeah, so the only community that I can think of that's like similar to HEX in terms of like its grassroots adoption would be Bitcoin. So, because this very, very much is the way that Bitcoin was spread early on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are, of course, like dedicated community members from all kinds of different, you know, all kinds of different crypto projects. But the real, I've seen a lot of communities be built and truly grassroots. I've seen it in Bitcoin and I've seen it in HEX.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, heck, Bitcoin could have been having this already done. Like, you know, that's what I kind of.
Well, and there are lots of Bitcoin documentaries.
Yeah.
So they are very high quality. A lot of them, they just didn't do theatrical releases. So, you know, like there's the rise and rise of Bitcoin. There's banking on Bitcoin. There's quite a few documentaries or docuseries specifically about Bitcoin. It's been years, I think, since a new good one was released.
Do you think that's just because of the way it's perceived of crypto? Do you think that people haven't tried to go after the theatrical release because of how crypto is seen so often to a normal person?
No, I think a theatrical release is like, I mean, I'm not a filmmaker, right? So this is just, you know, this is kind of me speculating a little bit. I think that a theatrical release for a documentary is pretty uncommon because people like, although I like to watch documentaries, I would never think I'm going to go to the movie theater and see this doc because I'm just like, watch this documentary in my pajamas on my couch, you know, like completely scrubbed out. I don't want to like get all whatever to go to the movie theater. But now seeing the impact that it had, I can see people, you know, replicating it.
Gotcha.
Love it.
You guys think we hit the bottom with all the SEC stuff? Like, you think this is finally over with, or we still got more bottoms to come? Yeah, what do you guys think?
I personally think that the chart is where it's at right now, right from the reaction 4 or 5 days ago, and this V-type style pattern in the recovery. So when people look at those things, people that like to talk TA about anything that is chartable, any ticker, it doesn't matter if it's stock or crypto. That's newsworthy. Like look at this this fallout from Ripple. I think when the Ripple had its SEC accusation and go through the court system, like it had its initial capitulation, initial like reaction from holders that no longer wanted to be holders, and they exited out some position that changed the chart. And then you see a reaccumulation, either because they become more comfortable with their emotion state. So it may be the same people that move the token chart down or the coin chart down. Bitcoin has had these kinds of reactions as well. I think that it's been helpful to see content creators like your friend Somi highlight, you know, this is not simply Richard Hart. It's not simply HEX. It's not the logo of Hexicans. It is basically an assault across all DeFi products, because we did see Bitcoin 13, 14 years ago begin with the narrative of custody, peer-to-peer transactions, you know, the idea of a parallel system of currency, right? That was the narrative then. And even back then, like I tend to believe that people that were in the cyberpunk, you know, Bitcoin forums in the origin story, I do believe that, you know, if you look at their posts, historically, they did believe in a peer-to-peer cash, meaning this is the economic energy I'm willing to put in, and I'm just looking to preserve purchasing power. I'm looking to avoid debasement from government or from banks. So I believe that was the narrative then. But over the years, especially with the chart and accumulation, whether it's you know, a spread of the message that impacts the price of the product, when it comes to Bitcoin specifically, you saw, you know, 4,000x initial wave of Bitcoin. You see 600x the second cycle of Bitcoin. You see, you know, these multiples have become wild in number, to say that, you know, over the course of its peak bottom, if you say it's a penny to 69,000 per Bitcoin, you know, that's 6.9 million X, right? So like when you're looking at those numbers, the attraction is no longer, I don't think over the past few years, the messaging from Bitcoiners has not been peer-to-peer, preserve your purchasing power. It has been, maybe not so much in your face about like you can drive Lambos and live in mansions, but it has been about price appreciation, ROI. Why would you hold this asset, as far as a rotating of value from one asset class into this asset class of Bitcoin, and everything else is crypto, like this differentiator. Most of the speakers that I see on stage at some of these bigger events that get, wealthy people into a single room and talk about cryptocurrency, most of them talk about Bitcoin. And that has had a huge centralizing power. That is why you do see people looking for yield and they go to Voyager, 3 Hours Capital. They look for yield and they go to Celsius, is because I do believe that most of the people that have come into Bitcoin in the past 5 years centralize their Bitcoin. They don't decentralize their Bitcoin. So, we're in that curve to some degree also, as far as like price appreciation, speculation, people coming in because of chart movement. But I think that the culture really has been set forth by Richard, which has been brash, outrageous, shaking you at your beliefs, on your beliefs about the economic systems that we're part of, and really promoting the idea of self-custody. So I still believe in HEX product as a better Bitcoin, because the culture that promotes and talks about the nature of the HEX product is designed to be self-custodied. It's not really designed to be central. It may be listed on a central exchange. It may be available on a decentralized exchange, as far as like acquiring of the ERC20 or the PRC20 token. That may be available, right, in those kinds of platforms. But really, the message and design of the product code is about staking. So I like the narrative, and I think that's why some of the price charts can change from being here's a price point, here's a drop, here's a rise. Like it is the existing community, and then it's the resilience as it goes forward.
Yeah, I mean, I love the question that you asked, Wes, as well, to the breakdown on that, Gary. But the way I see it, do I know this is a bottom? Does anybody know it's a bottom? No, no one has any freaking clue about anything at any point in time. No one's got a crystal ball on this. Right. What I love, though, is the fact of the resiliency of how fast that we bounce back, right? And this also comes from resiliency of just other cryptos as well. This isn't just our ecosystem, right? You look back at what other ecosystems did when they faced the same charges or allegations or accusations or whatever you want to put. And then you see the little dip happen, you see the little panic, you see the panic set in, and then typically you see, okay, cool, a little recovery, whether it be people taking advantage of low prices and just capitalizing on it for that movement, or it's just a matter of like, okay, cool, that was shaking out some weak hands, and then we're just going to move forward. Looking back in just recent times, I mean, heck, the SEC came and filed lawsuits, or not lawsuits, the SEC came and filed allegations claiming all these different cryptos as security. All these different cryptos, like whole long list of cryptos that went crazy. And I went back and looked at the charts, and from what I saw, I was like, they didn't really get hit hard, right? Like either they're higher than they were at the time the announcement actually happened, or they're higher than they were from the bottom capitulation point. And I looked at it and I'm like, if we got a strong community like I know we do, the allegations are so weak like we know they are. I just look at it, I'm like, okay, everyone's going to know it's a big nothing burger. However, it's the same concept of getting into this whole crypto in the first place, right? Like most people hear HEX, they think Ethereum HEX, right? Most people don't know that PulseChain's even out there with a copy of all the ERC20 tokens. Let's just start there, right? And so people hear HEX and they look at one chart. And so I'm seeing it from a perspective that like we're still so freaking early in this whole grand scheme of crypto in general, y'all. Like this isn't just coming from our ecosystem. Bitcoin's been around less than 15 years. Like some people have kids that are older than that. You know what I mean? Like just think about that for a second. This is a crypto baby, if you will, right? It's just been around. It's still in the early stages, just now getting into that little teenage stage, right? Like we're just now starting to come around to the idea. Now, what I wanted to think of was, what do y'all think happens when ETH flips Bitcoin? Because I think that is one of those moments in history for crypto that just sets precedents going forward, same as the 4-minute mile that we've talked about before.
So I have some things pop in my head, and I have to admit I was frustrated over the past couple of months with some of the actions of however the PulseChain came alive and how the PulseX platform was deployed. And I've come to realize, at least my bias is that there's more genius in its design and the functions that exist than the ones that don't, right? The things that don't exist. And part of that comes to what has happened over the past 5 or 6 days in reaction from these decentralized tools in DeFi.
That was wild.
Decentralized as in MetaMask making this barring, right?
Yep.
Or the DEX, called the DEX of Uniswap, making a pronouncement that removal would happen of a particular ticker. Now, that's nothing new for Hexicans, really. If you've been here for many years, then when Uniswap was becoming popular as far as volume, historically, you can look on the chart that I think that the first 5 months of Hex existing, a solid half or so of Uniswap's flow was Hex specifically.
Right.
And I remember back then how frustrated we were as Hexicans that we didn't have the drop down available to us for the Hex ticker, for the logo to be found. And it made us actually, as far as engagement or commentary or any kind of information distribution, highlight that, here is the correct contract. Here, make sure you're reading the entire beginning and end and that you're selecting the right contract in this copy paste kind of import to the platform that engages the blockchains, right? So we actually were a little bit more insulated 3 years ago against, some of the things that have happened on Uniswap as far as volume ticker. Now, I think that, again, over the past couple of years, because we really have talked mostly about PulseChain, PulseX, when's it going to come, 2 more weeks, all the narratives around this new L1 and this new DEX option, I think we kind of lost a little bit of that messaging. So what I love in some ways, and again, these are speculations about the actions of Richard that has been named in this SEC case, speculations. And speculations based on the small amount, even though we have hundreds of hours of his content and his commentary, we have all of these references of Richard's commentary. You have to build in your own mind a template of what his future actions will be. Like when PulseX first launched, I remember that there were a lot of products that other founders wanted to be available on the DEX in the dropdown, and they have expressed frustration that their ticker wasn't available. What was available were things that Richard had created, or at least had promoted, that his developers or someone that he likes or whatever created, right? So he puts his brand and his stamp and his influence on those things because he's really taking ownership to that, to what he talks about. If he talks about freedom to transact, if he talks about freedom to move from place A to place B, if he talks about freedoms of speech, that is his belief and his philosophy and expressed in his products. So now when we have this example of what Uniswap has done, I do believe that Richard always wanted to be highlighted by the SEC and to prove the philosophies of decentralization as having value in a marketplace. To prove that freedoms of speech or transaction have value in a society. So that's why I think that actually I don't think that there'll be necessarily drop downs by default of other products on PulseX, and I don't think that there'll be promotion by PulseChain specifically, or validators or bridges and all the other decentralized natures of other products. But it does promote the culture to talk about exact detail of contract, doing your own research, talking, these types of things. So I would like to get some feedback about what your thoughts are when it goes to PulseX as a better version of a DEX, because there is less central authority. Uniswap has had central authority all along the way by their lists. And MetaMask has had central authority with their information gather. And so I would like to hear a little bit more commentary about PulseChain and PulseX representing the L1 and DEX of a philosophy that Richard may have put out there.
Sure. So you guys know I've worked really closely with a fork of Uniswap that is on Polygon, right? So so I am really familiar with exactly how Uniswap forks work and how people, what makes people want to bridge liquidity over and what makes people want to trade assets on that new chain. And I know kind of what works, and I definitely know a lot about what doesn't work, right? So where I would differ in, like, Gary, from your opinion, Gary, is I think that there should be some finite limits set. Your token needs to reach X amount of volume with X amount of liquidity in certain number of pairs, in a 30-day period or 60-day period or whatever it is. And if it meets that criteria and is audited or whatever, some standardized objective, if it meets this liquidity, this volume, and has an audit, whatever that is, then that token can get whitelisted, so it's in the drop down. Now, that's different from really incentivizing it by offering liquidity mining rewards, which is where I think, like, a lot of DEXs can kind of get into some trouble, because then they're offering financial incentives for people to provide that liquidity and, and to trade the volume. And then that's where you start seeing a lot of wash trading, and it's where you start seeing the potential for the DEX to be in trouble, like for, say, one of those tokens, because it meets the bare minimum criteria, ends up being, I don't know, charged or a scam or whatever, right? Like the liquidity gets pulled, then the DEX that incentivized that pair can get in trouble. So I would say either there need to be no liquidity mining rewards for these tokens. Definitely whitelisting, in my opinion, should happen. And if PulseX doesn't do whitelisting for other tokens, I don't see it being the primary DEX on PulseChain for very long, because other DEXs will. And then if they were going to do liquidity mining rewards, I would say that needs to follow a DAO model where, everyone who holds the token, whatever the PulseX token, whatever the DAO token is, gets to vote on each week or each 2 weeks, whenever the rewards are renewed, which pairs get rewards and how much rewards those pairs get, because that way it's not decentralized, it's not centralized. It is the community of token holders deciding. So there's not really anyone who can, I don't know, who can be blamed, specifically one person. That does create some, like, gamification of the system, where you start seeing things with, like, Curve, where people are like bribing people with large token amounts to vote in favor of liquidity mining rewards for X or Y. But that's just another game that people play within DeFi. But yeah, so the model that I would follow if I were trying to give liquidity mining rewards would be the osmosis model.
Wow.
So just to follow up on the kind of the responsible for the actions of others, to basically be the QA and say, there's a committee, there's a foundation, there's a review, there's an application, you meet this threshold, you don't meet this threshold in order to be quote unquote whitelisted on PulseX. I am going to take the opinion that I don't think that would happen. And I say that it is better to, from the operators of PulseX, the launch of the token, even the holders, even the ones that are speculating on its future value proposition, to say that auto balancing and automation is what Richard seems to have done with HEX. So in the design of HEX, there's this, we call it the truth engine. As far as the game theory, you have, these incentives that are known, they're built into the code itself. I don't think that we've seen as much of that design in PulseX like theme to say, here's where we're going to go from here. In 2024, we're going to have a whitelist, and this is how it's going to operate. And maybe in 2025, those elements are going to change because there will be a decision maker that makes a decision about what values of a product or founder or community need to be represented and shared by the DEX. So I think that Uniswap has put itself in the crosshairs with these actions over the past few days. I think that MetaMask, as a centralized foundation of consensus and of Ethereum, has put themselves in that same kind of category. So I think that it's better for PulseX to operate as it operates. Me personally, I believe that now. I was frustrated. I have to tell you, I was frustrated. But like coming to the point of saying that no comment is probably wiser for the operator of PulseX, or the community that wants to, because then it becomes the community and the founder and the product launch to say, here's our exact contract. Here's where you can find out information about the contract. This is the kind of market we're trying to fit. This is a product market fit of our code, and build their own list. I saw that I had asked, I think in a tweet maybe a week or so ago, for someone that I trusted in the community that's been around a long time, do they have these lists that can be imported, which you can import a list onto PulseX. And Sai from HEX Toys had said, yeah, we built a list. Here's how the list operates. And so it is default to authority. It's like okay, well, I hope that Sai qualified these 270 tickers, right, that are importable into my list on PulseX. Again, now I'm just shifting the responsibility to another list builder. So I do want to promote as a culture that we should always do our own research, and it's public on Uniswap how to build a list, a token list, and build your own list and import your own list. So you have your own responsibility of the things that you want to see regularly on the DEX. So I still hold that. I think that, the originators, the managerial skills, the managerial responsibilities, of the DEX should not exist. We should be a blank template.
Yeah, we've never had a DAO, going back to Nurgirl's point, on any of the test nets, right? There was never a point in time where we saw that even come into play, and that was a test net of over 2 years. So I would be shocked if we ended up trying to even go with the DAO type method where we use PulseX as a token to make any decisions as a community. I would be hard pressed to believe that's the route that we're going based on what we've seen already in the past.
Right.
So I'm in the same context as funding Jim to a certain degree, because I do like the concept of taking responsibility and ownership for everything that y'all are doing. Like, this is crypto, guys. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is crypto, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're responsible when you click on that button, right? And so if you open up the door where you have some ability to whitelist and everything like that, I think you would find a little flaw somehow, some way where someone can, circumvent the metric to be able to get listed. I don't know. I don't know exactly how that would work. I haven't messed with and launched DEXs before. That's not something I've seen in the past, right? When you talk about it, you're like, oh, it's not even a thought that crossed my mind about the list, because back on the testnet, we haven't seen a list. It's always been import your own tokens. It's always been that way, right? And I think that's taking that self-ownership and responsibility. Like, go to Dex Screener, make sure you're clicking the right contract, make sure you got the right address, import it yourself, and then you take all the inherent risks that you have, that you've opened the door up, if you will, by adding in these other additional items. So I don't know. It's kind of like I'm torn. Like, I would love to have a list. That would be awesome, because I can see the metrics of being met in a certain reality of volume and liquidity and that kind of stuff to be done. And I could definitely see that being a positive way of making sure that something can happen. I know, like Funny Jim says, wash trading and all that's possible, and I'm not going to talk too much in that regard. But yeah, I'm a big fan of just kind of seeing how the whole system's going to evolve, because what we see right now is a front end, y'all. Like, at the end of the day, Uniswap, all they changed was their front end, right? They didn't actually change the liquidity. They can't go through and change any of that. So, like, people are still providing liquidity on Uniswap, and they still have liquidity. And in fact, trades can still go through. It's just the US had the front end blocked somehow for trading HEX. That's all that it was, right? That still doesn't negate the fact, like, that's wrong. Point blank, period. Like, you're going to do that to HEX, but you won't do it to all these other tokens that have proven that they are absolutely terrible for the people, right? Like, you can still buy all these other tokens like FTX and Celsius and like all these other, they're still there.
Right.
Like, those companies went bankrupt. They lost all the money for everybody, and they still list it, but you won't. So that's where I get a little bit upset, because I get it, like, coming from that perspective. I don't think anyone should have that authority or right to say so on any of that, because again, we are decentralized. So yeah, I'm kind of like in a little tizzy on that one, right? Because I see both perspectives. Which way we go, well, obviously I don't know, but I can say that we've never seen a DAO tested yet at this point in time, and that's typically something that you do see when it comes to a big decentralized item like this, is the people holding the tokens and the bigger token holders get to vote, right? And so I'd be curious to see if we ever do get that implemented. I'm always cautious when it comes to a roadmap, and I think that's for a couple of reasons, especially SEC wise as well, just from the expectation of work from others, that kind of stuff. And if you have a roadmap and it says we'll whitelist tokens by 2024, I haven't seen too many other cryptos get down with roadmaps. I don't see that being like the big thing that took down all these cryptos. So like I would love to see a roadmap, but I just know that's just adding another little thing to it. So I just know we never will. So
bruh, I'm gonna let you finish, dog. I'm just gonna say PulseX is the greatest DEX of all time. That's it. What are we talking about?
I think that's kind of what I was commenting on. Is you can say that the SEC is a bad guy. You can say that they're trying to do what their mandate is, which is protect the public from ignorance or naivety, right? So that's in medicine you have these things like clinical trials, and Richard has even commented on it before that giving someone a 30-page explainer about how we're going to draw your blood weekly, we're going to check to make sure that your sugars are normalized on this diabetes medicine. Like there's caution, right? About like what is someone taking on as their responsibility versus defaulting to the responsibility of others, right? The caretaker. Right. And in DeFi, the idea to have a curated list that's managed by third party, right? That's influence. The fact that you could have a list of, let's say, the first 50 would load it in a drop down, you are influencing the price just by having a curated list, just by having a drop down, because there's going to be, even if it's alphabetical, because you'll see, just like in the phone books of long gone, you would see people choosing to have AAA, as part of the beginning of the name of their company, right? Yeah. So like you're always going to have some kind of preferential treatment if you actually have a drop down at all. And so we've seen several DEXs that have popped up on PulseChain, just like they do on Ethereum or Cardano or other kinds of L1s. And those DEXs, I think to a degree, are more vulnerable because there is managerial responsibility. There's something that will exist in the future that didn't exist before, such as a new token, a new launch, and some entity, some admin key will have to decide how that curated list modifies. Some things will drop off the list, some things will be added to the list. There's errors of human beings to import the wrong contract that goes to a honeypot or some kind of risk vector. And then who do you sue? Who is responsible for those funds that are lost? So I think that the safer play, and probably the well thought out play, is to say that this DEX is a public good, that this L1 is a public good, and the public can utilize the resources under their ground, the land that they stand on, to grow plants, to extract mineral, to the public resource of the river is shared by all that come to partake, and it shouldn't be polluted. So I do believe that there's more game to the absence than the inclusion of a lot of these products on that DEX.
So I'm just going to really quick counter here and say that to me, and I think you were saying that originally you shared this viewpoint and you've kind of come around to it. But if you're saying that it's,
I've had to live with it because I can't affect it. I can't change it. What's going to happen on the DEX is what's going to happen on the DEX, whether I'm frustrated or not.
Yeah, sure. But it
So
does.
I'm normalizing.
if we're talking about, by only including whatever the top 50 pairs, the top 100 pairs were impacting the price and the volume and the liquidity of those pairs, by only including and also taking agency away from people who should be doing their own research, who should be importing their own tokens, then by only having whatever the 5 tokens or whatever, whatever number of tokens it is that is available on PulseChain, that is in itself, positively impacting or somehow impacting the volume, liquidity, and price points of those tokens and leaving a whole bunch of other things out. And then my real concern with it is actually in the hindrance that would have on adoption from outside of the existing Richard Heart ecosystem.
Well, I think the main reason why he pulls up
my
the
point is that Richard has always said, if you want something built, go build it. If you want an audience, don't steal from my audience. Go find your own audience, bring your own audience to a product or per culture, and then import. Like he has always been that way in personality, right? So, you know, you have Telegram rooms that have an admin key, and he decides who is blocked or who is able to speak in those Telegram rooms because he originated those products.
Sure.
So like like on the benefit and the threat of DEXs that are, whether they're anonymous founders or whether they're not, you know, we have a platform that is a front end that is curated and is managed. And we do not know, you know, if you look at, you know, there's a lot of coders that can look at the HTML and decide, hey, there's a hidden widget in this that's doing some collection that I don't like. People look at MetaMask and they say there's data collection, right? There's IP address that's harvested, right? And most users don't know or don't care. But the ones that do care, they are really offended, and they're like, then they have to go through third, you know, stages of, you know, using VPNs or trying to obfuscate their IP address, as an example. So it's the same sort of thing. Like I think that Richard wants, or the OA, or Greg the Duck, or whomever wants crypto to live up to what was proposed 15 years ago. Bitcoin, you used to be able to extract Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, basically with a gaming card, and everyone could participate. But the competition for extracting value, adding value by being a security model and things like that of miners, to me has changed. Like it has altered even since I became involved in 2017. So like I think that there's still a dream there, and I think that, you know, the managerial responsibility should be absent from a public good, a public website. There's always going to be, to me, some threat vector because websites can get shut down, right? So it has to be contract based more than it is, you know, who's hosting, who's the ISP, things like that. There's always good, you know, Andrew Tate is an example of someone that was removed from all social media, removed from banking institutions, now going through all of his processes, right? Because whatever the perception of the public or the government is about him. So like if you want to have the ability to speak out loud, you know, whether you build an audience or you don't, I think that people should have the permission to speak out loud. And I do like what Richard posted fairly recently about, blockchain is the publishing tool, or blockchain software is the publishing tool to the public library. So like a lot of these narratives I can get behind more than just price up, price down, or, you know, the theme of another Rube Goldberg kind of machine to make money. Like I'm not in this for that purpose.
No, and I think he just sees it. The reason why you could look at it from two different perspectives, Nerd Girl, to break it down as to like why I only list the 5 tokens initially. One, it comes down to like you don't want your reputation tied to anything else, right? He doesn't want his name associated, tied to, linked to, shown with. Because if he does one thing for just one token, just one, it automatically shows the favoritism in people's eyes. People have this wild freaking concept that like RH talks about Pulse HEX, or HEX on PulseChain, should I say. He talks about that for just stating facts, and people are like, he's favoring HEX on PulseChain. Dump Ethereum HEX. That one concept alone. Yeah. If he was to ever have other tokens listed as well, that's essentially like them being like, Richard Hart gave us a blessing, gave us a stamp of approval.
But that is the same logic that that Uniswap used to not list HEX as part of the default drop down menu, even though it was the most traded token on that DEX. So right. I hear that, right? Like I would never expect Richard to openly promote or support anything that wasn't one of his products.
Right.
But we're talking about a completely different thing now. We're talking about a chain and a DEX, and the revenue from the DEX relies on volume on that DEX.
Right.
And volume on that DEX relies on the ease of trade.
Yeah, I think it goes to the, I would love to see liquid loans promoting a list, that can be importable. not just their own contract, but like a list. These are products that we stand behind. This is the funds that we have raised. This is the managerial, responsibility we've had to deliver, smart contracts to the blockchain, right? So I would love that. I would love Power City to promote a list, right? Because again, there's some culpability by putting your brand behind developing that list, some responsibility about, it being the correct contracts, right? Even when, early on when PulseChain went live, I saw tweets that said, this is the correct wrapped ETH. This is the correct wrapped USDC, wrapped Tether, wrapped, DAI. So that's the only, references that I think that were needed right at that moment from a trusted authority. If you want to call Richard's tweets an authority. Others published as well. I remember Dipcatcher and Goldkey published, here are the contracts for wrapped things that exist already on Ethereum. And they took that as their responsibility to make sure that they put the correct contract. They had to do the research and put it there, but certainly they could have made an error. So like there's the same risk that Richard took to post, here is wrapped ETH. Here is wrapped stable coins on the blockchain, on the L1 of PulseChain. So there's still some gray about like how much should you inform an audience versus have the audience do research and find out on their own, especially very complex technical things like making sure it's the right contract on a nascent chain. So.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say shout out to the chat. I seen we had a super chat from Lisa Marie. She's been holding it down all PulseChain conference. $20. She says, love you guys. Thanks for all you do. Hey, Maddie, send me that $20. I'm going to need it to buy some more PulseXY slow. Just go ahead and do me that favor, man. I need it more than all these guys. But Nerd Girl, I see somebody showing you love in the comments. She says, that's one smart blonde.
It's my mom.
That's mom? I'm looking at my profile picture. Hi. Hey, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, no, Mom. I'm saying, I'm single right now. So, you know what I mean? But anyways, so going back to the movie, right? I did notice as a Hexican watching it, I'm like, okay, this is dope. I like this, and there's certain things I was looking for that I didn't see that I saw like in like the behind the scenes and whatnot. So I was looking at it with a different set of eyes than my homies that were there that were no coiners. But I noticed at the end, they walked out and the first thing they say is, yo, look, where can I put this $10,000? I'm trying to get into Hex or PulseChain. You know what I mean? So I think the movie does its job as far as like someone who's just not used to crypto or familiar with it instantly being interested in investing. You know what I'm saying? So like, what do you guys think? Like, do you think it'll bring like no coiners or like make them interested in getting involved with what we got going on here?
Well, I think you might want to comment, and I don't know if I want to, it's really a direct giveaway for people to see the movie. They should see the movie because it really is open question. I think at the end, there was basically two stories that were represented in the movie. Surely Richard was the outrageous and the image of, this person that's, I think genius that has put together game theory. So there was Richard, but I think that the story, in my opinion, was really RG3 and Remy. The wife of the gentleman that participated, right? So like, I think that's the two narratives. And the statements at the end of the movie were basically just subtitled or written on screen, the belief in the outcome. What is the outcome for people that participate in HEX, right? That's really going to have to be the audience that answers those things. They're going to have to do their research. And maybe they do ask a trusted friend and they rely on that friend's research instead of their own. Maybe they trust influencers and commentators and SEC notices, and they say, look, they've done the diligence. Now they're making this commentary, and I need to follow that path. Again, I think we need to be cautious about like pushing people on either path as a community in general, because really it does come to gather information, make a decision about the future that you live. Some people like you and I know me and ATX have been in the military. We had to make a decision to do that. Some people went into a medical profession like myself. Others went into music or being an artist and taking a challenge, to communicate and express ideas like Westcott. Nerd Girl's gone, very nerdy paths. She's talking and representing, you know, a culture that's mystical and magical to others, right? So we have to make these life journey decisions all along our life. And I think it's the same for the audience of the movie. It's really where I have to leave it as far as the HEX product and how to get involved or not. Most of it does for me, my pragmatic personality is I have to do enough research in something to be confident about a decision. And that's what I encourage anybody to do that sees the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it from the basic standpoint of like just the levels of awareness to something in general, right? And you could look back at most things that you would purchase, whether it be like a car, a boat, a gun, like some of these things you just get introduced to at first. Crypto will say, let's just leave it what it is. So you hear about the idea from somehow, some way, whether it's a promotion, whether it's a video, whether it's something, somehow you get introduced to the idea of it. And typically that doesn't lead you down the rabbit hole of figuring it all out for yourself at that point in time from hearing about it one time. And I don't know, maybe the movie does a better job about building up that desire. Because again, I look forward to seeing that tonight. I'm going to go check it out. But building up that desire, just kind of want to learn a little bit more. But I think at the beginning of it, you just hear about it, right? And then from there, you hear again some other story in the future, right? Like say a year from now, SEC charges dropped or whatever the heck is going on. Things start mooning, 2024 bull run, blah, blah, blah. Things are happening. Prices start going up. And then you're like, I remember hearing about that crypto a little while ago. Let me check it out again. And then they start doing some diligence and due diligence, like Funding Jim was just saying just moments ago. And then that's when, depending upon their level of curiosity or diligence and checking stuff out, they start buying and investing themselves. So either their toes in the water and checking it out or just going all in. You know, everyone's going to make their own choice as to what they decide to do in that regard as well. But I think just having this hit a platform that, like, one, I think they're doing it a brilliant way. Hit theaters and then hit the over-the-top streaming services. I think if we get that in that order, my gosh, it just the eyes that just get introduced to it and the awareness that get brought up to crypto in general start breaking down the barriers, and then people will eventually start hearing about it. Then you hear a friend, oh my God, my friend just bought a new car. Oh my God, my friend just bought a new house. Oh my God, my friend just retired himself. Oh my God, my whatever, right? Like all these things start happening, and then people are like, hold up, let me check that out a little bit more. Let me find out if I can truly get in on this. And then they hear a buddy, close friend, typically is the last little straw. The close friend's like, dude, have you heard about it? Let me tell you about it. And then that's usually whenever they're getting in, right? In most cases. So the fact that we're already getting that first barrier broken and it's such a massive audience is huge. And I think, you know, the path that we lead forward is going to be a beautiful thing because our community, best outspoken by far in the world, in my opinion, again, on that one, just based on the engagement on Twitter, the YouTube streamers that are actually out there active, the amount of engagement that happens just outside, whether it be the postcards, that is freaking phenomenal. Community driven.
I want to ask Nerd Girl, what do you think? What is it? How does Richard Hart predict all these scams and collapses before it happens? What do you think it is? Like, how do you? Is it he's just that brilliant? You know what I mean? Like, how does he know these things are going to happen before it happens?
So I've had a series of theories about this, you know. So I think, you know, for one thing, he has like a really talented team of developers who are looking into these things as they're rolling out and saying, oh, here, look, this is how this could be exploited. Here, this is how this could be exploited. But another thing that he certainly knows, as just like coming from a Bitcoin maximalist background, which, you know, he was kind of the spokesperson for Bitcoin maximalism, that coming from that background, he knows how corrupted and how corruptible the industry is as a whole. And so when assets and projects start like partnering with one another, and they all like then it becomes very easy to predict where dominoes will fall. So, you know, Luna partners with Celsius and Three Arrows Capital and, you know, Voyager and whatever other centralized, everything's listed with high liquidity on FTX. Like, it's very easy to see how that happens. And it's also, you know, I'm certain that that's why he's never, and I think never will, partner with anything, because if that thing fails, then without question, you know, everything that is associated with it fails. So that's one way, is that he knows about like the corruption in the bonds, you know. And then another another theory that I've had that I have no idea about, but I've heard it, outside in the community as well, is the possibility that, the team of coders is finding exploits and essentially exploiting them.
Okay.
Finding errors in contracts and exploiting them. And I'm not like, if that's the case, and I don't know if it's the case or not at all, right? Like, I'm not making any accusations. It's a theory that I've heard. It's something that I've thought about. And then just to think about this a little bit further is that if there are exploits in the contract, is it wrong for someone to exploit them, or is it actually doing a service by, revealing the flaw early on? And I have to say that if I were a smart contract developer and I were scanning code for flaws and I found it, yeah, I'd be all.
Well, I mean, that's just the difference between a white hat and a black hat. You know what I mean? Like, white hat's gonna come through and do everything they can to find the flaw and put it at the end of the day and make sure that the white hat hacker, if you will, is what they're called, where they literally go through and find all of them and say, hey, here's all the vulnerabilities. I didn't get paid a single. I didn't take advantage of a single vulnerability. Here it is, right? And then you got other people who are like, yo, there's an easy mill sitting on the table right now. Like, what are we doing? You want me to say something about an easy mill? Like, if someone was to drop $100,000 of cash in front of you and no one was to know that you took it, who's going to stop you from doing it, right? It's just at the end of the day, the integrity, the personal integrity at the end of the day of what you truly believe in. Because, it's what you do when no one's looking and watching.
Even those terms, black hat and white hat, are like judgmental, where I would say, like, I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing. Like, because, so white hat finds the flaws, reports them, everything gets fixed, no one loses their money. No one loses their money. No one is concerned. No one is, realizing that this can happen again. But when people actually do lose their money because a black hat, exploited it, then they're more cautious moving forward. So who's really doing the greater service?
Right.
The answer.
Nerd Girl, I love what you said real quick.
That's a great hacker right there. You just right in the middle.
I'm glad you said that, because up until then, I just assumed he had a crystal ball. I'm like, this guy's a magician. The top hat, I think he's a time traveler. I'm still on that. I really think he's from another dimension. I'm gonna just keep it real. But Gary, man, I gotta ask you, dog. This is the question for you, man. And I need an answer. I need you to tell me, because I'm very confused. I don't understand. How does Richard Hart call the tops on the day? How does he do it?
What he always says is he just makes commentary on things that he's seen play out in the past. Sometimes it's reference to, this is where Bitcoin nosed over in the past, and 27 days later, Ethereum nosed over, to become the market top and go into the psychology of markets chart, right? This reference that we all go to. That's what I think he would say, is he simply observes what has happened in the past, and then he thinks that things will rhyme. They may not be identical, but they will rhyme. So that, and the human desire, once you have a bit of information that might be advantageous that others may not know, you probably will front run. So I think that when he made the comments of maybe the Bitcoin price goes down to 11K and pray, or whatever his number was in the past, he's also had a little bit of hedge in saying maybe it only comes down to 15,000 because they printed so much money. Maybe we would have a double bottom because we had a double top. Like, he does have a little bit of hedging in his language, but he's always represented that his thesis is supported by these references in other things. Like, he will point to, this is where I'm drawing my data, and my analysis comes to this conclusion. You go look at that data and choose your own analysis, come up with your own story about, predicting future markets. So even in the movie, as you recall, because you saw the movie, that question was asked. It's asked about Richard, and he says that he has a skill set of observing the market and then making commentary, drawing on relationships in the past.
Wow. Beautiful, man. So shout out to Crypto7. I see him in the chat. He going back to like scams and stuff. He mentions also RH can tell when people are lying. He understands NLP. What is that again? And you guys know NLP, what it stands for?
Neuro-linguistic programming.
There we go. So I thought that was interesting. And going
So
back to
Richard is similar to some quite a few people. I think he's multiple people. He has a voracious appetite for digesting new information. So when he would read Hacker News or have a curiosity, he would become almost, and I say this in a very positive way, autistic about it. To be hyper focused, to basically narrow the funnel of information and go very deep into that niche. So he's done that in quite a few things. And one that he has commented in the past about is, he was interested in who's the Tony Robbins. So he was interested in Tony Robbins content, and I think that he did the highest level of package that Tony Robbins would offer to any of his clients. Going to a remote island and basically focusing on like empowerment speeches and things like that Tony's famous for. Similarly, with like the NLP thing, neuro-linguistic programming, there's a dating culture. I think and then maybe like 10 or 12 years ago, there was a television program even on MTV. Yeah. So it's like
the game.
Yeah, the game. So the game is a book. Mystery was a characterization of like a dating culture thing back then. Peacocking, like the stuff that Richard was doing on camera, 7 years ago, was having a leopard, jacket and a top hat, right?
Yep.
So like this kind of stuff is something that he, I think, has gone very deep into as far as the choice of word, the tone of word, the speed of word having influence and impact. Yeah.
Facts. Yeah. Awesome, man. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I think he's a time traveler. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. you guys are super smart. You guys delve into all the intricacies and whatnot. I know one thing: buy my HEX, buy my PulseChain, buy my PulseX, and that's just what I'm gonna stick to, man. and hope for the best. But we're gonna see, man.
Get a solid foundation, boys and girls. Like, god dang, get a solid foundation. And yeah. I mean, shit is always like never going with more than you're willing to lose. You already hear that time and time again. But I mean, it's crypto, dude. Like anyone coming into crypto is already stepping into a world of volatility they may have never even thought of being possible in the first place, right? Like, I mean, if you're especially coming from a TradFi world, you're coming from making 8% a year to where you see literally 30% moves in a day, up or down, right? Like positive or negative. So it's just kind of funny that, you have the different levels, and I'm right there with you, man. Like, you get yourself a nice little bag of some stuff that you truly believe in, guys, because you got to have long-term vision on these suckers. Like long-term, just whatever you can believe in, that you have conviction in, that you believe is going to be around in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, then that's just one of those things. And if you can take advantage of that and build in the position, I think the more money that you come up with now, the faster you're going to reach your goal. Point blank, period, end of story. That's just the way to say it. Like, if you want to accelerate the speed at which you do stuff, you got to come in with more dry powder right now, especially at these prices. Like these are the moments of time that you do take advantage of, or do go a little bit heavier, should I say, to you are DCAing, right? I think someone calls it dynamic DCC, I believe, where you basically come in, you put a little bit in the beginning where prices are a little bit high. You're still DCAing though. You keep buying no matter what. It's just something you do as a habit. And then when prices go really low, you go in harder with what you got. And I think we're at that point in time with all the prices where things are looking pretty freaking darn juicy and pretty right now at these points in time for all crypto. Like, look around. Like, if you got a project that you're loving right now, go find it. Like, it's amazing, man. And of course, like you already know, we in this HEX, PulseChain, PulseX ecosystem. I'm a big proponent in that. Like, you already know where I'll stand on those.
Yeah.
I'm sticking out 15 years. I ain't worried. I'm here. And it's just one of those things. I think that is one of those things that I think people need to learn how to understand. And
absolutely,
do y'all have any like say on, like, I know we went a little bit longer. Do y'all have any say on like going and having a long-term vision? Do y'all have any like just brief little bits of advice on that?
Long-term vision really quickly would be, I don't believe in passive investments. I don't believe if you're part of a community, you should invest into that community. And I'm not talking just like dollars and cents. I'm talking, your brand, your influence, your advocation of things that you care about and values of your society. So it's the same thing to me when it comes to this crypto game. I don't think that they're, it is about network effect as far as maybe the price chart. It is about network effect as far as the community or society you live in. If you say something like there's moral decay or there's loss of ethics, that is partly because too many people are passive in their investment, right? Because they are part of that community and they're not making advocacy for change. So I think that that's the value I have to represent here.
Thanks. Hey man, damn, Nerd Girl, I was gonna tell you before we get off. I see Maddie creeping in the back. Let mom know I got $100 Applebee's gift card if she ever want to, get a steak and potatoes or something on me. I just wanted to make sure I said that before we get out of here, man. But what's up, Maddie? How you doing?
You heard that?
Hey, let her know I'm out here.
Hey, you got that direct line though, Nurgo. You know what I mean? You got that direct line, like.
The profile, you saw the PFP? That dude just got killed.
Put in the good word for my boy. Put in the good word for my boy. You know what I mean? You're doing the good word.
I'm sure she's listening right now.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome,
we'll talk after this. I'll let you know what she says.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I appreciate that. What's up, Matt?
Hey, so as we go around the room, and if you guys want to say where to find you, I'm going to be dropping the link because YouTube deletes the stream if we go over 12 hours. So we're going to move into hour 31 of this 42-hour live stream by kicking off a fresh stream. And so everybody can rejoin just by refreshing YouTube or going to the link in the description. And where can everybody find you guys?
Yeah, so I'm Nerd Girl 007 with no vowels on Twitter and pretty much every social media platform, but I'm really only active on Twitter. My name is Nicole Grinstead. I write articles for Crypto Mag, Crypto Mode, Gnosis News, others sometimes. So when you see those, Nicole Grinstead is Nerd Girl. That's me.
Love it. I'll go next. I guess ATX Crypto. You can find me on YouTube. I do streams throughout the week on PulseChain, PulseX, and HEX. And of course, if you follow me on Twitter at ATX Crypt. Yeah, shout out to all y'all. Much love. And be sure to like, share, and subscribe all of Matty ALLin's content too, y'all. Like for sure.
I'm Westcott Crypto. You see it on the screen. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. I do a show at ATX twice a week, Pulse Nation on YouTube, and then I also do a late night stream with Ben Dubard and a late night stream with Disciple. So yeah, come find me. It's a lot of fun. We drink, we have a good time, and yeah, Nurgo, you got to come on. You got to come on episode. We had fun to Jim on. We got him lit.
Yeah,
but that was cool. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, no, send me an invitation. I'll definitely do that.
Awesome, we'll do.
And I'm Funding Jim. I'm really Gary, but Funding Jim has been a brand that's left over. Make sure it's spelled correctly. There's a lot of imposters out there. I think I speak for everyone that's a public speaker inside this crypto community. Won't outreach for any kind of crypto, wallet, seed, nothing about your security, monies. If anybody imposters someone, they are trying to rip you off. So be careful about brand names. But FUNDING, GYM. And really pretty much Twitter is the best way to find me. That's really the only thing I promote nowadays. And I think I might win for being the person that sees the movie the most in the next over 48 hours. Saw it in Miami, saw it here in Austin, going to see it in Dallas, going to see it in Oklahoma. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to go see it in a couple hours here.
Nice. Support
it. But you're ahead of me, way ahead.
All right, guys.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for an amazing panel, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Peace.
Y'all take care. Shout out to Mom. I see you. No doubt.